You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? It's the weekend. It's Friday. We made it through another week. Hopefully, you guys are doing great. Oh, wow. Interesting. Huh. Oh, wow. I didn't know you could do this. Sorry, I just saw that right now. I don't know. StreamYard just adding all kinds of little features. Cheers, guys. Happy National Vodka Day. That's right. It's National Vodka Day. Did you guys know this? Yes, that's right. I totally was like, oh, yeah, of course there's a National Vodka Day. And I'm so glad that it ended up being on a Friday for the vodka stream. So cheers. I'm drinking whiskey. Cheers. Yep, that's right. Now I got vodka. I got my vodka mule. I'll be drinking vodka. Don't worry. And I got a little extra vodka right there. I just had, I planned on before, when I was starting the stream off, my brother for my birthday got me like some Scotch whiskey. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to have some of that at the start. And I already had that plan before I knew it was vodka day. So it's all good. It's all good. But hopefully you guys are doing good. Yes, we'll be talking about Joker Folie tonight. Not at the start, so don't worry. We're not going to start. I'm going to give my little drinking review, full-on review, when it comes to the movie at the start. But I'm going to do spoiler-free. Don't worry, and then we'll jump into when the panel gets on here. That's when we'll jump into the spoiler discussion. So hopefully don't freak out. I'm not going to start off right off the bat and be like, hey, and say some things. But yeah, it's going to be a great conversation. Like I said, I mean oh, man, just seeing the reaction to this film is just pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. So hopefully you guys are doing good, and cheers to the weekend. Cheers to the weekend indeed. John Callahan, why not wait till after the weekend and give everyone a chance to see the movie before doing a spoiler review already? Well, John, there's this thing that is kind of crazy. It's a crazy concept where you actually don't have to watch this right now. It doesn't magically disappear. I'm not a dictator when it comes to my channel where I go, you have to watch this right now, live, or else. So you have your choice. You have your choice. I appreciate the comment, but yeah, you don't have to watch this right now. And usually when a big movie comes out, on the Vodka stream, we do tend to talk about it full on spoiler discussion. So cheers, John. It's okay. It's perfectly fine. I always love it when these kinds of things happen because, again, YouTube is kind of a crazy thing. You can watch a spoiler discussion probably that I did for the first Joker movie 5 years ago. Absolutely crazy. It's interesting, right? The power of the internet. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you. We got James right here. What is happening? Nothing like fighting a hangover. Yeah, hangovers are fun. The best thing to do is before you go to bed is you take some, a good little sea salt, like a Himalayan salt or a Celtic salt, put it in some water and down that water right before you go to bed. That helps. That helps me. That's for damn sure. So watched Joker yesterday, and it wasn't terrible like Madam Web. Well, I hope not. Hope nobody thinks. I mean, there are people out there that think it's probably worse than Madam Web because, people are weird. Already seeing the tweets that James Gunn purposely sabotaged. Oh, yeah. We got to blame James Gunn. Some people will, even though like he had nothing. I mean, Todd Phillips has said that numerous times. I mean, there's not even the DC Studios brand on it. So there's just nothing. And it's kind of weird when it comes to that whole thing because I think there's like logistics in his contract. I mean, this is 100% a Warner Brothers movie. And so there's no DC Studios thing on that. And then, of course, I've even had people going like, you think he's going to claim, credit on this? It's like, no. I mean, has he talked about it like at all? No. He has not. But of course, there's going to be those people that just going to be like, they're going to either blame James Gunn or they're going to criticize James Gunn for not even talking about it. Oh, of course, he doesn't want to take credit for this, especially with all the shit that it's getting right now. And it's just like, man, there's plenty of things to criticize James Gunn if you want to, but man, they go after the stupid shit, don't they? They really do. But it's all right. That's what's happened with a lot of people. What's going on? I Have Stone Podcast, Anderson and crew. Cheers to the weekend. We love the Joker sequel and cannot wait to see it again. So there you go. Hey, they enjoyed it. Jose, it's flaws. Yeah, I thought the movie was good, but it has flaws. Don't get the hate that it's getting. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that too when it comes to my little drinking review. I'm gonna put my 2 cents in it. Give you a little film junkie rant. A little drinking rant, a little drinking review when it comes to it. So, ahoy, hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. It's cool that you didn't join the hate train of Joker 2. Cool. I'll watch it. Like I said, yeah. We'll let you know. Like when we start going into the spoilers, I'll let you guys know. So it's not going to be for like another, 20, 30 minutes. So don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Hey, we got Mama Film Junkie here. Hi, Mom. And speaking of Mama Film Junkie, when it comes to birthday gifts, if you guys notice, see this right here? What is this? Huh? Yeah, that's right. It is a lava lamp. Mama Film Junkie got me a lava lamp. But, of course, it's not just any old lava lamp. And be careful with this thing. But obviously, dun, 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 it's a Batman. It's a Batman lava lamp that I have right next to me. So just adding more to the vibe right here. It's funny because when I fired this thing up, I mean, it took a little bit for it to, start getting the thing. Like it took like 2 hours for it to get going, and I was like, "Is this thing?" But what was funny about this, like when finally the whatever the hell the lava goo that's in there, when it finally like heated up and it finally like loosened up, it like shot up. I was like, "Oh wow, it finally did it!" And I swear to God, like it didn't fully like disconnect. It just like part of it like shot up, and it looked like Batman. Like it had bat ears. Like it had 2 little spikes that came out. And I was like, wait a minute. Is this thing like going to be like a bat inside there? It was crazy. It had 2 bat ears. So it just kind of went broop, and then it just like that. And then it finally like disconnected and it started doing its thing. So thank you, Mom. There we go. So now we got a little lava lamp action going on. I remember as a kid, we had a lava lamp, and that was the last time I don't think I've ever had. Maybe did I have a lava lamp before? I think maybe I had some kind of lava lamp when I moved out on my own for the first time. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. What's going on, Austin? Haven't seen Joker 2 yet, so I'll dip. Yeah. And I do want to get you on, Austin. I know we talked about that next week. I'm thinking so I'll hit you up. I know we talked about that during that Saturday stream, and I know you got some things that you are promoting for your channel and stuff like that. But I figured, tonight's going to be specifically Joker. But yeah, man, thank you for coming. What's going on, Phil? Good to see you, bud. Always great to see you. Always great to see ya. And let's see. Oops. Everybody say hi to Mama Film Junkie. What's up? What's going on, Axel? Good to see you, buddy. All right. Let's see who else we got here. We got Abel right here. What up? Interested in hearing your take on the Joker 2? Yes. As soon as I get, talking to you guys, I'm going to give my, like I said, I'm going to give my full-on drinking review, and then I'm also going to just like kind of give my 2 cents on what's happening out there, with the response to this movie right here. So, and we got Chris Balga right here. Just got out of Joker. I have many thoughts. Yes. See, that's right. The hyperbole narrative is a bit overkill, in my opinion. See, that's what's going to be great. We're going to have a full panel tonight discussing this, and it's going to be the main topic. I mean, that's fully it. I mean, we're going to talk about the other things, but luckily it was kind of a slow news week. I mean, of course, we'll talk about the dynamic duo that was announced and other things that were announced too. There's actually something that I posted on Twitter today that's making the rounds that has to do with Zack Snyder that we'll most likely talk about too. There was an article that came out too about fandoms. We'll try to get to it, we'll try to get to as much as possible. But yeah, the main discussion is just going to be about this movie because everybody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about it. What's going on, Mr. Naval? How you doing? We got the punk loser alcoholic. I was watching Joker 1 behind the scenes, and Todd Phillips said Arthur was not the real Joker. Oh, my God. Well, I mean, if you watch the first Joker, yeah, Uh-oh. So let's not do spoilers yet, guys. Let's relax. I'm not going to Parker. I'm not sure, so let's not go too crazy, be wary of that's the thing though. We got people that are going to probably say some spoilers in the chat. So be careful with that. I'm not going to try to bring those up. What's going on, Fear Jason? Good to see you. Fear Jason put my face on Arthur Fleck. Sorry, I didn't see that right away. But I posted that on Twitter. Of course, I'm wearing my Joker shirt. Doesn't have Arthur Fleck on it, but it's got the other Jokers. So obviously fitting for tonight. What's going on, Cortez? Happy belated birthday. Thank you. I'll be honest, I haven't really been interested in seeing the new Joker movie. I haven't found any of the promotions striking enough. Yeah, hey, I get it. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Nothing wrong with that. What's going on, Monkey Jeebus? Not watching Joker 2. I haven't seen. I have, but I'm seeing piece by piece. Okay. Agreed. The critics are being harsh. 30%. Yeah. It's just going to be one of those things. There you go. Spoiler alert. Arthur Fleck does appear in Joker 2. It's crazy. What's going on, Jay? Is it worth going to? In my opinion, yes. And if you guys have any more questions you want to do, I'm going to start diving right into it. And like I said, then we'll get the panel in here and we'll start talking about the movie. But yeah, if you have any more questions or questions about anything, it doesn't even have to be Joker related. Could be about whatever you want to ask. But I'm going to dive right into it right now. Okay, we're ready here. All right. Like I said, it's going to be spoiler free, so don't worry. All right. Joker. I always say it wrong. Joker. I just say Joker too. Folie adieu or Folie adieu. There you go. Cheers. All right. Oh boy. So going into Joker 2, obviously, like when everything leading up to it, it was just kind of interesting. Obviously, this is when it was first announced, I was like, why does this actually need to be a thing? It should be a one-off. The story was great. The first Joker was great. It was all great. Won Academy Awards, $1 billion, R-rated. It just was like, why even touch it? But naturally, in the world of where we are now, and the fact that when a movie does $1 billion, hey, guess what? The studio wants another one. And Todd Phillips was like, all right, I guess we're going to do another one. And he decided, hey, I'm going to try to make it a musical. And as soon as I heard that, and a lot of us kind of got intrigued by it. Like, really? It's going to be a musical? Lady Gaga is going to be Harley Quinn? All right. So it was interesting. But of course, leading up to it, it was just kind of, it just felt like the marketing was missing. Things were missing when it came to it. The hype just wasn't there as maybe like when it came to the first one or even other movies. And it's kind of crazy too, because coming off of last week with Megalopolis and that being like this ambitious movie that Francis Ford Coppola did. And, you guys saw my review, you heard my review. I talked about it. And I thought, even though I didn't fully like the movie all that much and didn't fully understand that movie, I still dug the fact of the artistry of what Francis Ford Coppola was trying to give us. And at the same time, I'm like, I appreciated that movie and really enjoyed certain aspects of that. So going into Joker 2, I was just like, all right, let's see what happens, because, I've even talked to people who saw it. And now I was just like, I try to go into it as fresh-minded, not try to be like, get on any hate train or anything like that. And I will admit, like when I was going into it, I was like, all right, here we go. And as it started, and then I found myself like halfway through the movie going, when am I supposed to start hating this? Huh? I'm supposed to start hating this right now? What are we doing? Like, what? I mean, I literally like thought, I had that thought to myself, like about halfway through the movie going, I thought I should be going, rolling my eyes and being like, what the hell am I watching here? And I wasn't feeling that way. That's what was so, I was like going, wait a minute, what are we doing? And then of course, when it gets to the final act, because we keep hearing about this crazy ending and like this controversial ending. And when I saw it, I was like, oh, and then I went, oh, like that when it came to that controversial ending. And it kind of sat with me a little bit. If you saw my first reaction review, I was just like, yeah, this is kind of sitting with me a little bit here because with Todd Phillips, I mean, Todd Phillips, did he want to do a Joker 2? Probably not. He probably didn't, but of course, you get a bag of money sent to you, or they sign a check that has a couple more zeros on it than the first time around. You kind of go, well, I guess I got to do something, and I got to do something different. And for anybody who thinks that he's doing like a Hangover to Hangover 2, that's not what is happening here. I think I heard somebody say that actually, where it was kind of like how the Hangover to Hangover 2. And I'm like, no, because the Hangover 2, like when it came to Todd Phillips doing that first Hangover, obviously that's like one of the all-time greatest comedies ever. And then, of course, when it came to the Hangover 2, it was essentially just a repeat of the first Hangover, just obviously a lot bigger and crazier, but it had the same beats. When it comes to the Joker 2, it wasn't the same beats. In my opinion, I was like, no, not even in my opinion. I mean, it's not the same beats. So, and then of course you have this musical aspect. So when it comes to the musical element of the movie, yeah, does it all need to be there? No. Does it bother me? No, it does not bother me. Like I thought, I was like, oh boy, how's it going to be? Is it going to really be like over the top? It may be like with certain times where it's like, okay, maybe it just didn't need to go that far. And I get that people, and I think that's what people have a main issue with, is the fact of the musical aspect, because musicals aren't welcomed all that much when it comes to cinema. So I was just kind of going, okay, but they kind of slowly get into it, they slowly get into the musical elements, and it's not like right in your face at first, but at the same time, it's not overbearing, and it's not like the biggest part of the movie. It's not the biggest part of the movie. To the point where even if they didn't have the musical elements, the movie wouldn't suffer really at all. It doesn't like break down or anything. And, like some of it could have not have been there. And I totally think that, yeah, there's some elements that maybe didn't need to be in there. Because sometimes it just kind of, oh, we're into a musical element and then we're out of it. And I'm like, yeah, maybe that didn't need to go that far. But at the same time, I'm looking at the initial story, and people were also saying that, oh, this is just like a full-on epilogue to the first Joker movie. And I agree with that. And I respect that that's the case, that it is kind of just like an epilogue to the first one. And the whole court part of the movie, the fact that he's on trial for what happened in the first one, those are the best elements of the movie. They are. And I thought those scenes worked out very well, and there's some familiar faces, actors that show up in there. The judge, I'm pretty sure that Todd Phillips is trying to make the judge look like Martin Scorsese. I'm just saying. Anyways, like those aspects, and then of course the controversy of like where Arthur Fleck goes with his character. That's where a lot of people are just kind of going like, and I'm going, no, I think that's kind of cool that Todd Phillips was like, yeah, I know people are going to expect me to go this way. I'm going to go this way. And I respect it. I absolutely do respect what Todd Phillips is doing. I don't think he was just like, oh shit, well, they're paying me money, so I better do a sequel. Some people are just kind of saying like that's what he was doing. Like he just like was like whatever, and he's shitting on the first one and blah blah blah. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's what I can't understand when I see. I mean, there are people out there. Now I'm getting into the ranty part of the reaction to this, because my initial review is I liked it. Did I love it? No. Is it better than the first one? No, absolutely not. But I actually enjoyed it. And I was like going, wow, okay, here we go. I was like, again, like I said, halfway through, I'm like, I think, am I supposed to be hating this movie? It's shot very well. The score is still awesome. The performances are awesome. And yeah, the musical elements aren't bothering me all that much. Really not. So that's what yeah. So overall, I enjoyed the movie. And if you are interested or have any kind of just little interest in it, go watch it. Watch it on the big screen by all means. But the reaction, I tell you what. Oh, the reaction. I've seen people say it's the worst movie of the year. The hyperbole is just absolutely crazy. The worst movie of the year. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Again, somebody didn't see Madam Web. I don't know. Like I'm starting to think that did somehow the movie of Joker 2 like kick somebody's dog? I mean, like somehow the movie itself, the reel was walking around. Reels of the movie were walking around and just kicking people's dogs, ding dong ditching or something like that. I mean, I've seen people, taking pictures of themselves, like being sad or angry or flipping off the poster and everything. And I'm like, what the hell, everybody? It is not that serious. It really is not that serious. It's insane. It's insane. And there's like an article that says like pretty much that Joker 2 is basically saying fuck you to fans. And I was just like, no, I think Joker 2 is just trying to tell a story that Todd Phillips wanted to tell. And of course, it's incorporating comic book characters. But again, I'm like, oh, yeah, we're in the comic book space. So it is going to be one of those reactions, I guess. But yeah, just seeing the reaction. I mean, I saw somebody said that that it was crushingly disappointing. And I was going, wait a minute, you were tweeting out that you were not hyped for the movie and even going, yeah, this movie's not going to be good and everything like that. But you were crushed by how disappointed you were. What the fuck is that? I mean, like you were already going into this movie going, oh, this is going to suck. How are you crushed by how disappointed you are? That doesn't even, there's a lot of hyperbole out there. I think a lot of hyperbole. I think somebody even said it's beyond awesome, but gave it 2 stars. How does that make any fucking sense? If it's beyond awful, you should have had negative stars because you already went beyond awful. So why not give it negative stars if it's beyond awful, but you gave it 2 stars? How does that make any fucking sense? I saw that. I saw that. And I'm just kind of going, yeah, the reaction to this is going to be, it's just really weird. It's going to be another thing that's studying. Like I said, with Megalopolis coming out last week and this week, just very divisive films. I respect it. I love it. I'm like, yeah, this is what September and October is all about. When it comes to movies, let's have these types of movies where everybody's just like losing their minds. And and I'm just like absorbing it. Even if I'm not sitting here going like, it's the best movie ever. No, it's definitely not. It's got its flaws. It's got its things. But again, I'm like, this movie is very much, it's shot well, acted well. And I thought the pacing was done very well too. So I don't know, man. It's just seeing a lot of the reactions, and I don't know. I don't think it's going to be a huge flop or anything like that, but it's just interesting. It's just interesting seeing the reactions to this, and I'm just kind of going like, let's take a breather, everybody. Let's take a breather. It's art, and yes, I get it. It's comic book art. It's a comic book movie, but the first one is not. It's not going by the source material. It was essentially Taxi Driver with the Joker. And this one is not, is taking the same approach. Like Todd Phillips, yeah, I get it. He probably did not want to do this. And then, of course, and I love the fact, I also love this too. Like, so Todd Phillips at the premiere, at the most recent premiere of the movie, he said that because everybody was, of course, people are going to ask, is there going to be a third one? Are you done with this? And he said, oh, yeah, I think I'm done with DC after this. And he said that, and that came out on like Monday. And then yesterday, movie websites on Twitter decided to repost that quote where he says, I'm done with DC. And then everybody was jumping on it. And I'm like going, wait a minute. Why are movie Twitter handles reposting that quote that already came out on Monday talking about he's done with DC? Oh, it's because the hate train, choo choo, is in full motion right now. The hate train is going crazy right now. So let's repost this because everybody's talking about, how shit this movie is. So let's talk about how Todd Phillips is like saying that he's done with DC. And yeah, it got way more engagement, which I get it. Hey, that's social media for you right there. You want the engagement? Post it. Post the quote again. And it was going all over the place. And I'm just like, there you go. That's funny. So, but yeah, if you watch the movie, you can understand that Todd Phillips is going into this one like, yeah, one more and then that's it. And so I'm just like, yeah, but I'm just kind of cool. I'm like, hey, for me, it's like, okay, he wanted to do a musical. He wanted to challenge himself. He wanted to do something different with these characters that has never been seen before. And there's not going to be another comic book movie like this. Just like the first Joker, not going to be another comic book that looks and sounds like this for sure. And he wanted to do a little mic drop. And he was like, oh, this is going to be divisive. And he did. He dropped the mic and now he's out. And maybe he's going to make a comedy again. I don't know what Todd Phillips is going to do. But I respect Todd Phillips for just going, fuck it. I'm going to do it like this. And there we go. So cheers to Todd Phillips. Good job, buddy. There you go. The reactions are just been absolutely just freaking crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. But hey, what could he do? It's fun. It's actually fun because then you have a good laugh. You do definitely have a good laugh when it comes to seeing this stuff. All right. So what do we got here? Let's see. Let's see. Where did I leave off? We got the punk loser alcoholic. I like your name. And then you got you got Alex Jones. Punk loser alcoholic. People are dumb to think Joker 2 is connected to The Dark Knight. Did they not see Harvey Dent in the movie? Yeah. Yeah, there's all kinds of things. And I love the fact that Harvey Dent was in the movie. Yeah, he had a pretty significant role. And there was things where I was just kind of going like, hey, he just said that. And then that happened. I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. Joker 2. I like that. Arthur Fleck is just the guy who inspired others. I guess it's like Todd Phillips didn't want to continue, but he left it open. What? It's almost like he did that? What? Yeah, there is something kind of like, when it comes to that ending and everything. So, Antonio, John Campea has had 3 straight shows with the Joker. This movie will be talked about. Exactly. That's what's great, though. That's what I love about this kind of shit. Just like Megalopolis, even though, Megalopolis, I'm not in any hurry to see that again. When Joker 2 comes out on video, I'm going to watch it again because I'm just like, yeah, I actually rather enjoyed that. And I want to watch it again to catch things I didn't catch and maybe take it in for what it is. So this movie will be talked about far more. Oh, yeah, of course. Deadpool and Wolverine, that's a crowd-pleasing popcorn flick. That's what summer's all about. You get into September, October, you get these fucking movies that people are going to be like, what the fuck was that? And that's what I love. That's what's so great about movies, everybody. Movies. Cinema. Just the most DC movies have been whether negative or positive. Yes, it's great. It will be on Max by next month. Save your money. Save your money. Or if you feel like going to go see it and you want to spend $12, by all means. Okay. I love it when people say stuff like this too. I've gotten that many times. You wasted money on that? You spent your money on that? I'm like, hey, sorry, film junkie here. I like movies. I'll pay and support movies, even if I think it's going to be bad. I like the art form. I like the storytelling, even if it could be bad storytelling. So if you want to go see it, hey, go see it. Okay. But if you don't want to go see it, hey, you don't have to. And then we got technology now. It'll probably be available to watch at home in a month. Okay. I don't know if it'll be on Max right away. It'll probably be on digital download by November. Sure. I don't know if it'll be on Max by November, December, maybe. I don't know. But, People who are mad, it's because they wanted to follow what they know. Oh yeah, they want it to be known. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of that. But it's so funny too because the way that when they start doing things, and we'll talk about this more when it comes to the spoiler discussion, but when it comes to like, you know, think about a certain thing that happened in the first Joker movie that connected this Joker to, well, Batman. You know, it doesn't happen how it happens in the books. And then something happens in here, at the ending where you just kind of go, oh, okay. Okay. I see what you did there. Again, I think Todd Phillips was just trying to make a certain type of movie. And then he was like, all right, but it's going to involve DC characters. Yes, they are. They're doing table reads. Yes. Apparently, Aaron Pierre, who everybody wants to play Jon Stewart, and the other guy who's on the short list. Apparently, they did reads for Lanterns, and of course, we have the director. I don't know what his name is, but it was announced that a guy who's directed Black Mirror episodes, which is cool, is going to be directing the first 2 episodes of Lanterns. So, I would rather Todd Phillips do the Hulk Hogan biopic with Hemsworth. Hey, maybe something like that would happen. I don't know. We'll see. It's always what people thought the movie should be. They make this big thing in their head, and when it's not that, they get upset. Yeah. And then they start going into the hyperbole, going, this is the worst movie ever, and all this kind of stuff. And, and I'm like, and it's funny too, because, yeah, I don't know. Just this, there's just things. And I know there's things where there's going to be a lot of layers in there, just like with Megalopolis. Last week, I mean, there's layers in there where I'm like, I don't understand what exactly was happening. Freaks. I don't know. I don't need more of Arthur character. Plus, I'm not a fan of musicals, so I may skip this one. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're a little bit curious, there's nothing, check it out. Check it out. What song performance did you like the most? The one where they break? That probably was. That probably was. I probably agree with that. Max Wolf Danger. Hey Dave, what up? I'm doing good. I heard Joker 2 was a bad movie. Wow, I didn't see that coming. And happy Friday, everyone. Well, I didn't think it was bad. So people don't get Joker. They only know the cartoon and Dark Knight. And that's what's so funny. See, you bring up a good point there, Monkey Jeebus, is the fact that, cartoon, yes. And that was like a thought that I had watching this movie. It was like, oh yeah, I'm thinking like, you got, sorry, I'm going to start sending out the invites for the, you start thinking about the cartoon aspect of all this kind of stuff. And it's like, yeah, they're very, Joker and Harley are very cartoony. I mean, Harley Quinn was introduced for the first time to the world through a cartoon. So then there was like things where I was going like, oh yeah, I mean, like when it came to some of the song and dance, I'm like, well, this kind of does make sense. If you think about it, it does make sense. So I don't know. There's just a lot of the response. I'm just like, what? All right. I think that. But, oh yeah. That was part of the things I was thinking about. I was like, okay, well, if they were gonna, if it was Batman the Animated Series with Joker and Harley, would there be a song and dance number? Probably. And that's where I kind of went, oh yeah, interesting to think about that whole notion when it comes to it. Some movie about Arthur always take that, yeah, kind of, yeah. I mean, it's been a thing. It's a that's the thing. Glade, he is done with DC. Well, okay. Yeah, I think he is too. Like he wants to do other things. I think he's Glade that he is done also, Joe. Okay? I think he is. You know, he made a shit ton of money. The first one made a shit ton of money. This one's not going to make as much money, of course, but yeah. So, you know, as you are glad that he is done with DC, he's just sitting there going, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's just, yeah. Anyways, sorry. The first movie was a realistic take on a crazy person who was broken by society, who failed him. He became a symbol for people of Gotham who feel the system failed them. It only takes one bad day. One bad day. That's right. I forgot that was the tagline for the first one. So, oh man. You see the bullshit report from IGN? IGN, they gave a bad review. What? Trying to make it seem like the Joker hurt the Batman franchise? Oh, that's cute. I didn't see that, but I wouldn't put it past IGN. Those fuckers over there, man. I don't even you know. I think didn't they not give that great of a review for the Penguin either or something like that? I don't know. I don't pay attention to IGN. Aren't they supposed to be like mainly reviewing fucking video games? How can it be worse? Yeah, it's definitely not. And if anybody's saying it's worse than The Crow, I don't even know how to speak to that person. I wouldn't even know. I'd be like, I would probably be like, you're not gonna fall over, right? You're not gonna fall down. I just, I don't know if be very interesting if that was the case. If I ran into somebody who thought The Crow was better, but then again, it is subjective still. You know, that is a thing about art. It is still subjective, but I just, whew. I know popular YouTubers. I talked to them and asked them why they didn't like something. Okay. I like Heath Ledger, Joker better in The Dark Knight. Yeah, well, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, yeah, pick your poison, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. I think the movie is overhated, not as bad as people say, but the ending is unforgivable. What did you think? I don't think the ending's unforgivable, to be honest. I thought Todd Phillips, I was like, I mean, I immediately was like, oh, and I kind of did one of these, like, oh. Todd Phillips, see what you did there. Nice. See what you did there. I was like, it was like one of those things when it came to the ending, at least for me. And then even talking about it with the group I was with, it was just kind of like, oh, yeah. It's like, you see what he kind of did there? And it was just kind of like, oh, yeah. Because remember what he kind of did with the first one? You know? How the link, okay. That's kind of interesting. So I just thought that was cool. I'm not glad he's done with DC. I don't need my intelligence salted. That's why I don't watch the MCU. IGN gave Penguin a 5 and Joker a 4. So yeah, they've been hating DC since. Yeah, see, there you go. There you go, Joe. There you go, Joe. And I don't mean to give you shit. I'm just, responding to the certain things you were saying. That's all. No hate. No hate. But yeah, IGN, I thought their whole thing was video games. I mean, the Penguin is just that's just. I mean, that's what's so great about it. We're getting like, right now it's like in 2 days, fucking I don't know, less than 48 hours from now, we're gonna get a new Penguin episode, and that's not even like a 100% legit. Well, depending on what you're pick again. That's what's so great about these characters is like you can have these different interpretations, and it's great. And the Penguin is just freaking awesome. So all right, happy National Vodka Day. There you go. I got my big ass vodka bottle. But yeah, like I said, I just wanted to cheers, brother film junkie, for the whiskey that he gave me for my birthday, for the start of the show, and then of course my vodka mule. So happy National Vodka Day. Let's see. Salud. That's pretty funny. And yeah. All right, let's start bringing some peeps in here. And then we'll start breaking it down. We're going to start jumping into some spoilers. So, not right off the bat, but, you could say hi to some of the people that are going to be joining for sure. So, first off, we have, let's see, where is it? There we go. Scott! There he is.
What if I want to jump into spoilers right away? Come on, Dave. Don't hold me back. If my friends could see me now,
Man, I tell you, StreamYard hates you. You're already pixelating like right off the bat.
Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck this.
Hopefully it won't be one of those nights, but maybe this will be. We'll see. But yeah, go ahead and come back in. What the hell? In the meantime, we got Chris.
Worst movie ever.
Is it?
My best comic book guy impression.
There you go. You're better now. Yeah.
Did you realize that for Old Wounds for the animated, not once. Not once.
Yes. Until the very end, until like we were like, like at the very end, you froze up a little bit. And it was like, what the hell?
It was funny because I'd actually already hit the leave button from StreamYard, and I was waiting to leave. It was weird. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Hi, Scott. Amazing. How about you?
I feel like shit. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, What are you sipping on? Tea?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Some organic digestive tea. Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. Scott was not feeling too great, even like when we did the stream. So. Getting over something, it happens. But you still wanted to come on and talk a little Joker, which is great.
I think I actually did the math yesterday. I think there was a grand total of 4 hours in all of yesterday that I was in any position other than laying down. I was in bed, laying on my back for the entirety of yesterday. I went to work today. Made it through today, and I have taken at least 2 naps since I got home. So
there you go. So you're well rested, but still your body is like,
Yeah, I do this weird ass thing. It's like summer going into fall and then winter going into spring. Like when I think it's like when the pressure changes or something, I go through a week of just absolute hell. It's just not fun.
Yeah, it's me with migraines when that happens.
Oh.
You get migraines, huh?
Yeah, it weather changes. Just like why not?
That's the thing is like when the weather starts changing, that's when like everybody's bodies start going, what the hell? So
body just says, you thought you were doing well. We're just gonna 180 that.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
Chris, I'm so happy to see in your tweet that you saw Joker because I was like, Dave and I were talking. I didn't think you were going to get to see the movie, and now that you did, like, yay, you get to be part of the battle.
I was like, because when we were talking after the stream, I was like, we're just going to do a spoiler discussion. I don't know who's going to show up, whoever sees it. And then he's like, I was like, I think Chris will see it. And he was like, I don't know if Chris is going to see it. But then, when you posted that, I was
why did you doubt me, Scott? Why did you doubt me?
I don't know. Your life has been a little busy lately.
It's busy, but I did buy tickets a few weeks ago. And then I entered my theater and I was like, oh, this isn't good. I was like one of like 5 people.
Oh, in your theater?
Yeah, in my theater.
What's funny? What's funny is like in my
But I did
theater,
like it. Like my row, I like had it was like 5 seats on either side before there was someone there, so I like had space.
So you were spread out.
Yeah.
My theater was actually it was probably about 75% full. It was actually, and it was kind of funny. And I think this actually, and it always helps the theater going experience. There was a lady that was like 2 or 3 rows back who had a Joker laugh herself. So she was laughing at certain parts where it had just us and other people just laughing, even if like the whatever she was laughing at wasn't all that funny. It just helped that. So I think that also helped the theater experience. The theater experience helped that certain scenes, but it's just because she had her own little Joker laugh. It was kind of funny.
When you say Joker laugh, that could go one of 2 ways. That could go I'm with you, or I'm just gonna slowly.
I'm like, oh yeah, it's like, and then after a while, it's like she is now going fucking psycho. No. No, it was like it wasn't like a big huge laugh, but it was just like enough to just add to like the vibe, like especially like when you have some awkward moment that happens on screen. It just helped the vibe, I guess, but it was fun. It was fun.
Because I went to the fan first IMAX premiere on
Yeah.
Monday, and
Mr. Hoity-toity.
no, I just wanted to see it early to make sure I actually saw it, and it was like I said, it was a really decent crowd for a Monday night at 7:00, and I already have my tickets to go see it again tomorrow night, because I'm going to be honest. I'm just lodging my protest for this hyperbolic hate train that's been going on social media. I'm just like, you know what?
Fight the machine.
Just because of that, I'm going to go see it again. You're welcome.
Scott being spiteful? No.
Huh? Yeah, no, I know. And it was funny too, because that was one of the things Scott and I talked about, was the fact that it's like, he was curious to see like how I was going to react to it. Because he had already seen it, and he gave his little review of it too. And after we got done with Fanimated, and it was just like, yeah, I mean, I was kind of again like what I said when I was talking about it earlier. I was like halfway through, I'm like, I'm supposed to hate this movie right now. I'm like, I'm totally like engaged and like into this whole thing.
You gave me energy today, Dave, because when I woke up at 2:45 this morning and was eating my Cheerios, I saw your first react. I went to your webpage. I went to your channel. I was like, ooh, Dave's first reaction review. And I started playing. I was like, okay. I told Dave at the Fanimated that I was going to be very hesitantly watching his first reaction video, because I didn't know how he was going to feel about it. So there are my Cheerios. And then when I hear him go, to the people who hate this movie, fuck you. I went, okay, I'm in for this first reaction. Let's see how this one goes.
That was good. I did the same thing, but not at 2:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
So.
No, it was just one of those where I was like, anytime that when a movie starts, I'm like, all right, let's see where it goes, and and everything. But yeah, I just walked out and I was like, I just didn't understand the hate. I'm like, how is this getting? This is what are we doing here?
No, it's called when people's expectations aren't not met,
or when they just go into it already going, this is going to be a shit sandwich.
Then why watch it?
Yeah.
Well, but Chris, you had people with the first movie who shat on it relentlessly.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
But I know people who shat on it relentlessly and never saw it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but that's easy. Yeah, that's
happening now
that's
too.
Right, they shat on the very idea of its existence, and yet I know for a fact they hadn't seen it, and I was just like, I don't.
Social media, man.
And I just hit the mute button, and my life is so much better.
There you go.
This is how much I actually did enjoy this movie. I bought my first Lady Gaga album.
Oh, look at you!
I'm kind of surprised that is your first. And that's not a I'm just I would have thought Scott was had at least one or two by now.
No, by the Harley Quinn one now.
Yeah, this is the one that came. This was the exclusive from her online shop.
Okay.
So because I like this cover art better than the standard cover art, and the vinyl is white. There's a poster that came.
Well, I mean, she's laying on the bed with her underwear. That is. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't hurt. I'm not gonna lie, but it's I've listened to Lady Gaga songs, but I've actually just never bought a Lady Gaga album. But I knew she had a what I would consider more traditionally, great voice, especially that the Academy Awards when she did the Julie Andrews tribute and sang stuff from The Sound of Music, and we were all like, damn, that's like a classically trained, like amazing voice. And then for her to do this album, which is she takes the songs from the movie, but does it like a studio album. And I love these songs. Like these are my jams. This is what I listen to. So it was nice.
I mean, one of the things that we talk about is like, obviously the budget got really inflated for this, but I'm like, oh, that went to, well, the two leading actors, the director, and all the fucking song rights. It's like half the budget went to all of that.
Actually, it's really funny because I think some of the song rights, because a lot of the musicals that the songs came from had been adapted into Warner Brothers movies prior. So I think
Ooh,
I
so little.
I think
Okay.
they got around that a little bit.
Gotta love a good
Hey.
loophole.
There's nothing wrong with a good loophole.
But yeah, there was a. I know, of course, they still have to pay the song rights, but I'm sure. But it kind of helps when it's already like in your catalog. I'm sure that doesn't hurt any.
No,
So.
it definitely does not. And we got William joining right now.
What's up?
And
How you doing, man?
what's going on? You look a little pixely, or is your internet connection okay, or do you need to come back in? I know StreamYard is not kind to Scott, but I don't know.
Am I still pixelated?
Yeah, a little
Yeah.
bit. Maybe come back.
Let me come back.
Click the link again. Yeah, click the link again. In the meantime, we got Paul joining, and he's just a blank screen right now. What the heck is going on with StreamYard?
Paul, are you okay? Please let us know. Where are you? Nope, now he's gone.
Nope,
Oh
now
my.
he's back. Blink twice. We won't see you blink, but go ahead and blink twice. You know, it's
Freaking StreamYard is acting.
God.
Oh, there he is.
There you are.
Hey.
Hey.
I heard you guys entirely, and I just everything went blank, and it was
Yes.
just circle for a bit. So yeah,
You're
Sounds like
good now.
someone seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and then it went black.
man, if I died on the stream, that'd be weird.
in
Yes, it would be.
your white t-shirt. In your white t-shirt.
Yeah, I'm already ready to go. I'm just
Yes.
dressed in white, ready to. Yeah. Anyway, guys, how's life? How's everybody doing?
Oh, we're doing good.
Busy.
Can't complain.
All
Busy.
right, busy's good.
Busy's
I've been a
always-
pauper, a poet, a pawn, and a king. I've been up and down and over and out, but I know one thing.
See, as
All
you
right.
can see, Scott's in a very song and dancey kind of mood right now. You know,
It's a
Yeah.
Sinatra tune. Come on.
there you go.
That's very clever of you, Scott. How's that working out for you?
You know what? I'm a happy man. I'm not a miserable sack of shit. So you know what? It's working out just
Wow.
fine.
It's a good way to put it right there.
Yeah.
What's in that? What's in that?
It
cube?
could be a lot worse.
It could be a lot worse. You know what?
Yeah.
I just don't understand people who try. I have never understood people who want to be miserable for miserable's
Me
sake.
neither.
I
Yeah.
just don't get
Mm.
it. So
Did you
you
guys
know.
see my new lava lamp? Did you guys see that?
yes, I
good.
saw the new
Batman
lava lamp.
Yeah.
Yes,
Mhm.
I wish your birthday present for me would just fucking show up.
Yeah. Scott sent me a birthday present. I'm like, yeah, because I even said he was supposed to arrive yesterday, and I was like,
Yeah.
hopefully before I leave, and has not. But well,
I had
you're
a-
keeping track.
I had a friend in Brazil. She's still there, but I sent her a gift, and it was in Brazil customs for 2 months, and then just got sent back, and no
Oh, that
explanation, no nothing. But yeah, I guess Brazilian customs is.
And you're out the postage too, so you know.
Oh yeah, for sure, and it was
Mhm.
expensive. So
Yeah.
Good
Oh no,
stuff.
no! I love the fact that I paid for 2-day shipping to Dave, and of course, you know, it's not like they're going to refund
We're on
me
day
that-
5.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, and you know, they're not going to refund me or do anything. It's just like, oh no, at this point, I just want to actually arrive.
Yeah.
I just want at this point, I don't care when it shows up. I just want Dave to actually get what I sent him. That's all that matters.
Intact, not like
Yeah.
destroyed.
yeah,
Not
yes.
if you send it through the United States Postal Service, it'll probably get there eventually. If you send it through FedEx, it might be in the woods somewhere. I don't know.
No, don't worry. Don't worry.
We don't talk about FedEx here. FedEx
We don't
says
talk
not
about
a good
FedEx. No.
not good things.
Chris
All
and I actually have like shared memes about FedEx and various shipping things. Like it's
Yeah.
it's entire conversations that Chris and I have had. I did send it postal office. I'm kind of wishing I'd gone to the UPS store at this point. Not gonna lie.
It is what it is. But yes, I hope your package arrives regardless, Scott, and it's not in the woods somewhere. So
I hope not, because it's Dave's birthday present. So
Yeah.
No, they'll just kick in the wrong door and throw it in someone else's house.
I know, right? Jeez. How dare you?
Take your package.
All right, William's
oh,
back.
there he is.
Yeah.
That?
And you're
Better?
still a little pixely. You're still a little slow, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll make
Good internet today.
Yeah, I think it's not that bad now. You're not okay. You're good now. You're better now.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're better.
Yeah, it cleared up. You're good.
What's up?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
It will. I guess it will never not be 100 degrees here, but
I know.
So,
That I mean, that's the thing. It's like we were just talking about how when the weather changes, that's when like people get sick, and Scott's, getting over something right now. But at the same time, it's like you and me over here on the West Coast, we're like, yeah, weather's still fucking, hot as balls. So we're not wetting it. We for a minute there, we were like, oh, it dipped down for a little bit. Then it just was like, hey, guess what? Before fall comes, hey, another week of 100-degree heat. All right.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I'm hoping they don't postpone daylight savings ripoff rollback.
All right.
It's the highlight of my year.
Jeez, man.
Mm.
But yeah, hopefully we had what? It was 106 over here on Tuesday. Got to 106. I'm sure it got 116 where you're at.
And do people
it's
are
been hovering
curious
around
enough
104.
Oh, 104. Okay.
Bad, which is bad for October. That's not good.
Yeah.
and do people then come up to you and say hot enough for it? Don't you just want to smack them?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
People
If
don't
anybody
do that
says
to
that to
anymore.
me, yeah,
Yeah.
they realize that's the worst thing. I think that if anybody's gonna say that, it's probably gonna be tourists, right, William? They're gonna say like, not enough for you.
Nobody who lives here will say that.
Never gonna say that.
We're all going through it, and you might get hurt. You might.
I mean, I'll have like small talk. There'll be small talk with like some neighbors, like what the hell, and even like yesterday, because my dad came down the hill to watch the movie, and it's like one of the first things is like, Jesus Christ, what the hell is going on? But it's not hot enough for you. It's what the hell. It's just what the hell.
It's October.
Yeah, it's like we're in October. We're seeing, we're getting into Halloween. We're seeing this movie, and it should not be 100 degrees right now. And it's like, yeah.
Summer hasn't ended.
Yeah, it's just what happens. It's just what happens. Happens every year. But then when it finally happens, and then it gets to a point where I'm just like, oh shit, now it's all cloudy, rainy, and cold. Oh, and then I get depressed.
I'll take everything but the rain. The rain does property damage, but everything else I'll take.
Oh, that's right. You last year you had a little bit of that, right? You had some leaky. Yes,
a lot of that. I swore. Everybody tells me, oh, we needed it, and every time somebody that lives here in the desert tells me we need it, I want to grab them by their neck. I want to find one of these buckets of 5-gallon water that came through my roof, and I want to drown them in it and ask them, do you need some oxygen now? How about that?
William, do you have – I can't understand, like, your feelings on this. Paint a better picture.
Yeah. I'll show you the bill for the roof.
Can you be a little bit more literal?
The two ACs that shorted out during that hurricane.
God.
Oh, yeah, I remember you talking about that.
No more rain. I'm okay with the drought. Fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just want it to cool down and just be nice.
That's it. I just don't want to be,
that's the thing.
Is
Is like
Inferno and Gilligan's Island somewhere.
That's the thing. There's like a nice little sweet spot, especially before it gets into like winter. Spring and fall have their, on the West Coast. It's kind of there's like this little like, oh, it's 70 degrees, perfect. No rain, no nothing. It's just like right there. It's a nice little sweet spot that we get. And usually when it gets into the winter, it doesn't get that cold here. I mean, yeah, it'll be cold in the morning, but then it just gets up to like a 60 degrees and it's just really nice. And it's like, oh yeah. But then when we get like rainstorms coming in, we get that cold rain. Yeah. West Coast people, we're not ready. We're not built for that.
Vegas was not built for water of any kind. That's
no, I saw the videos for all the flooding that happened. Yeah.
No.
I'll get over it.
I'll get bottled water. I don't care where we get it from. I don't care about Hoover Dam. I don't care about Lake Mead. Don't care about any of that shit. Just fuck it.
Yeah. Stop with rain. But anyway, so we've all seen, of course, Joker. And let's go around the horn. Let's go around the horn. Let's give like some initial reviews before we start diving into this. Start with you, Chris, since you're right next to me. What's your initial review of Joker? Folie à deux. I say that right, Scott?
Yes, you did, actually.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
There you go.
I would say that both movies were slow. And what I liked about the first one that this one didn't measure up to was that the first one kept on getting deeper and deeper into the madness. And this one I felt very confined where the areas were in either the asylum and the courtroom. Now, the courtroom, I agree. That were some of the best sequences of the movie. but I thought the script overall was very messy.
Hmm.
And Lady Gaga, outstanding work, really was the shining point of this. Joaquin went back and forth with me on. This is one that I'm going to have to think about a lot. I don't know. Probably not going to see it again until it comes out on streaming. But it definitely, there are great highlights of this, but the low points are really low. And it didn't rise to the occasion that I thought it could have been. Now, I thought that the musical choices were good at points, but it almost became meme worthy at other points. It almost seemed like they were diving way too much into the idea of the musical but not musical, according to Todd Phillips. I'm still trying to figure that out. So,
Okay.
I don't know. I think they didn't capture lightning in a bottle for me, and I will probably it just, like I said, I think it didn't keep the pace going. It just kept on like, where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going with this? So it was okay. My initial review, it was okay. It definitely is not. It's not even. Again, like you said, we have Madam Web.
Yeah.
When it comes to worst movies of the year, yeah. And
Very
people
true.
are saying that it's so like that. Scott.
I enjoyed it, but I love the first one. This does not rise to the occasion of the first one. I agree, and my review and rating reflect as such. But I also love musicals, so I'm someone who, I'm more predisposed to parts of this movie that other people are reacting very negatively against. So for me, I'm looking at their song choices and the way that they are used in this film. There are some deep cuts. I ain't gonna lie.
You're right.
For the songs in this movie. But what I said in my Letterboxd review, and I'll say it now here, is while the first one took heavy inspiration from Taxi Driver, I felt like the second one took heavy inspiration from the movie version of Chicago, because I felt like because I felt in two ways. One, some of the commentary that was being made in this film, the idea of the media circus as entertainment, was definitely a theme that was in Chicago, and then I thought was reflected here, and also the way the songs were used. Because go back, if you haven't watched Chicago in a while, the way they got away with doing the musical numbers in that movie was, it was Roxy. It was in Roxy's head.
Yeah.
All the songs were in Roxy's head. It was her perception. It was her POV of the characters. She was processing the world around her as vaudeville routines. Like, that's how they adapted it from the stage show that is a vaudeville routine into the movie. And so I saw that in this movie, because none of the song and dance numbers are actually happening.
Yeah.
I wonder, and I had the same question that you did, Chris, when Todd Phillips said it's a musical but not a musical, because I was watching it going, no, this is a fucking musical.
Yeah.
This is a fucking musical. And I wondered if that's what he meant. It's like, because they're busting out the song, but they're not really busting out into song. I wonder if that was his definition of not a musical.
Yeah.
But once again, I saw what you did there. Like, I get what was going on there. So I thought it was creepy and interesting how Hidor's score would almost counter melody or would almost be dissonant with the song being sung in a way that made you feel like something was off, or made the music very uneasy. So I was looking at that as like an interesting choice being done, and kept that tone of the first movie, because that score from it's an Academy Award winning score from the first movie. Yeah, the cello, lots of cello. I was glad that even with the musical numbers, that her score was, still very present in this second film. And there is, since we're not quite into spoilers yet, but Dave, because I kind of prepped you for it, I wondered if you caught the Easter eggs I was talking about at the beginning of the movie. And then, like I said, I was talking about the ending, because the ending had me spinning theories. So,
Oh yeah, there's definitely theories. For
but like I
the
said, I want to go see it again. Like
Yeah.
it's a movie that, while I was watching it, I was like, okay, so what are we doing here? Like I was,
Yeah.
I never really I never really just felt comfortable and settled into the movie, but I'm also okay with not being comfortable and settling in during a movie as well. And it was a musical and I enjoyed it. So that's where I landed on it.
There you go. I like it. William.
I thought it was all right. I mean, it wasn't a bad movie by any means. I gave it out of 10. I gave it a 6. I could upgrade that easily. On a technical basis, it's a brilliant movie. There's the setting, everything else.
So beautifully shot. No.
Yeah, they
Lots of
did.
good cinematography.
Yeah, everything else that they did during the first one, they excelled at in this one. I didn't like the direction that they took with the story. And when I was sitting in the middle of the first one, because I knew there was going to be a sequel before I finished the first one, because they had laid out so much groundwork of story to expand on and go forward with. The problem I had here is that they didn't go forward. They basically stayed within the same wheelhouse that I already explored in the first movie. And it wasn't done bad. And when people say this is a bad movie and the worst movie of the year and these stupid scores, that tells me they haven't been out of the house in a while, or they haven't seen some of these other movies that have been out. We read off a list last night of worst movies, and this doesn't even get. This is a good movie. It's a solid movie. I just didn't like. I just saw a lot left on the table. The music didn't mean anything to me as far as dictating the story, and sometimes where the intensity. The difference between the first one and this one is the creeping intensity. It climbs, it escalates with each thing he goes through. There's no escalation here except for the courtroom scene. And then sometimes where there is escalation, the music actually breaks it up for me. It kills that momentum. No bad aspects. It's just not what I was hoping for when it comes. They made the movie that they made, but I thought it could have been a much stronger movie. Joaquin Phoenix makes me believe that he's his character. So everybody who did their performances did an excellent job. It's just I didn't like where it went, and I just thought it was basically a lot of exploration that I'd already done back in 2019. But as far as being worst movie of the year and all that, that's the problem with these ratings. People just can't give their honest opinion sometimes. They got to make a scene. They got to set the room on fire so everybody can look and click. So
gotta get them clicks.
Yeah, solid movie. Not a bad movie at all. I just would have. I just when I left, I was left wanting. I'm like, I really wish they would have gone in a different direction with this.
And William, and William, to your point though, I think they're because you're saying they had to make a performance out of this. So many people just uncomfortable with saying meh. Like you can be, or you can be mixed on it. Right. Chris, you were that way. And I think, and I feel like because that's not going to be interesting enough, everyone's got to go like to one extreme or the other. And
yeah, it's I hate that that's the whole thing that's happening now, where it's like now and then of course I see like people going like, oh yeah, like Todd Phillips wanted to say fuck you to fans. I'm like, he didn't say that. A journalist said that when they watched the movie. They said it was a fuck you to fans. Todd Phillips didn't say that, but I started seeing that also around there too. And I'm
like it that people feel assaulted by like something to say I didn't like it. That's okay not to like it, but
yeah, you didn't like the interpretation of a character that's been around for 80 years.
That apparently DC Studios wants nothing to do with.
Oh yeah, well yeah, there's that whole thing too, and it's just like it's not under the DC Studios brand. That's why. A certain spiky haired glasses guy ain't talking about it all that much. So, but anyways, Paul, give your initial review of it.
Yeah, sorry, I had to move around and stuff. I had to plug directly into the router because late nights here they like to. Yeah. Anyway, I got most of Scott's thing, and I got Williams as well as Chris's. So I mean, I pretty much agree. I don't think it's the worst thing ever. I think it's an okay movie because I feel that I have mixed emotions because there's a lot of interesting things about it, but honestly, it's I wanted it to end with a bang, and it ended sort of with a whimper. And it's hard to judge with Todd Phillips how much of that is intentional, because I look at it from how I view it as just as a movie, and then I look at it how I view it as a guy that knows a little bit more behind the scenes in terms of like how, because initially Joker came out, I think people expected it to kind of do, like okay numbers and everything, and it just became this phenomenon. I mean, and that's the thing, Warner Brothers. It's pretty decently documented that Warner Brothers pretty much wanted that movie. They were trying to like basically kill the project. So much so that Todd Phillips took a pay cut. He took more on the back end, and the movie, made money for everybody except Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
And on top of the fact that it made
500 million less that they took home because of their management.
Yes.
And
Good job, Emmerich and Hamada and all. Anyways.
oh yeah. And it's well known that, like, I mean, obviously it made over $1 billion. So any studio anywhere, whether they made money from it or not, would want to make a sequel. So I think Todd was put in a position that, he probably didn't want to do the movie to begin with. And they tried to work. I mean, I personally feel that the movie could have done more with the Harley Quinn character. Instead, the movie to me, I mean, looking at reviews and looking at my feeling, how I felt about it after I left the theater. I mean, here's the thing. It was, you could call it a semi-realistic ending, I guess, in terms of where it ends essentially and like where things go. But for me personally, in my experience, now granted, I'm watching on a very, immersed giant IMAX screen, so that probably helps for sure. But I felt pretty absorbed into the movie for pretty much the whole way through, pacing and everything else aside. Like I was invested. I wanted to see like what Arthur would do in this new stage of his life and everything, and how Harley Quinn affects him. And like, because you have the Elseworlds type of idea with this movie, there's a lot of potential of where things go, what's different. Like, they try to keep the psychology angle in there somewhat in terms of her background and whatnot, but it's not Harley Quinn as we know from the books. So they try to work around that aspect. Personally, I'm very mixed too on the musical aspect, because I overall did not mind it. It didn't bother me, I think, how it did some other people. So much to the point like where some people thought of it as more of a joke, but I personally was engaged in that idea of where he's trying to talk to her at the very end and she's still singing. And he's like, please stop singing. Like, because he's trying to break through and have this intimate conversation, which just isn't going to happen, basically. So I was like, okay, maybe that kind of came back around, basically. But more to the point, it ends with a whimper, and I feel it's intentional on Todd Phillips' part. I think essentially the first Joker movie was meant to be this film, which is about this guy falls apart as a human being. He's abandoned by society, essentially, and he becomes a monster. And it simultaneously kind of, though, also became this like standing soapbox for people who felt abandoned by society or felt, and then you have the whole dynamic of this incel type of, argument back and forth and everything. And so this movie kind of feels like a counterpoint to that, to say that no, Arthur is a loser, and Arthur is pathetic, and Arthur, like the concept of Joker would not survive in the real world. Like he wouldn't make it past a couple years of coming into existence, basically, too. Mm-hmm. So I mean, it feels, I get why some fans definitely hate the movie, because as a character it feels like they pulled back from Arthur, or they dismantled him, basically.
They got rid of a number of mystery points. I mean, that they could have left out there hanging too.
Yeah, I think also too, Todd Phillips as a director and as a creative just doesn't want to be involved with DC or Warner Brothers probably at this point, or at least in terms of the DC universe. I think he wanted to just wrap it up and end it. Like, he didn't want to make a sequel, and so this is the best thing that he could, I guess, basically do. I went in, my expectations going into the film were that basically the dynamic was going to be different with him and Harley, in the sense of and it's kind of there, where she basically is infatuated with him, but she uses him for her own fame and her own like grandiose type thing. But I thought, being true to like Joker would respond to that, and you kind of see that in like the Joker and Harley illusion that he he does and everything, and just how he sees her basically. And then so there's like I said, the movie does a lot of creative and interesting things, but people do make the same point. It could have just been the last scene with Arthur getting up out of a chair, and like what happens to him at the end of that film, and that could have just been the film, because he basically starts and ends at the same exact place in the beginning of the beginning and the end of the movie.
They needed to get out of the prison. They needed to get out of the asylum. They needed to get out into the streets, see where they were building at. And every time I hear somebody, well, this doesn't need a sequel, and I'm like, okay, whatever. If you have a story to tell, continue to tell a story. They needed to, if he didn't want to be involved in it, that's fine. But you could. There are other top tier directors that are out there that can. There are places you can tell when you need a sequel, when you are laying the groundwork that you cannot complete in the movie I'm sitting. And there's more to that. There was more to the evolution of him just losing his mind. That's the beginning of it. They could have once they made the decision to keep it within a certain thing, it started to decompose the character in a way that it wasn't as entertaining as it could be. Still entertaining, but like I said, it's like you left a lot on the table by not getting him out there, not getting him in a criminal element, not getting him people, law enforcement foes that were not just prison guards, people that he had to outthink. We know he's crazy, but we also know there's a brilliance there that we never got to see. And what I think.
But I would also say, when people say Arthur didn't have an arc, I would argue. But the interesting thing was that by the end of that movie, when he says there is no Joker, it's just me. It's almost like he's accepting the personal responsibility for, because the whole movie is lawyers trying to make him, dissociative identity disorder, and how Joker's this other personality, and how everyone wants Joker and no one wants Arthur.
Yeah.
But see, they could have applied that somewhere else, though. They applied it in a tapestry that didn't really mean as much as it could have if now you have other people from outside points of view trying to stop this guy or trying to figure this guy out, instead of just keeping it in this confined environment where people are just trying to analyze him and figure things out like that. He needed to be out there. He needed to be out, causing mayhem, causing others to cause mayhem. I think the thing that they touched on in the first movie, and that they kind of played around with this movie, is the effect he had on society, the people who feel left behind like him. They did not exploit that enough, in my opinion. What they gave was good.
They get close. They get close with that card.
Well, that's been something. Even they could have really, with that the interview at that point. That's where they really could have expanded outward, see that interview go out, to your point, William, the idea of society. And even if they could have, again, I'm not trying to say that it's his movie, he did what he wanted to do with it, but it would have been interesting in the sense of move the breakout to more of a midpoint and see exactly he's on the loose. What is he doing? How is this affecting Gotham at that point, now that he's escaped and gone on the loose? We got a little preview of that, but it didn't go anywhere.
The biggest issue, in my opinion, and I'm not saying this is a criticism towards Todd Phillips, I'm saying it as kind of a positive, but it works against him in this movie, is why, at least I think Joker 1 was more of a success, is that, and I think even Tarantino talked about this at one point. Him, he doesn't really watch comic movies, but he's seen Joker, which tells you a lot. But basically in Joker 1, the madness gets more and more. The building tension grows more and more. And Todd Phillips, whether he intended it or not, he makes you sympathize with Arthur, so that when he becomes Joker, again, you're not condoning his violence. You're not on board with all of it. It's kind of like I guess it's kind of like in like a Fight Club mentality, I guess you could call it that. Where Tyler Durden is not necessarily the best thing for the narrator, but Tyler has a lot of things that he says that you can kind of agree with, like how good villains basically do. And the same is true of Joker when he's talking to Murray at the end of the movie and talking about his situation, how he feels and everything. And then of course he blows his head off. And then, then the whole movie goes into chaos, but it builds to that gunshot. Yeah. I remember watching that in the theater, and when the gunshot happened and they committed to it, I was surprised. I was thrown back. I was like, wow, they really fucking did it, and the rest of the movie is just a crescendo. In this movie, you've got like the explosion that happens at the end and everything, but it's not a bang. It ends with a whimper, and I think people. The thing is like Todd Phillips did such a good job in 2. Again, whether he meant to or not, he builds this this tension with Arthur again, and you have like when the people are singing and dancing and kind of rioting a little bit in Arkham, and the guards start to get pissed off and they start to do those things. Like I was anticipating like, okay, maybe he's wrestling with the Joker persona, and once he does the thing and the guards bring him back and they beat him up and then they kill his other friend, basically, I thought the next act was going to be like Joker goes like takes over entirely because Arthur realizes that he can't do the thing. Instead it goes the opposite direction, so it kind of worked against him. I mean, but again, like I said, I think Todd might have just been intentionally just trying to like wrap it up and just trying to end it and just move on, basically. And that might have been the case. Would I have loved the ending where he embraces the full-on Joker persona? Him and Harley go off into the Gotham sunset while they're setting the town on fire. That would have been intriguing, or at least I think it would have been a more interesting and built up toward ending. But instead, they don't do that. So yeah, but like. At the same time, I do find the ending as it is kind of more realistic in the sense of like how Joker would exist in the real world. So I kind of go back and forth.
Well, it's kind of like, he is a loser. I mean, the girl only wants him because of the Joker persona.
Right.
When he doesn't fully embrace that, she like pieces out.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's left gutted, bleeding out on the asylum floor. I don't. That ending isn't like horrible to me. Like it works for me. It works for this character's going to die this way because this
it's actually pretty satisfying in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean it's again,
if you're on board with that, the guy who killed him actually becomes a joke.
We'll get to that. That's a whole like thing that.
I didn't know you had levels to this. I'm sorry.
I understand. We'll get to that point because that is a pretty specific, like, whoa, because it's controversial. But we'll get to that point. No, but I'm just saying, like, I get what you guys are saying. Like, when it comes to, I mean, it is kind of, I mean, it's interesting with the Arthur character, like the fact that it's like, he would, and that's the thing. It's like I wish I would have watched the first Joker again, just to like lead into it more, like just to have like more of like what happened in that first movie in my mind as I was watching this, even though I mean it probably would have helped more, but even though like again, like I'm watching this movie going, I'm supposed to hate this, I'm like this still feels very much in the vein of the first one with the score, with the cinematography, with the performances and everything. And then, the musical aspect. I mean, I what I liked about the musical aspect is the fact that it wasn't just like bang in your face at first. It led you into it. And it was funny too, because like I said, I said it on Film Junkie Live. I'm like, my dad's coming down for this. I don't think he knows this. And my nephew was also there too. And it was just like one of those things, like, and even afterwards, I was like, I didn't know it was going to be that musical. I was like, and I told my dad, we were at dinner, and I'm like, just to let you know, did you watch the trailer? he was like, yeah, I watched one of the trailers. I'm like, just to let you know, there's a musical element to this. And he kind of looked at me like, huh? And then I was like, hey, Dad, I watched Damn Yankees with you so many times. I know that was mainly my mom, but you were there too when I was a kid. Yeah. So it was just like, so we joked about that and stuff like that. But and then when the first, when he's in Arkham and he starts doing like the first, like, it's not like crazy. It's just Arthur just kind of like leading into like the whole thing when he's watching the TV. What did you guys think about the whole like Looney Tunes like opening with the whole shadow? I thought that was great.
I love that, and it had. So, Dave, did you see the Easter egg I talked about?
No. What Easter egg were you talking about? Yeah. Tell me.
In the cartoon opening.
Yeah.
After he and his shadow leave the dressing room, and he's walking down the hallway, there's movie posters on the wall.
Okay.
It's all the movie musicals that the songs are from.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's
The
cool.
one that I caught was just like you see Murray, on with like
in
blood
the
on it.
dressing room. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the
But
only
yeah,
poster I really
But
caught.
when he opens the door, the first one that you see is Sweet Charity. That's what If My Friends Could See Me Now is from. And there's The Bandwagon with Fred Astaire, which is the movie they're watching when they when they light on fire. That's the movie musical That's Entertainment comes from.
Gotcha.
You see Pal Joey. That's Bewitched, Bothered, and Bewildered. Yeah, all the movie posters in the hallway in the animated sequence are like that's where the songs come from.
Okay.
Yeah. See, there's effort here. That's my biggest thing is like that's why I can't hate the movie. I know that there's a certain amount of care put into this. I just feel that the decisions are intentional. Look, here's the thing, right? So like one of the reasons why I found Joker 1 really satisfying is that for the most part, like Arthur or the Joker, or however you want to phrase it, he gets his revenge pretty much on everybody that essentially spites him within the purpose of that movie. Like he kills his mom, he kills his work friend Randall, he kills Murray, like he kills those guys in the subway. Like there is some kind of and like I said, it's more of how Todd builds these things and makes you like kind of root for Arthur in a way, but like it's like a relief basically. And I got to be honest with you, like they did a really good job at the first half of the movie building up these guards as real bullies.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, I can't say enough about, and I know his fucking name and it's driving me crazy. I'll just call him Mad Eye Moody for right now, but I love that fucking actor because I've seen him in Bruges and Banshees.
What's his name? Scott. I know you know. Scott?
If I remember correctly, it's Brendan Fletcher, I think is his.
Brendan Gleeson.
Brendan Gleeson.
Gleeson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Gleeson. Yes.
He's fantastic as like the head guard essentially. He's not like a level
and the Banshees of Inisherin and
oh dude,
yes,
amazing movie,
phenomenal actor,
phenomenal. And I mean he's not at the level of like a Clancy Brown in Shawshank, but he's a bastard. Like I'm rooting for Arthur to just snap on him at any point in the movie. Just certain things, the way he treats him, the way the other guards treat him. Like I'm waiting. Like they built it up with him getting excited when he's coming back from his trial and stuff like that, and then there's the other inmates are getting kind of riley. Like Todd is building this momentum, and then it doesn't go anywhere. And like that's I think kind of and again I think it's an intentional choice, but I think whether regular audiences or these fans who want just Joker, like it's the subverting expectations, and you got to be very careful with subverting expectations because it can go one of two ways. You can either have a Infinity War, which completely used that idea very well, and then you can have a more controversial film like The Last Jedi, which a lot of people would argue did not use that very well. And I don't know, this falls somewhere in the middle for me, at least. Like it's there's good stuff in here. There's good ideas. There's like you said, I didn't even catch the movie posters, and I wasn't even looking at that. I had heard rumors that it started off as a cartoon, and I was like, okay, they really committed to this, and they did this whole thing, and then of course it pays off later because they're talking about the whole different identities and stuff like that. So, but again, I'm going to be seeing it again tomorrow with some friends, and I want to see if certain things do play better or not. I feel like a lot of people who have also watched it are not going to go see it again, so I'm wondering if things do play better. Sorry.
That's good. No, that's good that you're seeing. I love that because I love doing that too. Like when I see something, I mean, obviously I'm always like seeing it opening night and whatever. But then when I go see it if I see it opening night by myself and then I see it with friends, it's always cool to see it with, friends. Like, I mean, obviously I had a little group with me yesterday, so I was just, not really even thinking about that, even though it was kind of funny because my dad was like, he turned to me, he's like, who's she supposed to be? I was like, remember Harley Quinn in the animated series, Dad? He's like, oh, okay, yeah. And I was like, I love that. It was a moment that it was like, yeah, oh yeah, she's like Harley Quinn. Remember, like she got introduced. Yeah, we used to watch. Yeah.
I think one thing I liked about Harley was the switch, like seeing how she wasn't who she said she was.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
I really appreciated that kind of twist in how it was just little hints of it. And then when Arthur finally hears the truth, and the fact that he actually believes his lawyer entirely was a little surprising in that sense. But when he starts questioning her, but he still won't, like, it wasn't enough to get rid of her, but it was enough to start shaking his perception of reality.
Well, he was in love, and it's kind of funny too, because one of the first the first image we got from Todd Phillips that he posted was them shaving Arthur, which we see that scene and that whole opening when we see him in Arkham and everything, and it's beautiful. There's even some one shots in here that I thought were really cool, but then of course, like with the first shot that we see of both of them, it's like, oh, when you see the scene that actually is, it's like, oh, what's happening in that scene?
Real quick, and they do this all the time in trailers where they have something in the trailer that's not in the movie. Did you guys catch?
There's many things actually.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
We
the
should sue them.
Seriously, right? The one thing that's going around is them.
See how well that works out.
Them on the court steps doing the Joker dance at the same
Yeah, and she's
time.
pregnant.
Nope. Yeah, nowhere in the fucking movie.
Nowhere in the movie. And then there's also her like fully as
Boycott
the Harley Quinn thing where she's in the elevator. You see her in the elevator at one point, but she's not with the shorter hair and the makeup.
Right.
It's like, okay, that wasn't in there either.
Director's cut. There you
go. Release the Phillips cut. Are we doing this? It's all
release the Harley Prego cut.
Yeah,
See,
right.
The irony of all this, though, is that honestly, the closest comic interpretation of the Harley origin is probably in the Ayer cut, if we're being quite honest.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But I thought it was cool that like when it's revealed. I mean, obviously, when we get introduced to Harley, and I like the fact that it's like, okay, yeah, she's like in this part of Arkham where they do a sing along thing, and it's like, okay, and they're gonna, put Arthur in there, and that's gonna help them, and they're gonna do all that, and that adds to the whole aspect of it, and then we find out that Harley herself is like, and I think this was actually theorized. Somebody said it or something like that, and I might even like. Read it and I was like, oh, I wonder if like, is she actually crazy or is she just in there for, reasons? And sure enough, she's in there for just because she's an obsessed fan of Arthur.
Yeah.
She's just like, oh, I like what you did. I'm, my dad's like, a psychiatrist. I'm getting into that field, but I'm kind of a little cuckoo myself. I thought what you did was cool and I like you. So I'm just going to voluntarily go in here and try to meet you, which, I mean, again, it's a different take and I appreciated it, to be honest.
And once again, I still think there was some commentary there about how this Harley, she just wanted the facade.
Yeah.
She wanted the persona. She didn't want the person.
Yeah, especially you get that at the end when they meet on the stairs.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. It's the same idea of like if you guys ever read, the old Spider-Man comics and stuff, like when they made Black Cat a love interest. She was in love with Spider-Man. She wasn't in love with Peter Parker. She actually gets like disgusted when she sees
vomits on him.
Spider-Man is just a regular guy. Well, no, that's
in the Ultimate, but that was the best reaction.
But no, she vomits on him in the Ultimate because in the Ultimate comics, she's like 18, 19, and he's like 14 still. So she's like, "Oh, I was in love with a child," and that's why she throws up. I
know, yeah.
I think in the main comics, she just freaks out, and she's like, "Get out of here," or something like that. Just, I don't know. I think that's hilarious. I find that almost as funny. But yeah, the same general idea. She's in love with the persona of Joker. She's not in love with Arthur.
The idea of him.
The idea.
Right.
Yeah, because even in that scene where they, do that, it's almost like it's awkward. It's a little awkward, It's
and
not,
he finishes very quickly.
Well, of course,
he's so proud of himself.
Yeah,
and he's so proud of himself. Like that's the thing is that if there really were people who took the first Joker movie and held Arthur up like he was some kind of hero,
yeah,
which you shouldn't have. Like, that wasn't the message in the first movie, people.
No.
Yeah. Well, that's and that.
and-
Sorry, go on.
And
We have
this
other
movie-
questions for you then at that point.
Yes, exactly. But then I would say, I personally, like, to Paul, to your point, I enjoyed the subversive nature of, no, we're going to break this man down piece by piece for you to see the pathetic loser he actually is.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is too with Joker 1 is, like, you know, the idea was that, you know, it's that he became this monster and everything, but because he was poor, because he was a loser, because he got this celebrity status, like, yeah, I can understand why certain fans found that engaging, or found this, like, you know, this idealized version of this. And again, because of, I mean, look, if you watch first movie, there is also this stance too. Like, they don't really say it openly, but, like, his stance kind of against the Waynes, against, like, the rich and the powerful, and the fact that he's, like, in the slums, you know. So, like, it did become whether Todd intended to or not, like, it did become kind of a message of, like, fighting the power basically, and, like, everything's a joke, so may as well go, you know. So, but yeah, I understand the idea in 2 to really break Arthur down, and to make a point that he's, you know, he's just a very sad, deranged man that, like, got abandoned by the system and it broke him basically, you know. And I get why Todd wanted to do that. That being said, it's like, I go back and forth, because on one hand, like, I understand why Todd Phillips did what he did with the movie in terms of the story, and like, where eventually, you know, Arthur ends up, and, like, what Arthur chooses to do, and the idea of celebrity and everything else. It does tie a lot back into the first one. On the other hand, you have to argue, like, again, I'm talking more just general audience, like, how people view the movie. Is it entertaining? Like, is it what we came to see a Joker movie for? So that's like where the discussion really comes from. Because don't get me wrong, I think it worked and was more realistic. But would I have loved to have seen him go completely insane again and just become, you know, embrace Joker, and then just, like, you know,
well, but that's
go
an
nuts?
interesting
I
thing,
don't know.
because you're arguing what maybe not you Paul would want, but this is where I always get very careful of this is the movie the filmmaker wanted to make,
Right,
versus this is the movie I wanted it to be. And I just, and I'm not, and Paul, I'm not wagging my finger at you and saying that's what you're doing, but I'm just saying, like, but you're bringing up a discussion that I feel like that's where a lot of film, I'm going to use air quotes here, criticism or reactions to films have gone in the last 10, 15 years, is you didn't make the movie I wanted you to make, so it's bad. And instead of evaluating it based on the movie that was made, and if you don't like it, cool, you don't like it, but I guess like it for better reasons than you didn't make the movie I wanted you to make.
And that's kind of when I said, like, I thought it would have been an interesting choice, maybe when I said, like, the explosion happens midpoint and seeing him go out, that would have been an interesting choice. Not necessarily what I wanted him to do, but I thought that would be an interesting take to do. But I think you were getting at a point, Paul, in the sense of where Arthur is throughout the movie, in the sense of the wrestling with what persona. Like, you think he's leaning into one thing, but he never fully takes control of the prison. Yeah. Like, there are others that try to almost boost him up to get him to that point, but he never does it. It's like he relishes in the attention, but he's never controlling the situation. Maybe outside of, like, when he's sitting on the bench and the guard's like, get off my bench. I think that's one of the more things that he is kind of in control, but never does he appear to be powerful.
Yeah. He gets like it gets to the point where it's like
celebrity.
And to the point where it's like, anytime that he wants to get a cigarette, it's like, hey, tell a joke, Arthur. And then they reward him with a cigarette kind of thing. And see, I mean, obviously the guards are looking at him as some fucking kind of hey, let's do a trick.
He's a dancing monkey.
Dancing monkey.
Exactly.
There you go. He's a
Yep.
dancing monkey to them. But then, of course, as it progresses, and then, of course, when it gets to that point, Chris, where they're sitting on the bench, it's like he starts getting some more, like, okay, he's getting a little bit more courage. I mean, it feels like this movie is just like really trying to be like, hey, go, come on, Arthur.
Push it.
This is all you. Look what you did. But he doesn't. He's not comfortable with it. And yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, because there could be. I mean, basically, Arthur at the end of the first Joker got essentially what he wanted to get, but he just didn't know how to just be that. So he's struggling with it here. And then, of course, he has this super fan who is a not bad looking lady, who is like totally just like, hey, let's do all this. And he falls in love with her. And it's just, I don't know. It's just like, he just can't seem to just live up to what he always wanted. I mean, and I think that's where a lot of people have the problem with it, because when he got to that where he was at the end of the first Joker, it was like, look at that. He became the Joker. But then we get to this story. It's like, again, and this is what I tell those people who are just like so upset with this movie. It's like, you got to realize, I mean, again, like what Scott said, like Arthur is a loser. And he just, and yeah, even though he got lifted up in the first one, now we're we could just be like, and everybody lived happily ever after. But here we are with the sequel, and then we got Todd Phillips going, well, okay, yeah, he might have got to the point where he wanted to get to, but can he hold on to it? And I think that's what this movie really kind of shows.
And there is one point where he does get to that. There is one point where he fires the lawyer.
Yes.
He gets in full getup, and that is the most powerful we see Arthur.
Yes,
but it is very short-lived.
It's short-lived because he just can't.
Because he doesn't know how to. He doesn't know how to do it.
When he talks to Puddles,
yep,
that's where he breaks down. Because, and I think that's like that scene when the little guy, Puddles. I forgot his first name. What's his first name?
Gary, I think.
Something like that. Puddle, but I know Puddles like a very recognizable last name. When he gets up on the stand, and
he breaks Arthur down.
He breaks Arthur down because obviously this is a little person who, and obviously when it came to the first one and when it came to that scene, which was very intense, where he kills that other dude, the bigger dude in the apartment. And then of course he just goes like, you were always nice to me. And he gives him like a little kiss on the head and everything. And it's just, that whole scene really just, to me, was like, because this is somebody who, Arthur didn't have like he's a fully grown person, but he just like got dealt a really bad hand when it came to mental illness and all this stuff. So you got like this somebody who has to struggle through life because of their physical, how they have to deal through life because of how they are physically. And of course he never made, but when it came to the exchange with her, that really fucked Arthur up when he was like, I'm going to get into the Joker persona and be that confident guy again. But then when talking to him and saying like, you were the only guy that didn't make fun of me and all this stuff, you see Arthur just start breaking down. Like Joker starts breaking down and Arthur is just like, oh shit. Like this, I mean, you see a human being, I guess you could say, in there. It's not a monster. Like he's trying to put the monster forward because he's like, oh, this is what I got to do. But as soon as like Puddles starts saying that kind of stuff, he just starts going like, fuck, man, what am I doing? Like, this is not right, and we're trying to pass this off. Like I have this other persona, like my lawyer, obviously she was trying to do that. And it was like, and that's where he starts breaking down. And then of course we get that scene where he just basically goes, yeah, this is not me kind of thing. And I mean, that was like a pretty crucial moment in this story.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's like I said, I should preface, Scott, you made a good point about, critics and criticism in general. And I want to state for the record, I'm talking about just a base audience. I'm talking about expectations of certain fans. I personally, like I said, I'm sort of mixed. And again, I've learned a long time ago to one, deal with constructive criticism and try to just deal it out as best I can. And if a movie is not for me, I just say it's not for me, or it didn't work for me personally, or give me like what I wanted. Now,
Not your tempo.
Not my tempo. Yes.
Exactly. Not my tempo. But like I said, with Joker 2, I'm just more mixed on my feelings on like what I really wanted from the film. Because for what it is, I think it was realistic, and I think it went to a like I said, the Gary Puddle scene is the turning point.
Yeah.
That and him getting the consequences from the guards when he gets back to Arkham. Like that pretty much shuffles the rest of the third act going forward and like where everything goes. Now, yeah, I mean, there could have been an alternate thing where, you know, he embraces this, but instead he realizes he embraces the Arthur, like him being Arthur more so, because he can't, as you guys, or Chris, you were saying earlier, like he can't keep it up. He can't keep up.
Yeah.
Yeah. In many ways in this film, he can't get it up. So,
Oh, jeez. But yeah.
Zing. Boing, boing. Okay. No, but I mean that's I think that's what a lot of people missed, is the fact, because everybody is just like, oh, he needs to be the real Joker, but it's like,
Yeah.
no, he like created this persona and didn't know how to keep it up, didn't know how to handle the fame.
That's where they lost me. That's where they lost me.
Why?
Because the psychosis that he was going under from that he was going through in the first movie was not something that they developed in the precedent of going back from. There was, for me, and I'm going by Todd Phillips' rules. I'm not going by no longer my expectation. I'm going by the rules that Todd Phillips set throughout the movie and for most of the second movie, is that there are points of no return that make this character what it is. And once you start relenting from that, that's where it sort of didn't lose me as in, oh, this movie sucked, but it lost me as in, okay, I don't think this was consistent with what was built. He was off his meds. He was losing his mind, and he was relating to losing his mind. He was embracing the loss of his mind because he's the reasoning of it and the reasoning for why. You know, he was a guy who fell through the cracks, fuck everything else, and he was going through the mental instability. To me, the escalation of that was a one-way street. But hey, like I said, he made the movie he made. This is not a bad movie. And I think when I put out my review, I got some responses like, you hated it. No, I didn't hate the movie. Listen, it's a good, there's two things, there can be two truths. I don't agree with where it went, and I think where it went hampered the movie. But if you can't watch this movie and not put it in the upper tier, in my opinion. He made some decisions, but other than that, like there's a lot of movies I watch where, like I said, what's his face? Us and Nope, Jordan Peele. Jordan Peele, for me, is a guy who gets me to the end zone, but has yet to get me in because he fucks up the ends of his movies. But they're still good movies.
That's what's you know, it's always funny when it comes to stuff like this, is like the endings are like the hardest things to nail.
Not easy.
You know, yeah,
especially with as many moving parts as he's got, trying to literally deal with a man going through psychosis. And like how do you deal with a satisfying ending and land the ship?
Yeah, there is the thing with what Williams says though too. Just talking about the first movie and into this one, there is the idea, or I think there was a theory with fans, is that basically he's not even so much a simpleton. And again, this is true in some of the books or some Elseworld stories, that like the medication dulls him. So it's like if he's not on the medication, he becomes like, he goes insane, but his brain and everything else starts working at a higher level maybe. So maybe like, again, there's that aspect. And I can see what William maybe wanted to see more of that. And like I said, it's just more of like decisions on the filmmaker's part. My only question, and I'm talking less so on a critical level and more just on a practical or a studio level, how much of it is Todd Phillips wanting to just make a statement about, you know, this Joker universe that he's created, or how much of it is him just kind of flipping those particular fans off, and maybe even the studio to a degree, because he probably didn't want to make the movie in the first place. So it's hard to judge how much of it is like trolling. I mean, do you guys know the story behind? I know it's going off kilter here, but do you guys know the story of Gremlins 2?
I haven't really heard of it. Talk about it.
Okay, so Joe Dante basically made Gremlins for Steven Spielberg, and it was a huge success, and that was it. Like that was going to be it. But because Gremlins is Gremlins, they came to Joe Dante and they were like, "Well, we want Gremlins 2." but Joe Dante didn't want to do it. And they went around, and no one else wanted to do Gremlins 2. So they went back to Joe Dante. And he was like, all right, I'll do your movie, but you got to give me complete control and freedom to do whatever the fuck I want to do. And they were like, sure, because they were like, whatever, we'll make a success. I don't know if you guys have seen Gremlins 2.
Oh, the new batch? Hell yeah.
Yeah, that movie's fucking insane. I hated it. I hated it when I was a kid.
The English guy, the English Gremlin.
You hated it as a kid? I loved it as a kid.
Well, because I liked the simpleness of the first one, and I didn't know like it was like on crack cocaine in the second one. I was like, what? Why is Hulk Hogan talking to me right now? What is this? Like, I didn't
why
understand.
not?
No. As an adult, I much more appreciate the movie now that I know more about the backstory for one, and then two, like I get that Joe Dante was just going for broke. He didn't care. Like he was just having fun with it, And again, I'm not saying that Todd Phillips is pulling a Joe Dante, but he hasn't been quoted in saying, he's like, well, I got $200 million. I made sure all these crew guys got paid. And he's basically just saying like, yeah, I got paid. I got to make this movie. And if it bombs, it bombs, but I got to make the film.
Well, I mean, there's got to be an aspect like that when it comes to Todd Phillips, but at the same time, I don't think that he was like, let's just, I know some people are just kind of like,
I don't get the feeling he mailed it in. I don't get the
no,
feeling.
he did not.
Not at all.
I'm not saying that that's what Paul's saying either, but
I
just
want to make clear. I'm not.
There are people out there that think that he did, and I'm like, no, there's no way that you do that. There's no way that you get.
You don't put this kind of production. You don't put this much effort into something,
and you don't get Joaquin Phoenix.
I was about to say Joaquin Phoenix would have walked away very easily.
Yeah,
or Lady Gaga wouldn't have signed up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he's really good in this movie. Everybody who acts in this movie is really good. That's what I'm saying.
Performances are all excellent.
It's probably one of the hardest movies I've ever had to give an opinion on because I didn't hate the movie. It's not a bad movie. It's just that I don't think it plays on the same rules that it established in its core. It laid the groundwork for something else that I got different on Thursday night, which is fine. You roll the dice,
Yeah.
But I will say that I am wholly convinced that Todd Phillips can make a movie musical. Like he can shoot, like especially that I think it was when they did the full-on version of Gonna Build a Mountain, and like and Lady Gaga's there like playing the keyboards, and Joaquin Phoenix goes into a whole freaking tap number. I'm just going,
They released that clip. They released that clip today, and I saw a lot of people going, "Why are they releasing this clip? This is not the best clip." That I'm like, yeah, maybe it's not the best clip that they could, for context wise. But if you're actually watching the story, I actually was going, "This is shot very well," and I'm like, "Is he going to start tap dancing?" Okay, there he goes. He's tap dancing, and I'm like, "Hey, that's cool." Like I was all for it. I was fine with it.
Yeah, I was okay with the music. Had it for me. Like I said, when I heard it was going to be a musical, I'm thinking, okay, this is part of the escalation of the deterioration, that final breakthrough. So somewhere in the middle of this movie, I needed him to be out in Gotham, practicing what had been built up through the movie, even through this movie. It's just it was containment. It was just too much containment for me.
I get it once
again.
No, and I felt a little bit. I felt a little bit of that too, William. That was one of my things. I want him to break out.
The funniest part about it, other than the fact that he's relegated mostly to prison. I mean, obviously, because of his current situation. But it's funny.
He did something wrong?
Well, no, I just think it's funny.
No, I was making a joke.
No,
based on what you said,
it was just 6 murders.
Yeah. It's a $200 million movie, and relegated to maybe like 3 or 4 locations. But the movie that was like a $20 million or $20 to $50 million budget is, it's all over. It's all over the place. And I just think that's funny to me, like how that worked out and stuff. I'm still not entirely sure where the money went on this one. I mean, again, it's a very good looking movie. It's very.
He got 12 million. He got 20. So there's 32.
There's that.
Right there.
Yeah.
And whatever Todd Phillips is gonna get, he's not gonna, he's not gonna clip.
Lady Gaga. She probably got at least.
Yeah.
She got some. You got to think about the musicians.
Yeah, the cinematographer needed to be paid because that whoever that person was,
beautifully shot.
Yeah. That was gorgeous.
So that's a top tier. So everybody who did this movie was probably at the top of the pay scale of what who's available.
it was reported that Joaquin, I think, got 20 million.
If this is phoning it in,
15.
this is the most beautiful phoning in movie I've seen.
No, there's no phoning in. I mean, look at Joaquin Phoenix had to drop all that weight again. I mean, we see him.
Oh my God, that's
twice that he had to do that. Even like my dad turning to me, he's all, he got really that skinny again, and I was like, yeah. I mean, this is the second time in like 5 years he had to like do that. I mean, it's got to fuck with you a little bit. But
top 3 performance for him, by the way. Top 3. Even with me not liking movies as much as I wanted to.
Yeah, but
not because of him.
Yeah, no, he didn't do a bad job. No.
Yeah.
And like I said, as I showed at the beginning of the stream, Lady Gaga was so in on the movie that she literally her latest studio album is a companion piece for this movie. Like the movie inspired her to make her latest album. I'm not sure if you guys have listened to it. I mean, but it's all the songs to the movie, but it's also got additional songs like Get Happy, Good Morning from Singing in the Rain. Let's see.
So a lot of the budget went to that too. Like what we were talking about at the beginning of the stream was like, some of it went to that too,
But like I said, a lot of these songs are in Warner Brothers movie musicals. So that
they had the licenses or whatever the hell.
Right. That was already there. So, but
there's a lot of things.
They didn't spend anything on marketing though. That's another thing I didn't like about this one. They didn't really make their case marketing wise for this one.
I've seen very little.
I will agree with that.
The marketing was subpar. Yeah,
we didn't get, and I'm not saying that because we didn't get screenings or anything. But
it feels like they're marketing the comic books a lot better than they are.
It says a lot about what's going on financially for them.
Scott Snyder.
But then again, we got to remember. Yeah, I know. Like it seems like All In and Absolutes are doing very well.
It's really
right now.
good.
It is absolutely worth it.
I'm gonna pick up some copies.
Well, my copies are getting mailed to me, so no spoilers there.
Never.
Oh, we can't talk about this tonight. Damn.
No, we can't talk about it, sadly. But I mean, I'm glad that the comic books are getting second prints, which is always great to hear. But no, when it came to the Joker marketing, I'm like, yeah, it didn't do. I mean.
Well, you're looking too probably at the marketing of the 2019 movie, right? And then you're looking at the marketing of where currently Warner Brothers is at stock wise.
But again, like we know it's not going to get $1 billion, but again, this is a sequel to $1 billion movie, and people don't know it's actually coming out.
Yeah.
Like, so just like Aquaman 2.
Yeah. Oh man, I know that's what's so sad is like we're gonna have like 2 movies. I mean, I'm not saying that Joker. I mean, who knows what's gonna happen with Joker 2? Is it gonna be like similar to what Is it gonna be the same?
It's underperforming The Flash.
Well, I mean, it totally is.
Here's what I do know. It's R-rated, obviously, right? So you already got that working against you, but basically, it's been kind of low marketed. But I know this at the beginning of like 2 weeks before the initial reviews and stuff came out, it was like, I think it was predicted 200 million opening weekend. Then all the reviews came out and like word of mouth got out and it went down to like 50 million.
People can't think for themselves though, because we gotta, I don't know.
Sadly.
Here's one big thing though.
It's tracking poised to finish under 20 million.
Here's one thing that we did not have in 2019, and it goes into their thought frame of what they can do with these movies is streaming, because like I said, they can go get hammered and drunk and sniff lines over what they are not going to make this weekend. But when they do those PVODs and everything else, they're not going to get $1 billion out of that, but they're not going to bleed these movies that look like they're going to end somebody's career or whatever the studio's career. If you look at the fine print of all these guys who are behind PVOD, it looks a lot like the names that are on the Burbank office doors at most of these studios. Yeah. So they're going to get their money there. But I also think that a lot of these studios are not putting in the ad budgets that they used to, because they would rather put that into the streaming ad budget because they get the majority of the money. See, they're giving away 35% right off the top to a box office. they're not doing that when it hits PVOD, and they're damn sure not doing it when it hits their platforms. So I think they got kind of skinflint. I don't like that because it's going to hurt the cycle that includes the box office. But I don't think these guys care anymore about that.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if this was I started seeing this going around today, and I don't know if it's just people putting out scuttlebutt, but I was seeing some people put out there that they didn't do test screenings of this.
They did not do test screenings,
Okay.
apparently, because they probably,
If they had, I think we would have had a different movie for sure.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
definitely don't think we would have had the third
They
act
might have
the way that it was.
But at the same time, it was just like one of those things, like just let Todd Phillips cook. And I'm going to bring up this comment right here, Lee Quinzel, huh? Yeah, they refer to as Lee, but they do say her full name.
They say Harley.
They do.
Yeah, Harley. Now they don't call her
Harley.
Harleen, but they do call. But the lawyer.
Yeah,
played by Catherine Keener.
That
was a nice surprise.
Her. Yeah.
But she calls her Harley Quinzel.
Yeah.
When
So,
she's
the whole Oz Cobb thing that everybody was like freaking out about.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know, the whole name. There's been a thing about names, and I'm like, it's
Who
like
cares?
It doesn't matter.
Who
It
cares?
doesn't really,
But at the same
cares?
time, it's like it's not that serious because within the story, they still. I mean, when it comes to Oz Cobb, they still called him Oswald. They haven't really said Cobblepot, sure, but
I think
when it came
he's
to
the pig.
Lee, it's not Lee. She's still Harley, And
You
they
know
even
who it is.
fucking put
You
her
know who
name in the dream sequence where they said Harley and Joker.
Right,
Oh no, that's
right.
not it. That's not it. That's a
But it was great because I was like that was so a Sonny and Cher thing right there.
Oh, yeah.
That was a really fun sequence.
Yeah, because that once again is showing Arthur's processing. Oh, this is about you.
Mhm.
This isn't about me.
Mhm.
I do want to get us to eventually talk about the ending because
we're gonna get to that ending.
Okay, guys, I wanted
But,
to.
but before we get to that ending, I wanted to see how do we feel about Harvey Dent in this movie,
They could have called him anything
or
else.
Schmarky Dent?
I don't know.
As
They
long as
could
he
have
wasn't
called
Two-Faced in this movie, I was good.
Yeah,
I thought after the explosion they were going to give him that.
They did.
Yeah, they did.
They
Oh yeah,
did.
they did. But they was so quick, you blink and you miss it.
I even like
Yeah.
I nudged my dad. I was like, look,
There it is.
I was like, part of his face. I was like, there it is. Because my dad looked at me like when Harvey Dent first came about. He's all, Harvey Dent, I know that name, right? He's like, yeah, you know that name. He was like, Two-Face. I was like, yes,
Billy D.
yes,
Williams.
you got it.
No, never mind.
That's what I love about seeing movies with my dad because he knows the things. He just wants to make sure.
There was a point I thought Harley was a complete fabrication. Like I was waiting for there were different points. I was like, I don't believe she's actually there.
The prison cell sequence is what made me think that it's going to be revealed that she's been an illusion. I'm like, this has to be a thing, but no, like they stuck and they they kept reiterating, "Oh, your lover's here," and I was like, "Okay." So multiple different.
But we're
people are
also
saying,
in the sense that still gave me questions, even though we were seeing it. Him being as much of the unreliable narrator and what we're seeing from his perspective in the first one made me question a lot of what is real, what is not.
right.
I mean, that's why I can't wait to watch it again because I mean, even like in the beginning when you got the guards leading him into like to talk to like the lawyer again, and like when she goes
And the umbrellas
in the rain, and the umbrellas like at first when you see them, the umbrellas are just all black, and then when you see the overhead shot, they're colorized. Then I'm like, all right, so what is Todd Phillips kind of trying to say right there? And there's just, and then even like when he goes up into the steps to see Harley towards the end, the fucking light posts light up, and I'm like, there's something there. And then I'm kind of like curious too. I want to know like when it comes to behind the scenes stuff and like even interviews with Todd Phillips, because I do remember set images of them dancing on the steps, but when you see them on the steps, it's all serious, and this is all Harley going, fantasy's over. You fucking walked away from this. You didn't want to be Joker, and that's what I was all about. So see you later.
That wasn't consistent. Like I said, that's where I got lost because that wasn't consistent with what Todd Phillips had built up to that point.
It didn't feel earned.
Yeah. Or it didn't even feel like it was, like I said, the trajectory of where the character was going from the moment you see him, from the moment he gets cut off from his meds, his system, everything else is not something you come back from, especially once the murders start to happen.
Yeah.
Once the murders start to happen, those are, even if you read a comic or any type of killer, if you've ever studied serial killers, there is no de-escalation once you start the killing. There is no, oh, what am I now? No, you crossed that threshold with the killings. And he had 5 of them. 6 if you include his mom.
Yeah.
And the one he hallucinated memory because he's supposed to kill that doctor at the end of the other one. But however many, once he gets past that.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
Yeah.
You walk away with a bloody feet.
Yeah, where he's probably. But see, that's what I mean. He set those rules, and then when it relents, that's where I think the movie loses its win for me, because go in the direction you set. Because like I said, he's not gonna. I couldn't buy it. I could buy Joaquin Phoenix's performance because he was brilliant, but the story, it's like, oh wow, I'm having self-doubts now because the girly clown came in and she's not what she meant to me. I killed 5 people already. You already made 5 bodies run cold. There's no going back. You're not in the.
You've changed things forever.
You're never going to be in that mindset again. Before he killed the people, yeah. After, no.
See, and this is what I'm talking about, because part of me really does agree with William, and on the other hand, I still kind of I understand why Todd did what he did with the ending of the movie, but at the same time, I agree with Will, because it's
amazing. It's like 2 things can coexist at the same
time. I'm just saying, I understand.
You can like some things and not like it and still find enjoyment in it. Oh my God.
All right. You know what? I'll just shut up. It's fine.
No.
Paul. Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
No, Paul. We're saying that you're a great example of the way we wish more people
would be.
You're rational, Paul. We're praising you.
Yes.
Thank you.
But we're just busting your balls.
But we're being sarcastic assholes because that's who we are.
There's vodka involved too. So.
No, keep going, Paul. Yeah.
No, I just it is a film to digest and to take in and stuff. But I agree on both points, because look, honestly, when I got done with the movie and I walked out of it, that's not the ending that I would have wanted in the movie, but I got why it happened. But at the same time, I'm with William. The escalation should increase. The guard stuff to me was so well built up, and I really wanted to see those guards just get it. Arthur didn't have to kill them himself, but if they had been murdered by the other inmates, I know there would have been cheering in the crowd. I know that's fucked up to say, but that's
what it was building to.
Yeah, Todd does a really good job at building it up. So when you don't have that crescendo happen, again, it's definitely an intentional choice, but I think that's why so many personal audiences are having such trouble with the movie, even though Todd is probably trying to tell you, I'm not going to do the same thing again. Arthur, you need to understand that Arthur is a pathetic, sad character. And to idolize a guy that's killing people is not a good thing, even if you feel it's justified. And it's I get it, but we really want to see those guards get murdered. That would have been really, really
I love it how you say it, Paul, just because idolizing someone who's mass murdering people and just because they've hurt him is not a good thing to look up to. It's
you could actually say that to the fucking Twitter, where they're going,
I get so much hate putting out there at that point, saying, "How dare you say that about us?" I said, "Yeah, all right, I'm backing away now."
It's like, oh, how
time to be hitting the old dusty trail.
Listen, we live in an age where people online did not understand that Homelander was not a good person. So we're in that stage of fan criticism, so I don't know what else to really say. But
it's one of those things. It's one of those things where it's you like the character, but it's you have to it's got to be a fictional character, and if the character does something where it goes hey, maybe it's got a little morality in him, you can't be upset about it. You appreciate, oh yeah, this is fiction. I want him to go crazy. But at the same time, if the storyteller is going, well, wait a minute, he's got he's got a little bit of he's hesitant, and then he starts going, oh, wait a minute, I'm not this guy. You got to go, oh, okay, yeah, put yourself in his shoes. Don't go, fuck that, man. You should be killing more people.
That's right.
The thing is, people have gotten Like when it's done well, it's done well. But you can rationalize or understand a villain. Listen. The Homelander's whole thing, right? Like just using him as an example, as we talked about him earlier. If you guys have seen the newest season of The Boys,
Yeah.
that whole scene where he goes underground and talks to those scientists.
Oh,
Oh,
God,
yeah.
Those
Oh, yeah.
people. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. The things he does, man, unspeakable. But I kind of get it. Like, I get why he does what he does. Like, I understand. And that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, understanding the villain.
And there's a difference from what you're saying, Paul. You understand. You're not sympathizing. You understand.
Yeah. I understand why he is the way that he is and how he went from this young kid, John, to becoming Homelander. Like, you get the trajectory. And again, it's the same thing with Joker. I understand why Arthur becomes that character by the end of the first movie. But again, Todd's strength and weakness in this new movie is that he does such a good job, again, of building up that tension. So when the tension is not gratified, there's something in your brain that is just like, well, wait a minute. I wanted to see those people get murdered.
I
like,
love
even
how Paul
though
keeps on making these innuendo comments and just like is so earnest while saying them, and I'm just like, he doesn't gratify.
Yeah. But speaking of Homelander, hey, what the hell?
Hello. Yeah. That's Joker doesn't kill enough people. Homelander doesn't kill enough people. I felt offended when the creators of The Boys said that Homelander was the villain, because the whole time I've been watching, I was like, "That's me up there. I identify with that character." But
you sympathize, don't
Travis.
you?
Yes.
Good to see you, buddy, man.
You got the blonde hair. You are Homelander, Travis.
I was maybe gonna do it again for Halloween, but it's way too long right now. So it's
You are the villain of this story.
It's TBD. There's two I'm doing for the Friends one, because every year Geekverse we do a get together. I'm gonna do Long Legs from Long Legs. So I'm gonna with the
Are you
hammer-
really?
I'm gonna do that. I got the ascot. I'm gonna put the powder, everything. The face is the toughest because it's like he has that puffy face. So I'm gonna try. Yeah. So I'm gonna have some prosthetics, and then just with the kids and family, I'm just doing Loki present because I got the long hair. So I'll put some black because Emily, who is pregnant with the twin, she's doing Endgame Thor, so she can rock that going on. Yeah,
so she has the gut.
That's a good choice.
Yeah,
I
she
like
got
that.
the twin
That's
belly,
good.
So yeah,
Nice.
so. But no, it's gonna be back. Last time I was here a couple weeks ago, I was in the green room and I lost Wi-Fi. So I was like, "Oh, Mr. Dave, I'm here," and then it didn't come back. I was like, "Oh,
Didn't
awesome."
happen. Yeah,
it didn't happen.
Back
so,
there, and I was, yeah.
So, but
good
I'm
to
happy
see
to be
you, man.
here. Yes, it's
Good to see you,
everybody.
clown prince of podcasts. I love it.
Oh yeah, I didn't even take that off. That's my Geek First hand.
Hey, but it works for the
Yeah,
Joker talk,
it
I guess
does,
you
yeah.
could say,
Yeah.
But how you doing, man?
Good. Life's been good. There's been some good geek content going on right now. You got Agatha and Rings of Power just ended, and Penguin's fantastic. So it's a good time. And even though if people don't know, if they don't listen to Geek First, I'm much more in the Paul, Chris, William camp, where I think it's Joker for me was like, okay, it was fine. Would never call it a bad movie. I agree with you guys where if anyone's saying it's like the worst movie of the year, I literally cannot.
Hyperbole.
It doesn't even matter to me if they are the best critic, if they are Robert Egert like resurrected, because to me, I can't trust that person's film opinion on anything, because I've seen the Woody Woodpecker movie on Netflix this year, and that there's no way you can tell me that even if you
We all
disagree
saw
with
the
the choice.
Crow a month ago. Anyway.
I haven't seen the Crow. I won't be seeing the Crow. I can avoid that.
Thank
but
you all for your sacrifice that didn't see it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Borderlands was so bad that they put it on YouTube.
Oh, I didn't even
Yeah.
see
I
it.
won't see that.
Didn't even bother to
No
watch
one
that.
even-
No.
I tried the first 5 minutes because it was on YouTube, and I couldn't even get through. I was like, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
Like Kevin Hart
I'm-
showed
that's-
up, I was like, I'm good.
Nope, sorry, hard pass. You never.
Yeah, just as life has gotten busier, there's ones where it's like, okay, no, I'm gonna pass on that one. But no, that's why there's no way this is like the worst movie of the year.
No.
Visually,
It's
technically,
not even a bad
lots-
movie at all.
No, technically lots of great stuff, performances. It's just, and I do understand because there's still like a group of people that just didn't even like the first one, right? So I feel like they are getting that kind of win moment where like, oh, finally, people don't like this one, but it's just like,
Fuck
yeah,
this movie.
yeah, but no, for me, I enjoyed some aspects of it, but overall, I don't know when I'll watch it again. I will watch again in my life, but I agree with William where I just didn't like the direction they took, and I also thought, like what Chris said, then the direction they want to take was messy. There were just certain things that didn't feel earned. Whether to me, Arthur's speech at the end didn't feel earned because I feel like there's too much already in this movie where he really wants to be the Joker, and then he has one scene with Puddles. He's like, yeah, you know what, maybe I am Arthur Fleck, and a Joker's not a real thing. I just don't think they got enough into that for me to earn it. I would have liked a bit more Lady Gaga there because for half the movie she just sits in a courtroom and like nods her head. I go, oh, okay, that's she got paid what, $15 million for that? Like, good for her. Get the bag. Yeah. She's great. They obviously pay her for her voice, right? That's why she's there. But I just wanted a little more of their dynamic, even just because they had good chemistry. So I could have took more scenes of them just in the asylum before she got booted out. Would have been nice. Just a few more dates or a few more. Just
I don't wonder if there was, and they cut them out.
I'm wondering. I'm wondering about deleted scenes or deleted numbers.
Yes. Yeah. Well, there is confirmed one, the one on the stairs. Remember when they're on the stairs and they're kicking and it looks like which people was confirmed. Well, we don't know, I guess. She says she's pregnant. I don't know if she is, but she has like a belly in there. So there's definitely some cut stuff. And I wish there was more of her in the asylum or just more of them together. Because when she does leave, it's pretty sporadic. So
it is pretty sporadic. And I think because you're here, Travis, your lover.
Oh, yes. He saw.
Hey, he's not on camera, but he's here. What's up?
Hey,
Casey?
What's going on, guys?
How you doing?
Casey. How's it going?
I saw your tweet. That's a hot take you got there.
Oh, what was the hot take? I don't know if I saw it.
It's not a hot take because I'm right.
What Joker 2 is
Joker is art.
Of the year? Yeah, it's art. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it does. It is art. It is.
Yeah, because it's not. It doesn't have like a traditional, storytelling structure either, and it's mostly with visuals and music and songs and stuff like that, and everybody's having a very different take from each other. So clearly, it's evoking some sort of response from everyone, right?
Yeah.
True.
No, but it's that's one of the things that we've been talking about like throughout. It's just everybody's response to, and again, it's like and that's what I love about having a panel and talking with you guys about. It's like the fact that it's like there are certain things that's like Scott is all about musicals, and he was like, yes, all about that, and then he spotted the Easter egg in the beginning with the cartoon and stuff like that. And I remember he told me that, and I was like, Tim, what's funny about that, Scott, is like the fact that I thought when you told me that after Fanimated, and this is before I saw it, I was going, because I don't know why. Anytime when it comes to a psychological type of thriller, especially when it comes to Joker, because obviously in the first one when it came to Zazie Beetz. What's her name? The neighbor in
the neighbor that he was infatuated with.
Yeah,
is the fact that it's like her interacting with him was all in his head. So then I'm going, I don't know why. I just always go maybe because I love Fight Club so much, and I'm like, it's always in their head, and I love Identity. It's all in his head. There's just shit like that. So I'm thinking Harley's in his head. So I'm always going into this like it's all a fantasy, and for the most part, it can be, but at the same time, I'm just like, God, where was I going with this? I totally lost my train of thought. No, but at the same time, it's like I just like the fact that when you were saying that, and you were saying look for the Easter eggs, I'm kind of going like, all right, it's like things that what I was actually thinking that you were talking about, Scott, was not the fact that looking for the posters in the whole Looney Tunes opening, was the fact that I was like, oh, is there like in the opening is like Arthur like is he like doing like, is he like acting like in his head of like what is going to become like in later in the movie or something like that? Which at the same time, it's kind of similar because it is foreshadowing what you saw with the posters, or what is there is the posters are foreshadowing what's going to be the song and dance. I just had it in my head because just looking at the trailers, I was going, is he like, because I'm just going by the trailers, is he talking and doing and twirling around and kind of being like, oh, I'm just in my head right now, I'm already doing like what we're going to see eventually, like as a foreshadowing.
But in some ways almost does, because if you go by, the cartoon is called Me and My Shadow. Yeah. Also another famous song, Me and My Shadow. Now I think of the Sinatra, Sammy Davis Jr. one. Not the only Sammy Davis Jr. reference in this movie. Gonna Build a Mountain was a big Sammy Davis Jr. hit.
Right.
But the idea that if you watch the cartoon, the shadow is the one that gets to be performative and get all the attention. And then what happens to Arthur? He gets the fucking shit beat out of him in that cartoon. Like,
so yeah, that's right.
So it's the persona that gets all of the love and praise and attention and gets to have the fun. And then Arthur is the one left to get the crap beat out of him.
And it's funny too, because like, even like, there's a moment where like his ass gets exposed and it's like all like, ha 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 kind of thing. And it's like, I mean, yeah, that's one of the things too, is like, I want to rewatch that opening because essentially, I mean, Todd Phillips is like, everything in this opening with this Looney Tunes thing, this is the movie that we're just kind of like, and I'm like, there's something there where it's like,
while also being a wink and a nod at those old movies where you get a cartoon before you watch the movie. It was
like what Casey like art.
I also felt like this movie was even more, in his head, like what we were watching, like 90% of it was in his head, or at least from his perspective, the way he sees the world, and more so than the first one, because the first one had a lot of things that were in the real, the way it actually happened versus the way he was seeing it. But in this, I felt like it was more of like Todd placed us in his head completely, and there were just certain moments that give hints to us and as an audience that this might be not real. For example, those umbrella scenes, and also right after that, there's a scene where they go into the B ward, right? And there's the subtitle of that is lesser security or something. Nobody has that. Who the fuck writes less security wing or something in any place, right? So that was clearly Joker's imagination of that place, where he needs to explain that stuff happening here is not, there's less security here, that's why stuff is happening. So that's how he sees it. And that was immediately, the opening plus those scenes immediately put us in his head. Like, even when he was crying outside of the prison and it was raining, that was clearly his emotion. It was not actually happening. That's how he was feeling. So stuff like that is where, the movie just won me over, because for context, I hate musicals. Everybody knows that. I just don't like when people just start up, singing and shit like that in the middle of a scene. I hate that. But in this movie, it was so well done where, that was part of the story. And that was part of Harley's arc, where she found this Joker persona guy and fell in love with him. And the whole time she was thinking that was the real him. And he was not sure that was really him, because he was struggling between Joker and Arthur. And when he finally, decided to be the real him, which is Arthur to him, she thought that, oh, this person is not really the Joker, and I'm just being fled. And that's when, and that's basically what the audience also was, and in the movie, and also what Harley was. Which is weird, because that's how people are reacting in real life now.
They hate the fact
that is so crazy.
Yeah.
The moment he says, there's no Joker, and the entire thing just falls down, people just left the movie itself. It was so weird. And
what do you mean there's no Joker? What are you talking about?
I know, right? And I just loved that, every time they wanted to communicate, they were singing, and the lyrics all were just talking to each other, right? And at the end, when Arthur said that he's no longer Joker, when he goes to the stairs and those whole, lights, thing happens, and he asks her to stop singing. And that's where you can see her performance, where she is going through a heartbreak, where she's like, oh, this person doesn't actually like to sing. He's not actually the Joker. And that's when she realizes that she doesn't want him anymore. That scene is so good to me, because firstly, the whole musical thing it's not really a musical. I read a quote from, Lady Gaga a while ago, where she says it's not really a musical, they're just communicating with words, which just sounds stupid on its own, right? But the movie
because Casey, as a guy who loves musicals, that's what a
Yeah, I know,
that's
I
what a
know.
musical
But
is.
even I saw that and I was like, okay, they're just making excuses so that people just go see the movie, right? But
Right.
in the movie, it's kind of like that. They are actually communicating in song. It's not
Yeah.
like they're just randomly breaking into song and dance out of nowhere. They're just doing that when they have to communicate with each other,
But
right?
that's what, okay, yeah. But that's what and this is what I'm frustrated with is that's if that's what people's perception, because the whole point of a musical is that the emotion has built to a point that the only way to move forward is to bust out into, like, the emotion is built to a point that you have to bust out the song because it's the only way to communicate your feelings at that point, which is usually why. And Casey, to your point, when you say they'll bust out in the middle of a scene, because if you go and look at actual musicals, where do songs usually end up happening?
In the middle of
But they're all they all start dancing. Like the whole place there starts dancing
at the end of scenes.
Oh,
if you go and look at old school musicals, the scene ends on the song because the scene is built to the song. The song happens, and then we go to the next scene.
True.
That's a
right. But in Joker, the scenes that were happening were just between these two people.
Yes.
Yeah,
They were the only ones singing, unless they were just the Joker inspired people were dancing with them, stuff like that. That was very rare.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, Casey, that the fact that it doesn't go into like a full-on song and dance.
Like, for example, in Tick Tick Boom, right?
The whole inmates and the guards just start going like,
right.
I'm gonna fucking beat the shit out of you, or something like that. It's like,
well, because it's just Arthur's. It's Arthur and Harley shit.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I liked. Like even in La La Land, right? The opening sequence.
Yes.
They're just parked.
Freeway.
They're just parked there.
Yes.
There's no need for communicating or anything. They just randomly start dancing.
But then
that's what musicals are, right?
Cars and starts
no,
exactly.
Take the La La Land shade out of your fucking mouth, Casey.
Yeah, I like that movie. I like that movie.
I like that movie. I love.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
But you bring up a good point. That they could have, like, Todd Phillips could have went like full force, like they could have had everybody in Arkham just fucking dancing in a dance number, but it was it was
not like that.
No, it wasn't.
And even the phone call that Joker did with Harley when she was not picking up
on her machine.
Yeah, that was so good. Like he says literally, "I would be a shadow of your dog if it just meant to be beside you." That was like him
then that was pretty
surrendering.
Crazy, putting on the makeup, and then she, of course, puts the gun to her head, and I was
like,
"Whoa!" I'm like, "What is going?" I'm like, but then when they showed that, I'm like, "All right, well, she's a real person," because the whole time I'm going, "Is she real? Is she really there?" But I think that scene right there, that made me go, "Okay, no, she actually is a real person. It's not in his head," because the whole time I'm going, "Is she?" But then, of course, when you get her backstory of like, she's basically royalty in Arkham because she checked herself in, and she's like a rich girl kind of thing, so she can do whatever she wants. So,
and even in that moment, Arthur was like, he was having doubts, right? He was, that was the moment where Harley revealed her true self to him, and he accepted her for who she is. After looking at her talking in that scene, he accepted her still, right? But when when Arthur did the same thing, because he's a fucking man, he opened up, and now the fucking I really liked that also, because I was kind of not sympathizing with Harley the whole time. She's like a good character and all, but I was not sympathizing with her because she lied to him and all of that. But at the end, where she was realizing that it's not really him, and then she was turning on what she thought both of them could be, and that got taken away from her, and even she was going through that heartbreak. I was like, wow, this is really good.
All
her
I gotta
performance
say,
is also really
good. Again, kudos to Todd Phillips, because it's going to be revealed, because I remember seeing the set images from those stairs, and they were dancing on it. I think they did that for paparazzi. I think they were like, hey, the paparazzi are going to see us. So let's just like make it seem like there's going to be a Harley and Joker dancing sequence. But like in actuality, Yes, but in actuality, this is going to be a very, dark scene.
That probably happened because the executive said, "Why are Joker and Harley fighting?"
Yeah. So, another Zack Snyder situation.
Yep.
Where it's like, well, I'll film the film that you want, but I'm going to film mine. I don't know. Could be that. Could be a little bit of that. But it's going to be interesting to hear the backstory on that, because I remember seeing those set and I'm talking about them on the show, and I'm like, wow. Todd Phillips. But yeah, so let's talk about this ending. Let's talk about the ending of this movie and the fact that when I saw people that saw it very early on, and they were just like, this ending is like gonna sit with me. Oh my god, or fuck this ending, or whatever the hell. How do we all feel about the ending of, at first, with me, I went, he's just gonna get stabbed by somebody, and then all of a sudden I went, oh.
I actually thought the ending was going to be that, he's just revealed inside his cell, and the whole time it was just, a dream sort of thing.
Everything was a dream.
I thought that was why people was mad about it.
Yeah.
But I really liked that ending. I really did, especially because of what happens blurred in the background. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I really like that. It was kind of a nod to him being, the origin of Heath Ledger's Joker in a way.
Don't say it.
La La Land, strike one. Heath Ledger origin Joker story.
I'm not saying that's. I'm not saying that's definitively.
You got one more strike, and then you're out of here.
I'm not saying that's definitively it, but that's one
definitely what they're riffing on. That's definitely
that's one interpretation you can take. It's art. Yeah. You can have that take. You cannot have that take. Both are valid.
They even did that in the first one, where they riff on things. Like, even in a sense, like, it's not the exact same, but like Joker causing a riot that gets Bruce Wayne's parents killed. It feels like a mini callback to '89, right, where Joker kills his parents. So like, that's the thing. So I'm not a fan of the ending. I think I was with Paul when he said it was like a whimper. That's what it was for me. Like, oh, okay, and it reminded me of the first go around in 2019 when they did the press tour, and then it was after when they're talking about the sequel, or like even a conclusion of Batman. And Todd many times is like, oh, well, this could be the Joker, or maybe it inspires another Joker. And I think that he didn't like that people kind of took that idea that this guy might not actually be the Joker, just like an inspiration. So for me, that he had to like literally do it, like, look, like, no, he's not look at what he inspires going forward. I thought was just kind of too on the face. That's something with me knowing like interviews.
Gotham already did that.
Yeah, great example. Gotham, the hit Fox show, which I still enjoy enough. But it just kind of felt, I think for me, I did not love most of the choices from the I'm not Joker, I'm Arthur point. But I thought for me it would have been more fitting if Lee killed him on the steps, especially because in the musical they had alluded to her shooting him. I think there's
apparently that was the original choice.
Well, they should have went with that. I think the original choice was better, because also good symbolism of that staircase too, of like where he became the Joker for the first time when he's finally Arthur. That's where he loses his life. So,
like Godfather 3.
Yeah,
the ending of that.
He
dies on the stairs.
You did. You're citing some quite examples, Gotham and Godfather 3. But yeah, I think kind of a whimper for me, with just being like, I get what they're going for. It carries on, but I think they missed the layup.
I would agree. I would have liked the Lee killing him, but in the sense of what we were speaking about earlier, he's a loser. He can't. Everything has now gone wrong for him. He's lost the girl. He's lost the case. He's not making it out of here. And I say better. I'm not saying I like it. It's just like, okay, you're getting shanked in prison and you're done. This is almost like Todd Phillips saying, all right, I'm really done with this. I'm not doing this anymore again.
Mm-hmm. It reminded me of No Time to Die, like minor spoilers, but when Craig, the last movie, said, I'm not going to do it, and they got him back. To me, that felt like, hey, I really want you to make sure that they can't bring me back.
Bring the whole world down on me at that point. Like, there was no chance.
James Bond can die from a gunshot to the head, but he got poisoned, and he also had a nuclear bomb dropped on him, just to ensure, like, Daniel Craig is not coming back for James Bond. And that's definitely what it felt like.
The Wolverine kind of thing. He can recover from cells.
Exactly. There's always a multiverse.
But also, like, from the beginning itself, he has had a lot of near misses, right? And being what he is and doing what he does, that can happen to him anytime. So I don't think that's too far-fetched of an ending, and I feel like, it could happen at any time, right? And that happened. And he was specifically inspiring a lot of people. We already had a big scene where, one of his, followers were just saving him, the whole car
You're
scene
not
and all
top dog
that.
anymore. You've lost it.
Well,
Yeah.
because that guy who shanks him says, because the punchline to the joke is, you get what you deserve.
Right.
Hey, I'm the captain now.
Now,
I'm the captain.
Look at me. But it was just one of those things where it was
really
like,
good.
when you hear him laughing, and then it's zeroing on like Arthur dying, and then you just hear that, and it's like, that's where I started going, oh, he's cutting his face into a smile. This is the Joker that's going to be taking on the Batman.
Yes.
I'm thinking, I'm like, he's really young. Yeah. Oh shit. And it was like one of those things too, because like afterwards when I was talking, and it was funny because this is what I loved, like, especially talking to my dad. I was like, because he was like, well, like that didn't happen, like how, because he, like, when it came to my dad, he just knows 89 Batman. He's like, that's the Joker that I'm like, Dad, partially that's how the Joker came to be. It's like, but there's different versions, and there's things, and it's like, yeah, like, and I explained to him, like, well, nobody knows who the Joker actually is, like, in the books. It's like, this, I mean, and I told him about the Killing Joke. If you actually read this book, I mean, that's like the best, I guess you could say, when it comes to a Joker origin. But you never know who he actually is. And then, of course, it's like, okay, he's going to be part of this heist. He's going to put on a red fucking helmet, and then he's going to, do all that and stuff like that. I
At least now we know Heath Joker's actual origin story.
I know, right?
Stop
and then I'll
stop it. Stop it. I'm going to have this on this.
You want to know how I got these scars? Well, there was a comedian back in the 80s.
Yeah, I
and
know,
he
right?
killed the talk show host.
You know how I got these scars.
Yeah. But no,
But
they're
at the
set up
same
for a
time, it's
Batman
like-
movie. They got Two-Face as well. Remember? He gets
Yes.
Two-Face in this.
Oh,
so
dude, I really
know
like
what?
that casting. He was so
Todd
good.
Phillips is
He
ready
was
to make
good. He
Batman.
was good too. And then I love the fact that, like, during the court case, he's talking about multiple personalities, and I'm like,
Yeah,
hey, buddy.
Just you wait.
exactly.
Hey, you. Well, you're talking
And
about
also,
multiple personalities. What?
Before watching the movie, I thought that something would happen in the courtroom where either there's a water spill and he gets shocked half side of his face, or there's some fire inside the courtroom or something like that, and then that explosion happens, and I was just looking at the screen finding Harvey.
Oh,
Show
yeah.
me his face.
When they
Show me his face.
showed like part, it was like, there it is. And I know I even did that too. And I was like, I nudged my dad. I was like, look, they did it. They did it. But
Also,
I mean, overall,
Harley's
though,
the one who bombed the courthouse, right?
Is that what it is? You think so?
That's my assumption.
I
Is
think
that
so.
it was her.
So,
That's what I thought.
You
The
thought
only
that
mystery I have is who's.
I mean,
coming to
she
visit him
mentioned
at
it
the end.
thrice in front of her. It has to be her, right?
I thought it was just the two guys.
I thought it was just the two guys.
No, because
Yeah, I
the way
thought it was-
the way the guys were acting, they was just
He was
oh god,
shocked.
you're right.
They were
he-
just
yeah,
loopy.
yeah, they weren't. They didn't do that.
And I feel like Harley was kind of like I don't know.
She
if
was the
tr-
pyromaniac, the whole
Yeah,
time.
no,
and
that's true. I forgot to get. Well, was that true that she burnt? No, but that was a made-up story that she burnt down the
but
house.
she burned that, the
Piano.
the place where they were
Well,
watching the movie.
There's a difference between lighting
Kind of.
papers on fire to
A car bomb.
Yeah, but it could be. And like William said, I was the same thing. I thought, oh, who was going to meet him there? But then
Yeah,
the guys
that's the
like
only
Geek first said
mystery I
that
had.
no one was going to meet him, and the guards
Yeah.
just fucking lied to him. And I was like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
I guess that could be true. That they just said, oh
It
yeah,
was
we got
just a
someone to
setup.
meet you. And it was just a setup. So, but I thought the same as you, William. I'm like, oh, who is there? Who's is it little Bruce Wayne? Is it Gaga coming back? Which they didn't. I was surprised they didn't pick up on the Wayne thread at all. I thought there'd be
Okay, I was a
some
little
stuff
disappointed
there.
in that.
I will agree
Because
that
he's
I
not the real Joker.
Yeah, but at the same
Still-
time, the
still
fact that
brother.
they established that whole thing when it came to the Wayne connection, there
Mhm.
was
Yeah.
nothing of that here. I thought that
Yeah.
was a little bit of a missed opportunity. Like I
Yeah.
the fact that that was such a pivotal like part of the first one, and it was such a like, oh shit, that I was
Yeah.
like, the fact that there was no mention in this one, that was like, I think the most disappointing part of Joker
Bless
movie.
you, William.
Thank you.
I remember there was rumors early on, and they could have just been C tier nothing rumors, but there was rumors really early on when they were shooting this movie that Bruce Wayne was going to be in this movie, but he was also in Arkham with Arthur. Like he would, and I think it was supposed to be kind of like if anyone's seen Boardwalk Empire and like the finale where it's like a character's with you the whole time, and then it's kind of like oh shit, you're actually the son of this person. I thought that's what the crazy guy was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be a Wayne, and that was when he started to set up the joke. I'm like, oh fuck, he's gonna reveal that he's Bruce, and then no, he's just a crazy person. So I don't know. Like I wish they maybe did something with it, but I don't know. That's not my biggest problem with the movie, but I wish there was maybe something there with it. So.
Yeah, I wish there was.
One little thing that I also really liked, I mean, the sound and the score and everything was just amazing. Well, one little thing that I really like, whenever Joker, he was talking something, you know, even he was saying something serious, there was a laugh track. Like people in the audience will laugh because they think he's joking all the time.
Yeah,
that was really, funny as well as tragic. Like every time he says something serious, like about his feelings or his thoughts, people think he's joking.
And there's a lot of good humor, like kind of that dark humor in the courtroom. Like I think Joaquin Phoenix is fantastic in that courtroom when the lawyer's about to go up, and it's part of the writing too, but the lawyer's about to go up and defend him for the first time, and he just slides her a note, and it's just like, tomorrow can Lee have a better seat. Just like, man, this is not the fucking time. Like there's way more press, and just his reactions all the time and him laughing. So like there's some good, and even then when they interview Gaga the first time, and she's like, oh, what are you gonna do when he gets out? And they like, build a mountain, and then someone's like, what the fuck does that even mean?
I heard that. I was like, yeah, what does that mean?
And then they just, so it's like, because again,
they're
she's
building a snowman.
Yeah, she has like, a psychosis where it's like, this
they're gonna build a mountain from a little hill.
Yeah, so there's some good, like the first one had that, right? Like
Ain't
dark
no mountain high enough.
beats. So yeah, we got that song too. So
yeah. I mean, but yeah, that ending. I mean, like when I saw initial reactions, and I'm sure you guys felt it too, where it's like everybody was like, the ending, and I was like, what the fuck is this ending? And I'm just gonna, and then all of a sudden I saw people comparing this to like Matrix Resurrections.
Okay, now that's
wow.
That movie.
Did you guys see that? I saw people comparing this to Matrix Resurrections, and I'm like, what is this, a fucking video game that we're in?
I think it's just the fact that the directors of that movie did not want to make that sequel, but they were forced into making that. And
see, that's a sequel that shouldn't have been made because there's a problem. There's two
I
different
loved
things.
that movie a lot.
Matrix Resurrections,
Resurrections
Resurrections was. I mean, I'm not a hardcore Matrix person. I thought it was fine, but like, there's a literal scene in that movie where they're talking to Keanu, who is clearly the stand-in for the Wachowskis, and Warner Brothers is basically like, well, if you don't make this, we'll make it without you.
The whole first act is fucking awesome. That movie with the blue pills.
God.
Oh, I love all the meta commentary.
There's a lot of good things.
I would rather drink out of the toilet than watch that again. I couldn't give that one away for free. We promoted that movie. Nobody wanted to go. Here's the problems with making that Matrix movie, and this is where it should have died at the concept table. When you made the first Matrix, the first three Matrix, you were in a time where there's things, everything that was in that movie was awe-inspiring. A lot of stuff was new to us. Now you're talking 20 some odd years later, there's 14-year-olds with better technology in their fucking phones than there is in the entirety of the first Matrix movie. It's not awe-inspiring anymore. And then the story sucked. The story sucked. I mean, I'm a hardcore Matrix dude. I defend it whenever Matrix Revolutions and all that. Those are horrible. Those movies were great. Then you release that pile of shit, and no, that movie sucked. Man.
It's not a pile of shit.
That
I'm not saying it's like
that's being kind. That movie
the
was
weakest one out of the bunch, but it's not a pile of shit.
No, I don't even want to consider it part of the bunch.
Oh, it's a part of the bunch.
Let's not even consider it part of the bunch. It's awful, dude.
Not that bad.
I didn't think I'd ever run into people defending that movie. This is the first time.
Oh yeah, it's the second best. It's
a masterpiece.
Yeah.
See,
now you're trolling me. This movie was not a masterpiece.
I'm being for real. Like
that movie was a masterpiece.
Yeah, that movie wasn't like
it
was not like another Matrix movie. It was Lana Wachowski telling Warner Brothers that I don't want to make this, but I am having to, and look what I have.
And that was
they trolled Warner Brothers. They trolled Warner Brothers,
which I was surprised
that's not Okay, well, sure. Whatever.
They take that with old WB, right? They greenlit it. They're like, yeah, this is great. Let's do it. And now they're doing 5, and I don't know what they're gonna or whatever.
Well,
If it's
I
5
feel
or
like
reboot,
something
but-
similar happened with this movie
that
as well.
died in the bathroom.
where
I think
they-
so.
they're
there,
like,
there definitely was. I think we can.
so why
all
did
agree-
Arthur die? Then Todd is like, did he really die? You know?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, dream sequence. We'll
See,
do
that's the
number
thing.
3.
It's like, it was kind of funny too because I remember like when trailers came out and everything. I think I even said it on my show. Maybe I said it on this stream too. I was like, do you guys really think that Arthur's gonna fucking live after this?
No, yeah.
And I was like, there's no way that's gonna get dragged to another. Because the biggest thing was because it was like, is Todd Phillips gonna come back for another one? And it was like, no. It's like, no. I think this is gonna be it for him because. Yeah, I mean, unless it's gonna be like and then of course everybody's like, "Oh yeah, but if it makes like as much, of course he would." I'm like, yeah, I get that, but at the same time,
It's
I'm
not
like,
gonna make as much.
oh, definitely.
I feel that was one of the reasons he picked a musical.
Right,
that would for sure not make money.
I think that was a
I want to ensure this.
But Dave,
Yeah, I
Dave,
want
when
it
you,
to
What's up?
die.
when you picture Arthur not living through the movie, what did you picture the end? For
I didn't
Arthur
picture
to be?
this. I didn't picture the real Joker stabbing him, but then I kind of appreciate that because again, I went, oh, and I was like, that was like.
I don't think it's even that definitive that he's the real Joker. Like, it's
I
one
think it is, 'cause
interpretation.
he was really young.
That was pretty.
He was really
He left
young.
the door open. He left the door open.
Yeah, that
He
is
was
there,
really
but
young. He was really young, and if you think about it, it's like little Bruce Wayne. If you go back to the first one,
Yep.
he was like what, 8,
Yeah,
9,
this was 3 years later,
something
right?
like
they
that.
even showed
two
they
years
showed
ago,
this
yeah.
inmate in one scene
younger?
where he was sitting just like Heath. When he sits in that prison.
Oh,
There's
fuck
one
no.
shot just focusing on him, and I
Yeah,
was
but
like,
there's-
"Why? Who is this dude?" Right?
To me,
Let's
this is just
get
a
out.
guy.
Let's get out of the whole Heath Ledger,
No,
the origin of
he-
Heath Ledger.
The second the guards turn around,
Okay,
they
fine.
fucking
He's
cap
Jared
him.
Leto. He's damaged. I
I'll
mean,
accept
that's
Jared Leto. That's fine. Have him be over there. The
He was
second the
actually-
guards- Okay.
After the screen went to black, he was actually writing damage on his forehead.
exactly.
Yeah, he's
exactly.
carving-
Broke
yeah,
all
he's
his
carving-
teeth.
Guys,
And
we
it's like,
all
my name's
know-
Jason
We all know
Todd.
damage was tattooed on his forehead. He didn't carve it in.
You get to
From the
etch it
guard.
right in there.
Like you guys
From
didn't even
the
watch
guard.
the movies.
Yeah, no.
We're all
no,
fake fans, Paul. You know it.
In my,
Yeah,
in my
I
thought,
mean,
that
I
guy
think-
that
I think-
killed him. Oh, go ahead.
I think like when it came to Todd Phillips, it was like, how can I, with the first one and showing the fact that Arthur, I mean, it's funny because Arthur created Batman. If you think about it, Arthur has created Batman in his universe, and he's also created the Joker that he's going to fight. You ever
I
think
don't
about that?
No, I don't want to think
And
about that.
and
I
maybe
don't-
Two-Face by extension.
Yes,
depending on
and
how
also
badly-
Two-Face. If you think about it, I mean, like it's one of those things. I know. Hey, you got to accept it, Travis. I'm just saying.
No, I don't gotta accept that's a Joker until I get Joker 3.
No, but
and
I'm
they
just
show me
saying.
him
I'm
find
just
Batman.
saying.
Joker
that
3, the
the
revenge.
things that happen with
We're not gonna
Arthur.
get
Joker 3 is the Dark Knight.
Yes,
Oh.
Joker 3 is going to be showing what happens to Bruce and this new Joker and
No.
Harvey.
Okay, again, you know what? That doesn't line up, Casey, because of Harvey. Harvey ruins your stupid.
I know,
little
and
jokes,
even
so there you
Thomas
go.
Wayne and those people are different.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Hey, quick question, Junkie. 30.
What?
This movie right here. I've already said I had no use for aggregates, but I just curiously looked at this. Is this a 33% movie?
No,
No.
yes,
not at all.
I have. This
Yes.
is where I want these things to go away, because I think that there is undue damage done to the momentum of a movie. I think if a lot of people, like I said, it didn't go in the direction I wanted to, but that's where you just have to let the storyteller tell a story.
Exactly.
But
Mhm.
is it when you have this kind of thing that goes around for like the last 10 years? I think there's a lot of movies that if people actually bypass that bullshit and actually sat down in front of the movie, they'd probably actually end up seeing a movie that they would somewhat enjoy. But I think that's a lot of these things, regardless of how you feel about Joker, it's not what people are the hyperbole that people are saying with, but this
No.
kind of stuff hurts a box office for a movie,
Average
unfortunately.
score out of all the critics
But
is
it's-
a 4.8 out of 10. By the way, too, if you take like what the all reviews are together,
Yeah.
so
Did
which
you
like
guys-
that's
Weird.
closer
Hold
to
on.
me because I gave it a 6 as well. So I could see someone saying, "Hey, I failed this movie," and it's like a 4 or 5. I could be like, "Yeah, okay, I see that," but yeah.
I just want
Wow.
to say, because I know people kind of forget because of all of the good press that happened to a degree afterwards. But the original Joker, I mean, right now it's 68% on Rotten Tomatoes. But when I remember the week that came out, that had a rotten score. and
glorifying mass murder and all that shit.
And it was mixed. It was mixed from the critics, and basically people were like, "This condones violence and all this other shit," and blah 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 blah. And then the movie was a huge hit. Got 2 Oscars, and then the score like went up after just a little bit. But yeah, like it was rotten the first week it came out. I remember it vividly.
It's like
this movie condones music.
Yeah,
it condones Gaga concerts. That's exactly what it condones. Yeah. But no, I still agree with William in that Rotten Tomatoes especially just needs to go away. Even when Rotten Tomatoes started when I was like in college, I thought it was a cool site, but I was like, this can be manipulated so terribly.
Well, the sad fact of the matter of Rotten Tomatoes is like when you go on that site and you click on a movie, the first thing you see in big bold letters is that percentage, and that rating score sucks. I never liked the rating score, and I always say that, but I like the fact that it actually can bring in. It does, bring in all these critics, like their first initial, like, what did you think about this movie? That's why I utilize it on my show. But I'm like, all right, but I don't like the rating system. I think
people when they see that number, they just think that it's only it's only 30% good or stuff like that. But that's not what it is.
Because those people that are doing that though, like I guess that's why I've never really had a problem with it, because I feel the people that look at that and go, oh, it's 33%. The majority of them are the people that are seeing a few movies a year and they want to save their money for something. It's not like us. We all know how it works. Everyone online that's on Twitter and in the film tour space, they know how Rotten Tomatoes work. So for it to be like, oh, it's 33, I'm not going to see it. It's like, no, this is for the person that says, or the people that have family, right? And like, hey, I want to see this kid's movie. Like, 25%. Maybe let's wait to spend $150 till something's a bit more.
That's tragic.
It is, but also we're in a con where people got a penny pinch. So not everyone can go.
But even if you're pitching pennies, right? Even if you're going by the frequency, you're still that is hilarious. You're still letting every movie is a solemn moment for each individual. There are going to be different opinions. Each person goes for that experience. Why would you listen to somebody else? And I heard Campia say this. Well, wouldn't you get advice from a professional if you were buying a car or getting it? You know what? Because I don't know shit about cars. But you know what I do know about 100%? What I like as a moviegoer. So why does I don't need.
But there are general audience people that don't.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't keep up with that.
Oh, people like this movie. And then, I'm gonna go see it. And that's
sad.
Yeah.
Travis has like 7 kids. I mean, come on.
I literally.
But you've got a brain though, right? He's not. He's not mindless here, right? You know what you like. That's the thing. When you go to the movies, right?
That's the thing. I mean, and that's what one of the things that I appreciate. And like, if I have one of my single friends that doesn't have it, and he tells me, oh yeah, it's at 40. Shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah. But if it's one of those where like I know somebody who's like, I want to bring my kids to something, they go like, I don't know if I want to spend. I mean, because Travis, if you're going to take your whole family to a movie, you're going to be spending over $100.
Yeah, we pick and choose because it
also
there's tons of kids movies out there. But like, what's the Transformers 1? I'm sure would have been a fun time, but they don't love that franchise, so we waited and did Wild Robot because the whole time up to that we were excited to see that. So you gotta pick and choose. But yeah, for me, that's never going to do the score, but I think it's just general audience feel. And Rotten Tomatoes, it's never going away. I guarantee you, it's going to be. When we all die, they're still going to be dropping Rotten Tomatoes on movies.
Studios need that.
It's too established.
Will audience people get to the point where it's like, because I've seen movies that I used to fall for this bullshit. I used to be like, oh, this has a so and so, man. And then when I didn't go, and then when I saw it on my much smaller screen, I'm like, I got had. I should have followed my gut and gone to see this in the movie theater. It's like, I don't know.
There's even
also if you're going with a date and you have to pick a movie. You don't want to pick a bad one, right? You want to make sure.
But okay, what is bad?
And then some guy, but you can't pick a bad one to be. That could be fun though if you pick a bad one, and if you have the right date, and you're both like going, "Oh my god, this is terrible," and you're both making fun of it, then that could be you guys could be making babies in 2 years. I mean, I'm just saying.
What's bad though? Because some critics,
take your date to see Madam Web.
Oh, dude. I'm just saying. I'm like, you take a date to Madam Web, and you both are making fun of it. You might get laid that night.
That's a different kind of bad. Well, that's an entertaining bad.
With my luck, the woman would be thinking, "This idiot took me to see this fucking movie. Like, what are we doing?"
I would recommend not taking your first-time date to a Joker movie, though. I don't think that's
a breakup movie.
I actually would like the Joker Harley one, though.
That's
the second
Gone
part.
Girl situation. Like,
I
you
would
gotta see
definitely
Gone
go with
Girl
that.
deep into the marriage. Because if you see Gone Girl year 2, you're gonna start questioning things. You're gonna be like, oh my god,
Yeah,
am I in
Gone
the
She's
right?
gonna disappear in year 3.
This day and age is actually you're a
hey.
little bit luckier because they're trying to play all the old movies back in theaters. So I would just go with something that I already know. And
True.
then
I'm not gonna lie.
Yet.
I'm not gonna lie. Like when the first Joker movie came out, I saw it by myself, of course, first. But then I went on a double date. I went on a double date to see it for the second time, and the girl that I was dating, she was like, "I really want to see it." I'm like, "Oh wow, you are a psycho." But I was like, at the same time, I was like,
Even that's a red flag.
I know it was a red flag.
Why are you enjoying it too much?
Why do you think it didn't work out? But at the same time, it was like I was like, oh well, I already saw it and I really enjoyed it, so let's fucking do it. And we double dated with like the people who set it all up. Of course, it didn't work out, but at the same time, I was like, at least I saw it first to know that I really enjoyed this movie. And if she really wants to see it, fuck it, fine.
I'm not kidding. When I went to saw this movie, it was basically an empty theater, but there was one girl who was sitting in my row. Okay, like 5-6 seats.
Casey's like, it's over for me now.
And I'm like, whoa, why are you here alone to this movie?
I relate to Gaga.
I had a kid. There was a kid in my fucking theater last night. I'm like, and me and my dad looked at each other like, yeah, and especially during like the
growth opportunity
the sex scene. And it was like, yeah, this is, and we both looked at each other. I'm like, this kid is like right over here. But I know there's some people that have to leave. Scott and William. I know you guys.
I gotta watch Salem's Lot here in about an hour.
Oh wow.
Ooh,
I need the new one that just dropped on Max. Yeah, I need to watch. I'll be watching that this weekend.
Hopefully,
I haven't heard good things, but I'm gonna check it out.
But because
I don't listen to critics.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, no.
What's
Here's the thing, though.
Middle score.
Here's the thing, though. Like I said, before I go,
Okay.
some critic or some other guy goes to a movie for what he feels and what he gets out of movie going. I don't give a fuck about that guy's opinion because it's my money. It's my cash. It's my moment. It's my time. So, and I'm not saying that person's opinion doesn't matter, but what does it mean to you? What does it mean to your financial situation for what you're going to see, what very few movies you may see in a movie theater or wait till streaming? Those circumstances, I've sat next to critics who bashed a movie for just being full of tits, ass, and explosions. Where that night, guess what I went to go see? What did I pay for? And what did I want out of it?
All 80s action movies.
Explosions. So what does that critic mean to me? What does that other person mean to me? It's a singular experience sometimes, and I think we get caught up to the point where it actually hurts movie. Not just this one, but I think it hurts movie going in general because it reroutes people because they believe in this stuff. So
I would argue that Siskel and Ebert might be more reliable than Rotten Tomatoes at this point. And
but they had integrity. They had integrity, though. They actually weren't doing it.
The way that everybody has to look at that side is like, just look at the individual, reviews and click on the full reviews to get what they fully have to do. And that's the thing. That's the thing that I always emphasize is like, don't look at the fucking rating. The rating is bullshit. The rating is like whatever. It's like, and I love it when people like go like, oh yeah, fucking Joker is it's running at a fucking 43 right now. But then of course it's like 12
33 days. 33.
I know. But I'm just saying like when a movie first like comes about, all of a sudden you get these movie, Twitter handles going like, oh yeah, it debuts at this, and I'm like, there's only 12 fucking reviews. Can you let it breathe a little bit? And that's the bad part. I hate the rating system. I like to actually read the actual reviews. Like, what are they actually saying? That's what I like to do, and that's what I do on my show when I read reviews. It's like, yeah, it's currently at this, and I'm glad that it's like it could be close to 100 because that's a little bit better, and then you get the consensus or whatever. Sure, but read the actual fucking review. Yeah. Don't just look at the goddamn number.
The whole system is based on.
That sounds like a lot of work, Dave.
Yeah. God damn it, reading. Right, Scott.
The whole system is based on just whether you like or dislike, right? So it's just a thumbs up or thumbs down.
It is a thumbs
up. So any single thing in a movie that you particularly don't like can give it a thumbs down. Even though the entire movie is enjoyable to you, one thing can make you give it a thumbs down. Yeah. Like for me, that was the Batman.
Oh boy! Don't even.
All right, Dave. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. All right. Take it easy, William.
Take care, William.
Yeah,
Go ahead and do your
you
one.
can follow
Bye,
me
Scott.
right there, youtube.com.
Follow Sci-Fi Center. Do all that, and then of course, Scott, if you want to do your sign off right now.
Of course, you can find me on Twitter X at ScottDC27, on Instagram at McMerlin, and on Vero at Scott McCullen. You can currently listen to me at the DC TV Squadcast, where Ray and I are breaking down every episode of The Penguin week to week. So check that out wherever your podcast can be found. And of course, every Wednesday night, you can find me here on the Film Junkie YouTube channel for DC Fanimated at 10 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Pacific, where next Wednesday we'll be talking about the Batman episode, The Demon Within. We get Kirby with Batman. Ooh.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right, guys.
All right, man.
Have a good weekend, guys.
Bye,
guys.
Make it easy.
Casey, he
Easy,
scared
guys.
Scott away with the Batman thumbs down thing. He's gonna stay the whole night.
I'm just saying that to trigger you.
People can't see the prior check. The second Casey did that, Scott's like, "I'm gonna go," and it's like,
Yeah.
"Oh,
Yep.
okay."
It's time to go.
Well, Casey, you just got under 2 years, and the Batman 2 is gonna be here. Get ready for another life-altering experience. I'm telling you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm really looking forward to enjoying that one.
Are you watching
Because
Penguin?
to be honest, I didn't really love the first Joker. I think it was really well made. It was a great movie, and it was one of my top 2 or 3, I think, in the top 10 of that year. But I didn't love it. Like, I didn't go and rewatch it. I don't feel the urge to go and watch scenes from that. It's just a great movie, and that's it. But this one, I feel like I will be watching again and again.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was the reverse. I'm gonna say
Yeah,
it
I think a lot of us were, but yeah.
Yeah. So I will say real quick, just because we were talking about it. I'm kind of with Casey. Like, again, I'm not thumbs down on it, but
Careful.
I definitely don't love the Batman the way a lot of other people do. That being said, I really do love the Penguin show. Like, I'm really invested
Yes.
into it. Yeah.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
See, that's what's interesting. See, that's what's interesting about this kind of stuff. It's like, but then at the same time, what I think the hope is, like, when we finalize the Penguin, and then of course the Batman Part 2 comes out, you guys might be like, oh my God, just like how you said,
Yes.
Casey, you didn't like the first Joker, but then you didn't really dig the first Batman, but then all of a sudden you see the second one, you go, oh my God, this got so much better. And then you appreciate the first one for what it is, kind of thing. It's like,
The first one is amazing, but I just didn't like some of the story choices. That's
I
where
get it.
that movie falls apart for me. But
Totally.
everything, like the aesthetic and the way it's
Yeah.
shot, the way it's filmed, everything is just amazing.
And
Music
that's what's so
too.
great about this. And I love the fact that people, that's the thing. It's like right now, it's like, this is what DC and Warner Brothers needed. Even though the Joker is very divisive, it's the fact that it's like people are talking about it like crazy.
Right.
But
At the same time as the Penguin series is being fucking praised up the ass.
Right.
I don't know.
I don't know
Yeah.
about that, because I wonder, would they take the divisiveness, or would they take
Right.
another $1 billion movie though? That's the thing.
I get it. I get it.
Because it's crazy that the fact that, like, it's tracking now to have maybe under a 40 million opening weekend. That's fucking real bad for the joke. Like especially the budget, everything. But like,
That was bound to happen though, because it's a musical.
I didn't think that though, because tracking last week was 70 to 90, and that's almost like a 50% drop from where it was. I think it's word of mouth, everything. But it's like, since Joker 2019, other than the Batman, there's been no big DC movie hits for them. They've all done like okay, or they've all failed, right? I'm not talking Zack Snyder's Justice League, that's stream. I'm talking theatrical, like Shazam 2, ate it. Aquaman 2, ate it. Birds of Prey, ate it. Blue Beetle, pretty much, ate it. I know people like it, but it didn't like.
No,
So-
but it didn't. But box office wise, it didn't. It didn't.
Yeah, and then it's like another Joker's just like another one now, where I think now, because it's not even just North American markets. It's other than apparently Italy. Apparently Italy's a big fan of this movie. But other than that, all these markets are coming in lower than they were tracking for.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Well, and I don't even think it's gonna hit like 500 million now. So to me, it's like. It's just strange that DC for like the past 5 years, other than the Batman, and if you're not counting the first Joker, they are not on a good run. And I did not think this movie was going to be $1 billion, but I still thought it was going to be like 600 to 700 million. I thought that was in the bag, and now
Well, it
I
needed
think
to
it's
make
going
that.
to flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, now
It's
it's
word
Well,
of mouth.
but meanwhile, James Gunn's like,
I want to know
know the
how
DC
Todd
studio's name.
convinced. I want to know how Todd convinced them to make it a musical, though. I really want to know
Yeah,
that.
same.
Because
I'm
You
actually
know how they did? You know how they did?
Lady Gaga.
The first one made $1 billion.
Yeah, but
I think it's like
that's
Paul's
what
Joe
WB will
Danto
go to
story.
them with, right? But how did
Dude.
he convince them that it's
Okay,
going to be a musical?
Casey, this is look at Batman '89 to Batman Returns. That's my comparison, because when Tim Burton made Batman '89 and they were like trying to figure out what should it be the tone, and they figured out something, and it was hugely successful back in that time. They said, Tim Burton, do whatever you wanted.
Yeah.
And guess what? He fucking did, and he changed it to a Tim Burton fucking universe. And that's why I go, God damn it, man. Oh, you know, sometimes I go, yeah, this is very Tim Burton compared to the first one. It's like in a snow globe. He made Wayne Manor a fucking hotel castle. What the hell? That's crazy.
And I don't know this for sure because I don't know the guy, but I just get the general feeling that I don't think Joaquin would have done this if Phillips was on board. Now, granted, I'm sure there's a big enough check somewhere, but like, hey, $50 million, and okay, I'll do it. But in my mind, it's like Bale. He's like, I'm never coming back unless Nolan's behind the camera, right? So to me, it's like you got to get them both. And to me, if it's like, well, I really want to do something different, I want to do the musical, I think it's like Dave said, she's like, yep, okay, and they would trust him because he just made us $1 billion movie on a very small budgeted movie that we didn't, as you guys talked about earlier, didn't make as much money as we could have. So they probably felt like idiots, like, okay, this is our second chance. And now, you know, and I don't know, because I've had two people, like a friend just messaged me like 5 minutes ago, so I didn't know I was seeing a musical tonight, and he's like not general audience, he's more in the know, but he still didn't know that. Last night when I saw the movie Song 2, there's a guy that said, this is a fucking musical, isn't it? So that's the thing where it's like there's still enough people to me that didn't know it was a musical to be turning away. Like I think there's people finding out while they're watching. So I think it's like like word of mouth is one.
Not going to be a flop. I don't think it's going to be a flop, but it's.
I think it'll break even, but I don't think it's going to do huge numbers. And that's the thing, though, too. Travis, is like they don't advertise unless it's like West Side Story or fucking Wicked, where people pretty much have to know going in that it's a musical.
That trailer didn't help me. I don't understand. There was no singing involved. How can we assume Wicked?
Oh, there's singing in the
Grande's
background.
Singing the whole time.
And Grande's just there doing this all the time. I mean, if there's not music, I don't know what she's doing there. But like,
there's music in her head.
Yeah,
exactly. There's something going on in there.
Joker 3, there you go. That's Wicked.
Her and the witch have a Joker Harley dynamic.
But Wonka, the Joker 2, there's another one I think too that had musical based stuff, and they didn't advertise that. I found out later. Like I didn't go to see Wonka,
Mean
but
Girls,
I had friends
that was
you'd be surprised.
Mean Girls, that was the one.
You'd be surprised how many times I don't know that a movie is a musical, even from the trailer.
Yeah.
Really? I mean,
I didn't know Wonka was.
If the trailer conceals it and doesn't really,
the trailer doesn't try to, you know, because they know that that's going to turn people off. You know, like, but at the same time, I'm like, I didn't watch Wonka in the theater, but when I watched it here, I was like, this movie's not bad. It's not bad. Like Timothée Chalamet was like very charming. And I was like, and there was like a lot of things that they took liberties on, and I was like, you know what, this is not actually a bad fucking movie. Like I actually enjoyed it, and even though it's like a full-on I mean, yeah, it's just one of those things. And I think like when it comes to this movie Joker, it's just people are just maybe are gonna find it and be like, you know, maybe I should have watched this on the big screen. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I waited.
Because I tried to not convince, but there's lots of people like Chris. We have people in our network that would be like, I don't think they need a sequel. And there's probably a lot of people that did see this. Go,
I think everybody thought that.
I didn't. I was like William, where I'm like, there's more story to tell here, and I think there's tons of stuff. But like, there could just be lots of people. It doesn't matter if it's musical. Doesn't matter if it won Oscars. They just went. I'm good with the one. And we've seen that with, even if they're not the greatest movies, like you guys talked about Aquaman, The Marvels, there's movies that made huge money 5-6 years ago that when the fall happens, people are like, no, I'm good. Like, I don't need to be for this. And I hope that's not the case for the Batman 2. Now, granted, if I see it and it's not a good movie, I'd go, well, for me like this, where I don't think it has the word of mouth, where I think the first one had two things. I think it was a surprising movie. It was mixed, but people that loved it really loved it. And it had that whole, like, it's a dangerous movie. The incel thing. Like, I think it was a moment where it's like, oh, I shouldn't be seeing this, where this is just oh, it's a sequel to that movie. Yeah, it's not dangerous anymore because nothing happened for the first one. There was no shootings. There was no crime. It's, people took a bunch of selfies on a staircase, right? That's all that happened. So I think it kind of like that. It doesn't have that hype.
There was a different kind of shooting.
Exactly, right?
They were shooting themselves with their fucking camera. Yeah.
So that's why I'm really intrigued now when we get to the Batman. Bat and Superman, both of those two. Like Superman, I have no idea. I've said this before. You could tell me that it's the biggest movie. Like, let's say a future teller sits me down and says, "Hey, Superman, biggest movie of 2025." I go, "Oh, I believe that." And then I could sit me down and be like, "Oh yeah, it's a massive flop." And I would go,
"Take your money back."
Well, and then they can tell me, "Oh, it's a massive flop," and I go, "Yeah, I believe that too." Like Superman, I have I don't have any gauge with the audience which way that's going to go, because I could see a lot of people being, like, I just don't even know if Superman's a draw anymore. Like, I don't know if people really want to see Superman anymore, and we're gonna find out next year. But
dude, that first trailer is gonna have to be something pretty damn magical.
Yeah.
And speaking of Superman, I think that was another.
Like, okay, well, sorry, Casey, I don't mean to cut you off, but one of the things that benefited the Batman was that first trailer when you saw the end and he was just like boo 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 boo, and then everything is like, I'm vengeance. It was like everybody went, what the fuck, and it was that. And I'm like, they have to have a moment like that for.
And it felt like something fresh. Like I even remember like just the little things of seeing the mask off with the raccoon paint. Everybody was like, they've never fucking done that. That's the first time in the movies they've done. Like Superman has to have that where it's like, oh, I've never seen this. They've never fucking
done that. Yeah, that's what it is. Anyways, go ahead, Casey.
Speaking of Superman, it was kind of a similar thing with Joker and Arthur. Like, he was struggling with this, other persona that he has, whether he should fully embrace Joker or not. People like him as Arthur because he's that, scrawny guy who people don't notice and stuff like that. So it was kind of interesting where he decided at the end to drop the Joker persona and embrace Arthur Fleck, and then people just lost him. Because they're too, they already built a Joker pedestal. They're all following him now. And even though the main guy just abandons it, it doesn't matter because the revolution already started. And that was really cool.
Yeah, that does play into the ending of the movie too a little bit better too, because if you're looking at it as a revolution, kind of like how it's a little bit framed in the ending of the first film and how that builds up and everything. But in Revolutions, if the leader falls off or if he's not what they want him to be, like, he will get replaced, and he will get replaced with another person, basically. When Lenin goes in Russia, Stalin took his place. Like, that's just what happened, so so the Joker takes his place, like the other guy. And I kind of had a feeling what they were doing the second they had him come up with this guy that had barely been in the movie, but what was there always in the background, and Arthur's just there. I'm like, well, the punchline's going to be something stupid. It's going to be intense, and sure enough, it was. So I was like, all right, but yeah, I mean, like I said, it's realistic in a sense of how this more realistic DC universe works. I will say this as far as like how everything is going, and depending on, we can argue all day about movie theaters and how that's doing on its own, just in general, or movie studios. But personally, as far as a DC fan myself, now granted, I'm pretty accepting of a lot of different versions of the DC multiverse and different iterations, and I like to see different variations on stuff. But personally, I'm in the vein of seeing stuff like Joker 2 or the Joker universe, the Batman, the Penguin, just those types of, I want more mature storytelling. And I mean, this extends to the MCU as well, with like Deadpool and Wolverine. Like, it's a little bit of MCU for sure, but that was a movie that really wanted to, it was for adults. It wanted to please old fans. It was, and it worked. I mean, it fucking worked. And granted, Joker 2 is much more of a risk, but I'd rather a studio take a risk like that and try to make something substantial, because it felt like a real movie too. That's what I liked about it. Like, I didn't feel like I was in what I would consider, or what I would say it was
like a movie that was made by committee kind of thing.
Exactly.
It was Todd Phillips going, fuck it, let's try this.
Right. And it looked like, the way it was shot, it looked like a movie. It didn't feel like, standard green screen part one here and cameo shows in this area, like that kind of thing. It was a movie.
And I almost kind of think like what Todd Phillips was like, hey, like I referenced the Waynes and did all that in the first one. I ain't going to do that with this one because that's what everybody expects. I think like Todd Phillips was like, everybody expects me to do this and I'm going to do that instead. I almost
he'll
get
still
that
give
feeling.
Two-Face's face. That's what I'm always confused about.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think he was just like, I got to give a little wink, It's like, but maybe that could have been studio notes. It could have been something where it's like, you got to fucking do a little bit. He's all right, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it my way. It's like, I don't know. Todd Phillips, again, we're talking about the guy who fucking showed up in Old School that goes, I'm here for the gangbang. It's like, it's that guy. This is the director. We have to realize that it's like, that's the guy when you watch Old School that shows up at the door and says, I'm here for the gangbang. That's the guy who directed this movie.
But Todd is a smart guy though. That's like Hangover. Like he was already he could have retired after the first Hangover movie.
Oh yeah, that movie made $1 gajillion for him.
He's stated that that was essentially his Star Wars because the studio didn't know what to make of it. He put his own money into it and he made he made so much on back end. And the same thing happened with the Joker.
He's done that
because
now,
yeah, so he's not dumb, and I think he's smart because he was like, I don't want to run DC Studios, and I'm done after Joker 2. I'll see you later.
Zaslav wanted them to be like, hey man, and then also we have to remember that he also like when he pitched Joker, like in a way, is like he also said he pitched 2 other characters,
and he pitched Black Label.
Yeah, they wanted Black Label. He was like, do Luther, do this, and Hamada and them would turn him. And I'm like, what are you doing?
Why?
Yeah, it would have been so.
Can you imagine a Professor Crane movie? If you did a Crane movie, like, oh my god, like a Scarecrow type of movie.
If you're doing Elseworlds or Multiverse, go nuts.
Ari Aster.
Dude, you just you just gave me a semi fucking case.
Oh my god!
Could you imagine though, like in the alternate universe where Phillips is the DC Studios chairman now, and this is like his Superman, and this is like the first movie of the new regime.
I'm gonna say
Dude,
right
Superman
off
would be Homelander. Superman would be Homelander.
I'm gonna say right off the bat, if Phillips had taken the job, I would be more interested in the main DC universe. But at the same time, anything under Zaslav, I just don't see.
Yeah.
Like getting to the potential that it needs to be at.
Yeah.
With maybe exceptions being maybe the Batman 2, but we'll see what happens.
They might leave that, And no, I'm with you, Paul. Where it's like I didn't love the movie, and like I said, it's like a 6 out of 10, which is like okay, it's just kind of a pass. But I'll take this over a lot of the other stuff we get in the comic book genre. That even if I might rate it higher, I'd rather someone out there go take a big swing and miss versus here's the same origin movie with a few changes.
What?
You know?
Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's the worst. Yeah, I got the worst score ever for a comic book movie.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, the Joker 2 got a D cinema score.
Yeah, it did.
So,
wow.
So it's like Megalopolis, The Exorcism,
based on a film. Are you kidding me?
Come on. I mean,
Catwoman is higher regarded.
Is better
than
Madam Web.
Yeah. This movie is gonna make like 300 million tops.
It's going to flop,
and it's going to flop. But that's the thing where I think this one is the first one had an independent feel, but this does feel sometimes more like A24 stuff. When you look at a lot of those A24 movies in the audience scores, they're fucking bad. But like the critic scores, like
that's
80s,
why
90s.
I liked it.
And
it was so weird and visual,
and that's why for me, I'll take more of these. But at the same time, when we're talking about this all the time, studio money, the studio that want the Avengers, the $1 billion movies, they don't want to take those risks, right? They don't want, A24 can do that because they have this audience, and I'm happy this movie exists. I'm happy
and
that
the budget is low.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, this was a bit bigger. Well, I'm happy this movie exists to extent. Maybe
you know what helps this movie? You know what helps this movie? Zack Snyder goes, he tweets, and he goes, Joker 2.
Oh yeah.
He's like, can you believe what they did with Arthur? Fuck.
No, he actually.
The first movie, I feel like Todd made it great, and it was kind of an inspired movie from Scorsese and all of that. But you could tell it was probably just one-time thing and stuff like that. But with this movie, I think he just proved that no, he is that guy. He can do it.
Hey Casey. Did you think the judge looked like Scorsese? Anybody think? Yeah. Anybody think that the judge of the case looked like Scorsese?
I did.
I think that was totally. I mean, like the glasses were a little bit more ridiculous, but they were fucking big. And I mean, I recognize the actor. He's been in like shows in the past, but I was like, I looked at my phone. I was like, why does the judge look like fucking Martin Scorsese? That's not a mistake. I was like, there's no way. I'm like, he made the judge look like Martin Scorsese, and I'm like. Again, Todd Phillips, what are you doing? This is
also
great.
I forgot to mention. I loved the way the Joker, changed his accent while doing.
Oh yeah,
when he was
like, dude,
he was representing himself.
I liked it for like
that was
half
the best
of it,
scene
and then
in the fucking movie.
I wish he
It was
dropped
awesome.
it after a while. Yeah, for me it was too much. I wish he got to just
I thought it was
But
great.
he was playing the lawyer part of Joker.
I know, but I think
he had that little southern twang a little bit. It was
what
great.
I liked when Puddles was talking about how he was the only one nice to him, and then he did slip in back into Arthur's voice. I wanted a little more of that dynamic with those two, because I thought right when the scene was getting really, really good, he sits down and it's like, oh fuck, like, and the guy
because
who
he
plays
abandoned
Puddles,
it.
I know, but the guy who plays Puddles too, fucking great actor. Like
he
really
was
good
so
job
good.
there, But
I loved when he walked in. I was like, yes.
Oh yeah. So no, like I said, but that's I'm interested to see what he does, because I think like what KC said, there's lots of people like KC that say, oh yeah, he proved that he is that guy, but then there's lots of people that go, oh, it was just like a flash in the pan, right? Like it was a lightning strike situation, and that's why I'm excited to see. What he does
most
next.
people are hating it.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna say for me, it's not like there is a bit of lightning strikes, but I'm not like, oh, Phillips, he's a hack. Like, not that. I'll just go, okay, maybe for myself.
Oh, there are people saying that.
Yeah, of course there is. But for me, it's like, okay, this direction maybe was left there to be a one and done. I don't think this added more to it. For me, it does hurt the first one a little bit in some spades, but I'm interested to see what he does next, if he goes back to comedies, or I kind of hope if he stays in the drama, because he did Old School, he did Hangover, so like I'd like to see him do a drama
road trip,
the drama that has nothing to do with an IP, and then go from there, So
yeah, I mean, I was telling. Well, sorry,
go ahead.
They'll just do Hangover 4. Watch, they'll just do 4.
No,
he might.
No one wants Hangover 4.
Cooper said he'd do it. Cooper said he'd do it. So
no, I was just saying, if you had told me in 2019, like if I knew nothing of going in, that the same guy that directed Joker had been the guy that directed Old School, I wouldn't have believed you. Like if they're two entirely different movies.
That's what's so cool about this, And I want Todd Phillips to be like, you know what? Fuck it. Let me go back to let me make like another ensemble comedy, and I hope it blows up or something like that. But will that happen? I don't know. I mean,
he's made statements that he can't. Anyone can do anything, but like comedies are done. He says, I can't find fun anymore.
Yeah, but it's but at the same time, he said that a couple of years ago. I know what quote you're talking about, Chris.
Yeah.
But now it's like things. I mean, again, the pendulum swings.
Yeah.
And we're at a time where now we're swinging back to where now people are like, hey, we can, say certain things now. It's starting to get back because there's a lot of comedians out there. I mean, I listen to a lot of comedian podcasts. I love going to comedy shows. I've always been a fan of stand-up comedy. And for a moment there, like there was like this whole thing of like, whoa, we're being stranglehold. But then all of a sudden it's like, fuck it. We got to like break through. And then all of a sudden there's been this comedy boom. So now I'm just kind of hoping like, well, maybe Todd Phillips is going, hey, he licks his finger and goes, it's time for me to make a fucking raunchy comedy again. So I'm hoping that maybe after all the shit, after the 2 Joker movies where he made a bunch of money, he did no matter what, Todd Phillips. And when people just like call him a hack and saying glad that he's done, the motherfucker's going, yeah, well, whatever. And he's just fucking
who would want to be that hack,
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, dude, that's what I was seeing. I tweeted about that. I was like, because I was seeing so much of that. I'm like, Jesus Christ, like 5 years ago, everybody was like, Todd Phillips, oh my God. And then all of a sudden it's like now they're like, Todd Phillips, what a hack. And I'm going, what the fuck are you guys even thinking?
How about you go to a studio first.
Yeah.
First you got to get in and have something they actually want to do and do a movie.
Yeah, something like this. I mean, the dude it's like the dude
he proved himself twice.
And again, like
I'm still in disbelief. Like, how did I like this movie? Because right when they announced that they're gonna make it a musical, I started the hate train. Like,
Yeah.
you know, Travis and I would talk, right? I was down for the sequel. Like, I didn't care that they're making a sequel, and it shouldn't, continue from the first part or anything like that. I didn't care about that. I wanted to see it where he takes it because I trusted his vision. And then he said musical, and I was like, no fucking way. And even until I stepped into the theater, right up to the first frame, I was like, no fucking way, I'm gonna hate it. I'm gonna hate it. And then that Looney Tunes music started, and I was like, whoa, what is this?
Dude, I mean, yeah, I know. Casey, both of you and I had because I said in a chat where, and I was halfway through the movie, and I'm like, when am I supposed to hate this? You know, it was like one of those things where I was like, literally, like through the first act, I was like, oh man, this is like, I'm like into this, and then into the second act, I mean, I just thought I had that literal thought. I'm like, I should be hating this by now, but I'm not.
Yeah.
Like, I'm actually like going, where's this going to be going? I'm like intrigued where this story is actually going. And, that's just me. I mean, of course, we're all,
Even with the ending, I was like, maybe the ending is bad, maybe this ruins everything, but it didn't. And I was like, wow, that was great too.
Yeah, that whole thing when he said the joke, I didn't put it together at first. I was like, who's this fucking guy? And then he stabbed him. I was like, oh no, he's not going to just die like this. And then when he started like cutting his face and you hear the laugh going, I was like, oh shit, this is the Joker that's going to be taking on Batman in the universe. I was like, oh man. Fucking Todd Phillips, you
Christian
son
Bale's
of a bitch.
Batman.
You son of a bitch. No, I didn't think that.
No, this guy, he just got shot.
I just thought,
yeah.
right
Actually, in this universe, Bruce Wayne could just get shot in the Batman costume, and that's the end of that. That's literally that's the Todd Phillips
He
Batman.
gets shot. The guy that's
I
Joker
just
gets
love it that
shot.
people were having a debate saying, "Oh yeah, Arthur Fleck can take on." In what universe is Arthur Fleck taking on Batman?
So for me, I was one of those people, but I was not saying
why,
Arthur
Travis.
Hang on, I'm going to tell you why.
I want to hear this because I know it'll probably somewhat make sense.
What William was hitting on too, what I wanted a bit more is the first movie set him up to be a very Charles Manson type of character.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, let's say a Batman was around, it would, like, the second Arthur Fleck would see him, one punch, it's over. To me, it would be that Arthur Fleck would always be surrounded by so much cannon fodder, so many people that's why you couldn't get to him. That's how he could not even outsmart Batman, but just have enough time to delay to escape again, pull for crime.
Fair.
Because like if you look at Charles Manson, most of these murders he got arrested for, he didn't commit those murders.
He inspired.
Exactly. So that was always my pitch of not Batman versus Arthur. It's Batman versus all those followers at the end when he has his hands up, and it's dozens and dozens of people. Even in this movie, right? The courthouse.
Which essentially is what Joker is, because I mean, Batman's like this big
I'm an
brooding
idea.
force. He is an
Don't
idea.
bring up
And
that scene. Don't bring up that scene. I'm an idea. I know.
Are you gonna make me? Are you gonna make me do it? Are you gonna make me
Do it.
Are you gonna make me? Do I have? I think I. You know, do I have
hit it at this point?
I'm
an idea. Yeah, I take it back. Joker 2, 10 out of 10 movie. 10 out of 10.
I will state Leto's performance as Joker in Suicide Squad is not great, but I will say the 5 minutes of Apocalypse Joker that we get in Zack Snyder's Justice League, that one seems
better.
like the Joker. Yeah, that one is
better.
Joker to me.
And because for me, that situation is, I'm not saying like he didn't have any input, but that felt more like Zack had a vision and said, hey, this is how I need you to play it. Where if you listen to David Ayer, a lot of those tattoos ideas and the look, that was not the look of him. And then Leto got on board and said, let's do this. Let's do this. I think with Squad, it was too much of Leto. It was too much of Leto, period, of his ideas in there, where I think Zack had a clear vision of like, hey, this is what the Joker needs to be in this scene. Play it like this. You're going to look like this, where like the damage thing, everything like that. A lot of those stuff, it was Ayer and Leto throwing that in there. And I'm not a fan of Leto.
No, I'm not a fan of the look of the Ayer Joker, but I don't know. Like I said, I still want to see the Ayer cut a lot, because the stuff that has been leaked, at least as far as the Harley Joker stuff, that was more true to what is like in the books and like what Joker's supposed to be. But at the same time, like I can totally see Zack talking to him and being like, yeah, you're gonna have long hair and you're gonna be like in like a straight jacket that's undone, and you're gonna have like cop badges as like trophies on your front. Like I can see like Leto and them getting like just ecstatic about that, like in terms of a costume or something like that, like that. And honestly, that does seem like something the Joker would do in an apocalypse situation.
Even
for
just
sure.
the pitch of the performance,
and the fact that he would laugh his ass off when like Superman's gonna come here and kill him.
Yeah.
Kill all of them. He just starts laughing. He's just like,
what else he got to do?
Yeah. He sees death as a joke anyway. I mean, one of my favorite Joker moments ever is in Batman: Mask of the Phantasm when the whole amusement park's going up in flames. Joker just looks back for 2 seconds, sees everything on fire, and just like rips.
Yeah.
Just, like laughs his ass off.
But yeah, Leto really leaned into that. I mean, there was a total collaboration. Even like when he like the whole the reach around line, that was Leto.
Oh yeah, that was him improvising, but that stayed in. So I mean,
it stayed in. Like when he was like, "Who's going to give you a reach around?" It's like that was Leto doing that. And
it's funny. Like Paul, you brought up the Harley Joker thing, which I'm 50-50 on the air cut. Sure, the guy can get his cut, but I don't have much interest because like when people are like, one of the selling points is there's more Jared Leto. I'm like, well, that's not a selling point for me. It's like
more Jared Leto.
For me, it's closure. I just need to. I need to see it because everything I've seen from the stuff of his original script and things like that, I feel flesh things more out. But yes, I still want to see how the Leto Air performance comes out.
I had an interesting thought. What about a special feature on this new Joker movie? You have the bouncing head going with the lyrics.
A Joker head,
yeah, Joker head, Joker and Harley.
Is it animated Joker? Is it the Phoenix Joker? Is it the Jared Leto Joker?
Be the Phoenix Joker.
No, it's the guy at the end that cuts his fucking mouth. It's that guy. But no, like it's funny.
The new Joker.
We were talking about this because on Geek First we're reviewing all the Fantastic Four movies, right? And it's funny with the Joker Harley thing, where it's like, I don't know if we're ever gonna get just like a full on just like adaptation of the original of, therapist meets the Joker, he twists her, and that abusive relationship. It's always in the Suicide Squad movie as it is right now. They love each other. In this, like there's a love. Harley does turn on, but it's not that dynamic. It's the same thing like Fantastic Four. It's like, we're just never gonna get like a proper Doom, are we? Like the way it's going, and it's just funny. It's like
don't jinx it just yet. I mean, we don't know yet.
But even then, it's like it's still gonna be like it's a multiversal Doom, and it's all this stuff, and it's Downey. It has this baggage, right? Of it's Downey.
The main reason I think that is even the case, like this is my theory at this point now that I've had time to think about it, but clearly they want to merge the Fantastic Four, the X-Men, and Avengers world, and put them all together, and then use Secret Wars, and then streamline everything together. So my thing is this: Secret Wars, if it's happening, it needs to be where Doom is centric. How do we establish a Doom or get the audience on board for a Doom that we don't have much time to set up for? Because now we need to use him to replace Kang. Oh, we get Robert Downey Jr. to play a multiversal version of him, and he's a A+ actor, so he'll be able to do a good performance, and we get the benefit of the people just curious from all of the Iron Man fans and the MCU fans in general. That's why that is how it is. I mean, that makes the most sense. But I hope that we can establish a regular Doom in the streamlined universe as it will exist post Secret Wars. I mean, I think the new Fantastic Four movie has a good potential to be extremely fascinating in what they're going to do, from even all of the test footage of D23 stuff that I've seen. Like, it looks good. I mean, I'm very eager to see like what they actually produce and what they make of all this stuff. So, but yeah, as far as the Harley and Joker stuff, I do think, because we got a heavily edited version in the current theatrical cut of Suicide Squad as it is. But I think that is there. I think there is semblance of the original.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, David Ayer was definitely trying to show that relationship that is in the comic books. He definitely was trying to do that. Yeah.
David, it should be on YouTube. Could you? If you want to, could you bring up the alternate? It's only like I think 10 seconds long, but the alternate cut of Harley being put up on the ship or whatever, the Joker grabs her on and then says his line that's not in the other version or whatever. I think it's something. I think in the theatrical it's a Bonnie and Clyde type of situation. He's like, "Oh baby, I'm got a grape soda and a rug or some bullshit," and then
this
Yeah.
baked,
But in
and that's
the
where it's like
That on YouTube?
and same
I
thing,
think it's
like
on YouTube.
it could still come out, but it's like not going to be like the big mainstream version that happens. And then I don't think I don't see that happening in the DCU where they're going to do the Joker Harley dynamic. I think they're going to let that rest for a while. So it's kind of funny that to me it's like this very popular, like I thought we'd get it in some movie easily at some point, just this dynamic, and especially because like there's an arc for a Harley character right there to turn against your abuser. Especially I thought in the Me Too era that was going to be a movie that they were going to do really, because that movie is baked in that type of rhetoric, right? Of
especially you bring Ivy into it, it becomes an empowerment
like later
thing.
down the road.
And
the original
this is a layup to do in this era, but I don't think we're ever getting it.
the original ending of the Suicide Squad, or sorry, the Suicide Squad 2016. Like Joker survives that crash, comes to her, she rejects him flat out to go with her friends in the squad. And Joker, I think it's taken away or runs away or whatever the case is, and she hooks up with Deadshot. So she
kisses him.
Yeah, so that was in place, and that was shot. As far as I can see, there is stills and footage of that, both from the trailers and everything else. Were you able to find it, Dave, or no?
No, the only one that I found like one where he just like pulls her up into the helicopter and then he goes, "The things I do for you," and that's
that's
Is that the one that you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the piece, because it's alternate dialogue from and the way that he treats her is different than the Bonnie, because I think he either gets her and then throws her out, and then there's a crash or whatever the case is.
Only 10 seconds.
Yeah, this is it.
The shit that I do for you. We're gonna talk. Okay.
And that's
that's an abusive person. That's a guy who's like, it's your fucking fault. I got to clean up your shit. That's not
what what I do for you kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take you get grape
I think that shows the toxic relationship between them. And then of course, like I mean, there was a director's cut that was released for Suicide Squad that showed where he, like when she chases him down on the bike before she's Harley Quinn, where he does fucking like he backhands her and stuff like that. But it's not, that part's not even in the director's cut. It's just like that scene is there, but they cut out the whole because they're like, you can't show that. It's like, this is the, when people, when comic book writers took the relationship between Joker and Harley Quinn from the animated series, they're like, well, let's make it more toxic, and they put it in the books. That was part of it, where it was like he literally fucking put.
Wasn't it already toxic in that though?
Yeah,
it was it was, but of course they're not going to show that in a kids show. Like,
I think he does hit her in the kids show. I don't think you see like hand on face contact, but like you know that he beats her. Or you know that
there are things
he pushes her out a window in the mad love.
There's stuff like that. There's stuff like that.
There's
never
enough stuff
where he literally freaking physically like hits her.
But there's enough stuff to know of like, hey, he does not truly love her. It's just a person that he's using as a puppet,
he always
right?
fucks her over.
Yeah, and that's the thing where it's I not to bring it back to the fucking 2016 conversation or 2015, but it's like, it's probably just because what happened with BVS, right? It got deemed too dark, so we can't have a movie that has one abusive relationship into a woman getting hit, especially if you're trying to be, whatever you think about it, if you're trying to get that Marvel $1 billion level that's for families, they don't have like a woman getting hit by a man that's like her lover, right? So not that I can agree with it, because I think there's a story there for Harley. If you do it good enough, you can give her that arc. But I know back then they were probably like they were seeing those dailies, and then when BVS came out, they were like, oh my god, like we cannot let this get out there. We can't have Joker acting like this. And I think they just like the merch sales of the whole Joker Harley couple thing. Like it's a classic Halloween thing,
well,
right?
now it's not going to happen anymore. 2016 won't repeat anymore because they're going to ask the audience what's going to get back.
That whole
I saw that whole article. Good God.
Yeah. That was terrible.
Someone described it perfectly I was on Blue Sky and they showed that, and it was like, when parents let their children choose what's for dinner, it's like, yeah, pretty much. Like
it's gonna be animal crackers and fucking macaroni and cheese.
Written and directed by Reddit.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have someone who's going to make a whole thread. Why is it just animal crackers and mac and cheese for this whole week? I want something different. Where are the vegetables? And like that's basically.
Go in the corner, Paul, right now. In the corner where you think about what you just said.
Back in our days, we had that.
Had what?
Back in our days, we had that.
What did we have?
We had vegetables.
Different variety of movies, not the same thing all the time.
I see what you mean. Oh yeah, no, we will get that. It's just going to be in the neons, the A24s. It's going to be in those companies that can only spread so thin, and that's why like I appreciate A24. Like when they released Civil War this year, that was their biggest like budget release. So they're trying to spread their wings and try. Like you can never get to, of course, like Disney and WB and Paramount. But I'm just saying like they're trying to get a portfolio where they can have a bigger movie, but it's still a tough task. But my hope is eventually that, like we talk about the pendulum swinging, that okay, let's say they do this, and for 2 to 3 years it's successful. These movies start making money. Eventually, people will get bored of them and they'll rebel and be like, "Well, I don't want to see the same movie again." I think we've seen that with we saw it already with superhero genre. We've seen it with other genres. So I think if enough shows and movies just become safe, and it also just like makes TV more appealing, because I don't think TV shows are going to do that. I think like they're week to week ratings. It doesn't have to be like, well, this one release on a weekend and then it's 3 weekends after. How does it do? Like House of Dragon, that was something that when it debuted again, came out, it had low numbers and everyone's like, oh my god, like what's going on? But then throughout the weeks it climbed and had its biggest rating. So it's like that's where shows, they have much more validity that okay, people might not like the storyline, but there's a bunch of episodes and hopefully we can win them back. Where a movie, they have to live and die by the box office, right? And I think people just eventually get bored of the blockbusters, but you know, who knows? Like it's, you never know what, like look at Oppenheimer last year. I would have never thought it made that amount of money, right? And nobody telling Christopher Nolan to make a movie a certain way is going to get you that result. So,
but I mean, we've gone over this a bunch of times. It's more than just, you know, the idea of same old. It's the idea that it's the draw to get me to go to the theater. Why am I going to this? Because, you know, you saw it earlier in the chat, Dave, where it's like, I'm just going to wait till it's on Max. Why am I going to pay money for it? You know, I mean, that's
But technically, you're still paying.
I know, and that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah, but
it's
it's you're paying a movie ticket to get a whole streaming.
I don't have to drive. I don't have to like do this, that, and the other.
Yeah,
the
movie sucks. They can go on their phone. They can do all this stuff, and that's the thing where that's another thing. I do think it hurts it. I know, because I think William would disagree and push back and says movies make their, you know, money in their 2 weekends, which they do. But there's movies now that they come out and they bomb, and then okay, in like 9 days it's on VOD, and they've trained people like myself and other people to be like, well, if I'm iffy about a movie, I am just going to wait. Where before it's like, hey, you got to see this and it might not be out for a while. Where there's tons of movies this month that are already within 9 days on VOD. So it's like, why do I even, it's like what Chris said. It's like, why do I even want to take the trip? Why go to the theaters where in a couple, if I don't have to see it on the biggest screen ever, like the Speak No Evil, the James McAvoy one, right? That's one that took 9 days already on VOD. You can watch it at home right now. I want to watch it because I've seen the original, but I didn't want to make the full trip. And I know it's probably going to be on VOD soon. And it was. So that's the thing where, I don't know. It's interesting what's going to happen in the next couple of years. But I don't think the Reddit thing is going to be the fix that studios think like, oh, this will make people come out to our movies now. It's like,
I mean, to be fair, like, I mean, as a semi-counter argument, I mean, this is only just one step of, if you guys have seen Space Jam 2. I know not many people have.
Oh, God.
But they make a joke about essentially AI choosing movies, and that then became a reality like less than a year later because it was probably already being talked about. Like
it writes amazing scripts. I mean, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's just like we're getting to a point where like studio executives are the only ones that need to be replaced. Like, but that's essentially what's happening is like people are getting lazier and lazier the higher up you go, and it's scary, man. But I mean, at the same time, I still agree with you, Travis, because it's like someone actually compared it. It was really hilarious to me because it's been a while since I've watched the cartoon, but there's the episode of SpongeBob SquarePants where he's a fry cook and King Neptune. You know, he's like, "Oh, you're the fry cook. You're like the ordained." He's like, "I don't believe this because you're a sponge." So they do a contest. Neptune makes 1,000 Krabby Patties using his magic. SpongeBob makes one, like the old-fashioned way. and Neptune throws out all the patties to the crowd to eat, and they eat it, and they realize it tastes awful, and they spit it out, and it's disgusting. And then Neptune eats SpongeBob's Krabby Patty, and it's delicious. So it's like that's also a euphemism for art. I mean, if AI, which is just making generative, things that already exist, like people, I want to say to a degree, are going to be able to tell that something is off. It's the same way of like of anything. It's like the dog sniffing out the Terminators, in the Terminator.
Might I remind you, 27's Justice League exists, and no one complained at that time.
The what exists?
People couldn't tell. The Justice League movie.
In
It
2017.
was so awfully made, and people couldn't tell that it was altered.
I complained.
I could tell something was off. I mean,
a lot of things were off.
I would argue no. They could tell something was off because the release the Snyder Cut got made. As
We
a
could
hashtag
tell,
because
but
a
not
fan
everyone.
knew something was off. Like
No,
this
I
was
think
not-
what Casey is saying is like the general audience.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
general audience.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess, but I mean, it doesn't take long for word of mouth to spread or someone to basically point to the Emperor's, new clothes. and
Do
say
they
something
even
is-
care though? Would they be like, no, I don't need AI, I need real movies? Would they even be that compelled to say
Some
that?
people don't. Some
What
people.
are you talking about, Casey? Like Snyderverse is gonna go to this Netflix and everybody's gonna fucking
I
watch
think
it.
maybe it's the I think
Sorry.
maybe and Paul can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's maybe the hope of Casey that they don't know or care it's made by AI, but when they go to see the movie, they go, "Oh, well, that wasn't good or worth my time."
Right,
Like they
right.
maybe start to subconsciously catch on, like, why is it like this?
True.
Why, like even like the way I think comic movies are. Why did so many of them in the past since COVID? Yes, COVID hurt them, but there's times that I think it's just appeal. I don't need to see this because they know the formula, right? And if you make movies with AI long enough, they'll make a formula like, okay, give me a comedy action movie starring Travis Kelce, and then okay, give me one starring Tom Brady, and it's like insert star, insert plot, insert
What's gonna happen?
genre, and for a while I'm sure, because what's gonna happen is some movie's gonna be made, it's gonna be a massive hit. And they're gonna be like, well, guess what? This was mostly written by AI and everything. And then every studio's gonna go, oh, we got to do that. Look at how easy it is. And then eventually they'll get enough bombs, and they'll be like, oh, why did we do that? Or underperform.
We're gonna see a crazy like John Wick style movie with fucking Tom Brady in it.
Oh yeah, it's just gonna be.
I mean, looking at the Minecraft trailer, I'm pretty sure that was created by AI. Like, I mean, you could not have made a more generic looking. Imagine that Minecraft movie starring Jack Black.
I'm still wrestling with the idea of Minecraft movie, but go on.
Yeah,
it should be animated.
A video game movie, Minecraft, because that's the most popular
bad.
one. Jack Black, Jason Momoa, weird AI generated llama. Like, I mean, like it just looking at that trailer made me like sick.
Oh, the whole thing's gonna be a shit sandwich. I mean, but anyway. We got Ryan joining right now. What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys?
How you doing?
How's it going?
I hear we're gaga over some Minecraft.
Oh yeah, we're totally talking about the Minecraft movie right now. Did you guys see that there was actually a clip that was released in the movie?
I kept on scrolling.
April.
And I kept on scrolling.
Yeah, as you should.
Oh wait, is that the clip of them like crafting and everything?
Yeah, they're doing the whole thing. I don't even know because I haven't played the game.
The movie doesn't even come out till next April though, so
it doesn't come out till April, and they release.
Gotta build that hype.
They're getting ahead of it,
And no, they're destroying it.
Oh, I know, I know. They think they're like building the hype up, but it's not going well. And like Jack Black doesn't have good word of mouth.
That's why I said I feel bad for Minecraft fans because I'm like, what are you guys even trying to do here? It's really bad.
I will say this: the last 3 times I've gone to the theater, there have been kids there, and they laugh and they're excited about it. But I don't know if it's because they just know the IP and they're like, it's gonna be for us. I don't know. It's weird because I look at that and I think this looks really generic. Maybe it's because I don't know the world other than the crafting part of it, and it doesn't really do anything for me. Like the Steve line is just like, okay, I know he's a character, but is that like a big reference or anything? I don't know. So it just looks like the whole Jason Momoa thing has no context for him being like out of 80s like hair metal looking dude with like a Pink
Apparently he's playing some like video game expert guy. I read. I was like,
okay.
So he's not actually like a character from this world. He's just like some video game like guy. I don't know. I don't know. That's what I read.
But, I mean, yeah, it's specific choices we're taking for sure. Yeah.
Oh, the movie is going to be a complete just disaster. It seems.
Yeah. But I mean, if the kids come out, it could at least make its money. How much was the budget?
Oh, I'm sure it's enough to warrant a bomb loss of money.
Yeah, I don't think it's out there yet. I think it's too early.
Yeah, it's way too early. It's gonna be one of those where it's like I don't know. It's gonna be. It reminds me of Pixels. Remember when Pixels came out a few years ago? And that looked like it was going to be like, oh, what? Adam Sandler? And it's going to be a movie where they had to fight like these old school video games. I'm all for it. And then I remember walking out of that thing going, oh, man.
They can never be Tron.
Yeah.
Exactly, Casey. It can never be Tron. Hey, we got a Tron movie at least coming out next year. That's
good. Yeah.
Sandler behind it. That could have been an okay movie, though. I would have.
Which one?
The Pixels one. If it wasn't Adam Sandler's comedy mixed in with all that, like if they tried to,
they could have done something.
It had the feeling, aside from some of the jokes and all that, like they were trying almost like a Ghostbusters thing with the video game world.
Yeah.
If you had a different director and recontextualized some of that stuff, it could have been an interesting movie. But yeah, they flopped hard with that one.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah. Someone in comments described the Minecraft trailer actually pretty accurately. It's like it looks like a Super Bowl commercial.
And it does.
Like, yeah. The cheapness, the random cameos from celebrities, some kid who's supposed to be a stand-in for the consumer, I guess, or whatever. Like it just awful.
Yeah.
And then you find out how much money they actually spent on it. Is like, can you fire that person?
Yeah.
Can you get your money back?
And it's sad because again, it's Adam Sandler, and like he's like the nicest guy in the world, and he just he probably went into it going, hey, this is gonna be like something cool, something like high budget that I'm doing, and but then it's like, but you know what? What's interesting about Adam Sandler is like he's built his whole career, and I love the guy, and I appreciate that he has built his career on just kind of being lazy. And just kind of being like, hey, I mean, and it's kind of funny too because we got the Happy Gilmore 2 movie that he's filming right now. And I'm like, cool, but let's face it, it's going to be one of those legacy sequels that's not going to be that great.
Yeah, like
and when I saw the first images, I'm like, that looks about right because we see him like walking out of it looks like his grandma's fucking house from the first one. And he's got his golf clubs. He's got a beard and a robe. I'm like, oh, yeah, he's going to be the down and out guy. And he's going to have to fucking golf again and do all that. I'm like, and I said that. And then when I posted my clip on TikTok, man, I got some people like, man, you're just hating. I'm like, no, I just see the writing on the fucking wall. I mean, like, Adam Sandler, as much as I appreciate him, it's not like anything. He will do things that is like uncut gems. Holy shit! Did that movie give me anxiety? And it was so well written, and he acted his ass off.
But he
literally has those literal gems where he'll like fucking go, all right, I need to actually do like a thing. I need to act. But for the most part, he knows that he could just make something that is not. That he can just be himself and do whatever, but he has these little movies where he can just like surprise people. That's what I love about Adam Sandler. Yeah. It's almost like he gamed the system. He knows the system.
But I mean, he's had more. He's good with comedy, you take it or leave it at that point. Yeah. But he's had more consistency in praise as him as a dramatic actor. There's not many things that he's swung and missed with drama at that point. Like you even take the movie Click. That movie gets dark fast at one point.
Yes,
it does.
That's the thing about Adam Sandler is like, it's like when he takes those swings to be like, hey, let's actually, let's go to the dramatic. He fucking lands, and it's like, what the fuck? How is he not doing more of this? And I think he knows that if I do this all the time, first off, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna be struggling for me. But at the same time, it's like when I do these stupid little movies for like Netflix or whatever, people just swallow this shit up because it's mindless, brainless fun. And he knows that. He goes, yeah, let's make the stupid movies. But every now and again, I'm going to fucking do a dramatic movie. And everybody's going to be like, look at Adam Sandler. He's fucking, and it works. I think he figured that out. He fucking figured that out.
Good for him.
And I totally agree. Yeah. I think what he wants to do is basically give you the base level stuff so that when he gets him to sign dramatic, he can surprise you. But I wanted to ask, has anyone seen that space movie that he did? I think it was called.
I didn't see it.
I did.
The reason why I didn't watch
it yet.
Fighter.
The reason why I didn't watch it, I'm a little arachnophobic. And the fact that he's seeing a fucking live spider, I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I would watch this if you weren't seeing a big spider.
It's creepy too because the way Paul Dano voice is very, but it's a good movie. But
I heard it's really good.
Yeah.
Again, this is Adam Sandler doing his thing where he goes, I got to do my dramatic role, and then I could do my comic where I'm just like this guy. But at the same time, I heard good things about that movie. But I'm like, as soon as I saw the spider, I was like, I can't fucking watch it. I get creeped out by big spiders. I can't do it, So I didn't watch it.
Yeah. I mean, Adam, from what I've seen, and because I've been a fan of his for a while, but like you look at him in any interview or you hear anyone talk about him, and he is like a genuine person. Like people do not. He is a good guy from what I can see, and like people love working with him. I think they love working with him too because finding someone genuine in Hollywood is probably very rare and hard to do. So I think he just gets people to come on to his little movies that he does, and then he's able to just kind of branch out and do whatever he wants. But I also recommend, if you guys haven't seen it, to check out Hustle, because that's
that was another one that was like a dramatic role.
Yeah,
right.
That he fucking nailed. He nailed that role. I really enjoyed that movie.
He's come a long way from doing The Cobbler.
Yes. Yeah,
I heard. I mean, I haven't seen The Cobbler, but I think it was done by somebody that was like a good director. I can't remember who's working on the signs, but yeah, I guess it didn't like work out that best. But I mean, listen, you got Punch Drunk Love.
Yeah, Punch Drunk Love was great.
Yeah.
Rain on. Yeah. Was Rain Over Me?
Rain Over Me.
Was so good.
He made a joke about Uncut Gems, though. He was like, if I don't get nominated, I'm going to make like the worst movie ever after this. And then Hoopy Halloween came out like a year later.
Oh, yeah. That was pretty awful. But I get it. I mean, it was fun for a fucking family movie.
Yeah.
It's like that they brought back Ben Stiller's character from Happy Gilmore, he's the mad attendant. Yeah, the old they brought him back. But
and I'm sure he's gonna probably be in Happy Gilmore too.
Oh yeah.
I hope so. Will. Yeah. Go to sleep or I will put you to sleep. I fucking love Ben. So just that when the mom gives him that line of like, oh, can I get a cold glass of water? Yeah, I'll get you a cold glass to shut the hell up.
I only found out years later that because I grew up watching it on TV first before I got it on like DVD and stuff, but I found out later that there's a scene where he picks his grandmother up from the nursing center and then basically catches Ben Stiller and he's like, oh, I know what you've been saying, and he throws him out like the
deleted scene from Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, that's deleted. It's not in, but they put it back in for the TV airing. So I was like, wow,
they do that a lot,
dude. They used to do that. You know why they used to do that? Like if you were to watch the first Ace Ventura on TV, you would get deleted scenes because I think it was because they wanted to try to fill the 2-hour time slot, but you have these 90-minute comedies. So, I mean, it was like always one of those things where it's like, watch it when it's on TV because they will inject deleted scenes. And it's funny because I remember like specifically when it came to Ace Ventura, there were like full on longer scenes or like extended scenes that I was like, because I was obsessed with that movie when I was a kid. I was like, I loved Ace Ventura. And then when it was on like NBC, when they used to show it on like broadcast TV, and it was like, they used to have like these extended scenes where it's like, but sometimes it would actually work and it'd be like, why did you guys fucking do this? This is better. It's like it added more to it But of course they always, studios execs, it's got to be shorter. Can you make it shorter? Can you make it shorter?
Got to fit in this nice little box.
Yeah,
shorter runtime, more showings. And honestly, Ace Ventura, they didn't even think it'd be a hit when it came out, and
that's the thing. So like anytime that these suits don't think that something's going to be a hit, they want it to be as short as possible. And that's always been a thing. And I'm like, God damn, like we have these fucking guys who are just drinking scotch in their fucking Skyrise in their, in their suits trying to make these decisions. It just frustrates me. Frustrates me. But Chris, I know it's late for you. You got to pick off.
So, but always great talking to everyone.
Yeah.
Glad good discussion with the Joker, but yeah, you can follow me on all the socials at Chris Balga, and 2 shows on the Geek Ultimate Alliance Network: World's Finest True Believers at Finest Believers, and Marvel Alliance at Marvel A Podcast.
There it is. All right, Chris.
All right, catch y'all later.
I love talking to you, man.
Later.
See ya.
Bye.
But yeah, as far as extended stuff goes, like, has anyone noticed that with The Simpsons? Amanda and I have been like rewatching a whole bunch because they just put 35 up on Disney Plus or whatever, and every time I watch it now, I'm like, I swear I've seen season 5 and I know it like the back of my hand. But then there'll be this scene where like Smithers and Burns are talking, and you're just like, when did that ever exist? And I don't know. I feel like so many of the earlier episodes just have like these extended runs. I don't know if they shortened it because it was on Fox or if that's how they always were.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been longer maybe in the initial airing, and then they changed it like later down the road and they shortened it or whatever. And then because it's going probably off of like the DVD release, most likely because it's on streaming, so there's no restraints.
Yeah,
so it could be that. But yeah, if you're getting more classic Simpsons from the good seasons, I say don't complain.
Yeah, no complaints here. Yeah, I'm just like, it's actually like watching it with fresh eyes because you see jokes that were really good, and you're like, man, I totally missed out on this, but you're seeing it for the first time. So, I mean, it's hitting, and it's just a lot of fun to go back to all that stuff. But yeah, when they shorten and lengthen stuff, I mean, even going back to like Superman, like the original one has this really long, like 3-hour TV edit. I don't know if you guys ever.
No, that was like essentially a director's cut for Richard Donner, like not the Donner cut, but that's Superman 2.
Right.
But yeah, there is a 3-hour version and stuff like that. Yeah, and like that one, you actually see what Superman faces when he goes down to Lex Luthor's lair to get to the door, like the machine guns, like freeze ray or something. None of it works, and then and then eventually he gets to the door and pushes it open and stuff.
Yeah, and the machine guns I kind of remember as a kid because I think there was one time that they aired it, and it kind of stuck in my brain, and then I never got to see it on TV again for like years. So then when I got it off of Vudu, which is now Fandango or whatever, I have that copy now, and I'm watching. I'm like, oh my god, like just pulling back old memories because these longer versus shorter cuts is kind of cool. Yeah.
I think the 3-hour cut for Superman 1 was probably the work print. On top of that, too, they literally were filming Superman 1 and 2 back to back, and that's like the original ending of 1 was supposed to be the original ending for 2.
Yep.
Richard Donner, I'm tired of Warner Brothers and bad executives putting good directors away from DC characters. It's just a running trend at this point.
Let's hope that doesn't continue.
Did that? Yeah. I don't know if they came up earlier, but I know you guys probably got into Joker. And
what made you think that the whole thing was called the Joker spoiler discussion?
I figured you weren't waiting on
4 hours in.
We were thinking we'll trick the audience and it'll be an Agatha all along discussion instead.
Yeah, totally.
That'll work out.
We'll talk about it for 5 minutes and that's it. But I've heard that especially like with the step scenes outside the courthouse and all that stuff, that there was so much of the budget getting inflated because they just recut so much of this movie. Like there was supposed to be a bunch of Harley scenes that they just nixed so much of it. And I heard from Dave earlier that the majority of the group here liked the movie, so I'm glad to hear that. But I did feel like I was kind of alone after I went on Twitter today, and everyone's just like, "Oh, it's the worst fucking thing I've ever seen. I'd rather watch Megalopolis," shit like that.
I never saw that.
I'd
rather watch Megalopolis. Yeah, nobody wanted to watch Megalopolis.
Right, and I
haven't seen it for
but like there is a clip.
I say watch it. It's actually I appreciate the artistry of Megalopolis. I didn't understand it, but
Dave. So now that you've actually seen it, because I don't know who else has, at least within my circle, but like there's a scene where Adam Driver is like shaking his head and spinning while there's red stuff behind him. Can you add any context to that?
He's going on a drug trip.
Oh, it's a drug trip. Okay.
Yep.
It just looked like something you'd expect, like Joel Schumacher to put Batman on a wheel and just spin him or something.
Have you not watched Apocalypse Now from Francis Ford Coppola when he starts losing his mind and shit? It's pretty much in the vein of that.
Yeah. Okay. Because it looked very like what was the production value on this kind of thing, And I mean, again, I had no context of just someone posting a clip saying this is better than Joker, and I'm like,
no,
is it though? I mean, I don't know what you're looking at, but
I'd rather Francis Ford Coppola waste his own money trying to make a dream project than have to sit through Ant-Man 4. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
I love Paul Rudd.
If I had to watch Ant-Man Multimania, I would probably choose Megalopolis, because there's something about Megalopolis where I just go, there's something here that I'm not seeing. And I see a little bit like when it came to Megalopolis, and I said it in my reviews, I was like, Adam Driver chews up his role and he's fantastic. Yeah. Everybody else is over the top, minus like Lawrence Fishburne. Lawrence Fishburne is like his assistant, and he's also the narrator, kind of a narrator. So like it's kind of, and of course it's Lawrence fucking Fishburne. That voice. That voice is so good. So I go, yeah. I get why he's the narrator of some of this, because his voice is fucking Lawrence Fishburne.
Right.
But everybody else is so over the top and ridiculous. But I'm going, this is by design. Do I appreciate it? I'm like, no, I'm annoyed of that person and that person and that person. But at the same time, I'm like, well, he crafted it to be like this. But Adam Driver is so fucking, he's good. He's like he eats up this role like crazy. And I'm like going, okay, I get what he's trying to do, what the character is trying to do. But then at the same time, the way that it's projected, I'm like, man, Francis Ford Coppola, okay, so you are trying to really express what you're trying to, tell right here. And I'm not sure if it's working, at least not for me. But I appreciate the artistry of it because it's shot very well, and you did it very, like the way that it looks. Yeah, looks fucking awesome. But I don't understand there were some times where I'm going, what the fuck is actually happening right now? Like, I found myself going, what the hell? And then of course you have Natalie Emmanuel, who is British. Gave her American accent. I don't think I've ever watched a movie with her with an American accent. And she's like the fucking second build. She is like in the movie a lot because she's like, the love interest and all this stuff. And her line delivery is so goddamn awful at times. And I'm like, God. And then her American accent, I'm like, wow. And then Shia LaBeouf is so over the top. Aubrey Plaza, so over the top. And then I forgot, I didn't even know John Voight was in there. And John Voight is literally playing a cartoon character. And I'm like going,
literally?
Well, he
pretty
is
much,
a cartoon
not
character.
literally, but he just.
If it was literally, I'd buy that.
Yeah, I know, but he's so over the top, it might as well be a cartoon character, and I'm like, fuck, man. I'm like, I don't know what you're trying to tell me here, Francis Ford Coppola. I kind of get it, but I don't at the same time, but I appreciate it. It was like that. It was like, I appreciate it. But there was like in the middle, like halfway through, I was like bored, and then it got interesting, and I went, "What the fuck was?" And then I just went, "What the fuck is he trying to tell me here?" Yeah.
So with Voight being in there, one thing I heard was that it's supposed to be like politically leaning, but also
there's a little political stuff in there, but it's not any leanings to either side.
Yeah, he's not like preaching to you. It has to be.
No, I know, because I know Voight's like a conservative, but it's not anything like that. No.
Yeah, because that seems to be the project he picks. If you've seen his like IMDb catalog, he'll show up on like $3 movie on Vudu or whatever, and then all of a sudden I'm like, I see a connection here with the projects he's picking. So I'd heard that, and then I'd also heard that it was like a fictional Romanesque retelling of.
That's what I think that he was trying to go for. Yeah.
So interpretation.
But I didn't. But and I've heard that whole thing about the Roman Empire, but I don't know the Roman Empire, and I'm just kind of going like, okay, you are trying to tell a modern story of the Roman Empire, but I don't. And I think most people just go, yeah, I would have to actually do my research first before I watch this movie. But I could appreciate it again because I'm like, okay, you try to tell something that was like modern day and it was and there's some interesting things. And again, visually looks great.
Yeah.
But it just, yeah.
Oh, really? Because that was another complaint I heard is that, again, not just that red background scene, that like CGI is something that looks like it was made prior to Green Lantern,
No, it's not. Oh, that's hyperbole.
He had like $120 million budget. So
that's what
he might have been limited.
Yeah. No. Yeah, but the CGI didn't look that bad. I mean, there were maybe sometimes it looked a little whatever, but it didn't look that bad. It did not look that bad.
And without going too spoilerific, what is the deal with that golden ruler looking thing that he's holding up?
I think that's all. I think that's just supposed to be symbolic to the architecture of him trying to figure out like a lot of things. Like there's like a thing where he's just where it's like almost like a what do they call that? A montage of him trying to create. So they show that where he's like holding up something and he like twists it and it like shapes stuff. And then even when he stops time, it's almost like it's supposed to be symbolic of him. Like the fact that he can stop time to figure things out. And then there's even a point in the movie where he feels like he can't stop time. But then, of course, Natalie Emmanuel is like now his muse and she helps him stop time. And it's fucking.
You had me at stop time.
Time. I mean, it's ambitious. It's ambitious. He's basically trying to, I think he's just trying to like, what he feels in his head when he's crafting a movie, he was trying to show with this because it literally is about an architect trying to create a new city within a city, and it's like, I think that it was a very much a representation of him trying to create a movie, and like his muse was his wife because at the end it goes she died before it came out. And I think it was just kind of like a thing where it's like, maybe his wife was his muse, and because, I don't know, it's something that everybody should watch.
Yeah,
everybody should watch it if you're a fan of film. Watch it because it's Francis Ford Coppola. It's interesting and like give it a chance. You might not like it. Odds are you won't like it, but. Appreciate the artistry. And that's what I said. I was like, I appreciate what was going on here, but I didn't understand everything that was happening. So
that's what I said about The Crow. Go see The Crow.
Oh, fuck The Crow.
I do like it. I know the purists and all that, so I enjoy that movie.
I mean, you can enjoy schlock. You just have to admit that it's schlock.
They're not acting great, but for the action and for what it was, I didn't hate it. Like I saw maybe it's because I just got done seeing the other sequels that came after the original. So looking at it, I'm like, at least it's a more polished product. I kind of like the end in the big opera house and everything like that. I think that was really cool. And then like he flips into another dimension to I can't remember the guy's name that he kind of his consultant in the other world or whatever.
In that limbo world.
That limbo world was cool, and that's how he kind of dishes out justice in the end without spoiling it for anyone who hasn't seen it. But I kind of liked it, and Amanda did too, and she's never seen the original one, so maybe this weekend I'm gonna show her the original.
Show her the good one.
Show
her the one where the hero is actually a hero and not a fucking emo douchebag. Sorry,
them being kind of like junkies. I mean, like, I know that you can make that work, and the whole beginning with them in like that institution or whatever was like kind of interesting, and they wanted to really set up a love story, but it's like I think she was so unconvincing as a female lead.
Yes.
I think she'd only had like music credits to her name.
Yeah, she wasn't a good actress.
She's in Honey Boy, and I only remember that because that's where she hooked up with Shia LaBeouf.
Right.
And apparently that real life relationship went really bad. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what Francis Ford Coppola or what movie movie I always forget that Francis Ford Coppola directed. I'll give you a hint. It's in the 90s.
I know. I figured it was because anything prior to that, everybody knows what he directed. Fuck. And I know once you say it, I'm gonna be like, yes.
I'm gonna say Boys in the Hood. I'm just kidding.
No.
Jack.
That's what I said.
Jack.
Jack. I didn't hear
Right.
Jack.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Love that movie.
Yeah.
Well, I actually haven't seen it in a while, but I remember loving it almost every time I've seen it. I need a rewatch, but it's a good time.
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember being kind of mixed on it. I liked parts of it a lot as a kid. I think the ending is very bittersweet and very like sweet and sad at the same time.
It totally is. It totally is.
Yeah. But Bill Cosby playing his nanny / therapist, I don't think is aged very well.
Yeah.
The only thing I really remember from it, other than the ending, is where they're in that ridiculous treehouse that they have in the back, and then Robin Williams farting into a can, and then they light it and they throw a match in the can. It's just I don't know why that's what I remember, but
it's so funny that is a Francis Ford. Wasn't Jennifer Lopez his teacher?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I know that movie is just full of like, what the fuck, and
like
just, but I mean, it's totally like right up Robin Williams, like it's like that's
The 90s. I think the 80s and the 90s are some of his most experimental times as an actor, like just doing a bunch of different things. Did you guys also know that Coppola is the inspiration behind Han Solo?
What?
No, I did not know this.
Yeah.
I did not know this.
Well,
Tell us.
George Lucas and Coppola were like good friends, obviously, because they were part of American Zoetrope and stuff. And actually, Lucas is the reason why The Godfather was directed by Coppola, because Coppola did not want to do The Godfather, and Lucas looked at him and was like, "Dude, we're fucking broke. Just do The Godfather. Like, go make money." And we'll just get this done. Like they had no idea like Godfather 2 would happen, all these other things.
Yeah.
So George Lucas is why The Godfather was directed by him. And I mean, obviously Luke Skywalker is kind of representative of George Lucas and stuff, but Han's, I mean, not entirely 100%, but Han Solo is hugely inspired by Coppola because Han is always going by the seat of his pants. He's always improvising in the moment. That was Coppola back in the 70s and 80s, especially. I mean, look at Apocalypse Now. I mean, he went bankrupt making that movie, and then the movie was successful and it worked out. But Coppola is insane, man. Like he made Megalopolis because he made a winery in the 90s and just got rich off of that.
Yep.
Yeah, and then sold it.
He sold it for $500 million. That's what's interesting. He sold it for $500 million. He funded this movie for 120. So even though this movie flopped, and he still has what 300 and what's the math on that?
He's still
$480 million.
Yeah,
to fuck with. I mean, I'm sure there's a little more for marketing and shit like that. So he still has like 400 million that he could fuck with. He's gonna make another movie that he wanted to make.
Yeah. His children are successful. His children are successful in their own right.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's got a daughter who's directing, right?
Yeah.
Roman Coppola writes with Wes Anderson. Sofia Coppola is already accomplished as a director. Nicolas Cage, his nephew, is obviously very accomplished as well. So
can't wait to see him in Spider-Man Noir. I think that'll be interesting.
When I read that article or read it when that was announced, I was like, this is insane. But I was like, you could just make it animated and it'd be fine that way too.
Oh yeah, totally.
But I guess it is what it is. But
you see the picture that dropped today of him reading the paper?
I think so. I saw a picture of him in
Silvermane on it. So I mean,
boy,
is it going to be robot Silvermane or is it just like Boss Mob sitting in the chair and
I just asked that it's better than the Venom or the Morbius movies. That's all.
I think
that's all I asked.
I wanted to ask Travis about Venom too, especially with him rocking that sweet the tank top there.
It has nothing to do with the movies.
There's the new images right here where it's like,
Oh wow.
I think he'll just be a mob boss type of guy if they go.
Yeah,
I don't.
Are you going to see that guy? I just don't think for the period, unless they go fantastical with it. But I just don't think for noir. Yeah.
I definitely just wearing the tank top on coincidence. I'm not on the hype train for Venom 3. That's gonna.
Oh, you're not.
No,
Oh,
that's gonna be an awful day for me. I don't like those movies.
Oh, come on, Travis! You can't wait for them to ruin Null. One of the best things about the symbiote
Not if you
lore
ask
in the
William.
books.
You should
Creator?
ask William about Null, and then he'll fly off the handle. But yeah, no, and it just seems like each week passes, more and more scoopers are saying, yeah, like him doing the Spider-Man 4 things happening, just awful. Just all this is just awful. I'm not a fan of any of this stuff. I love how before we were debating between like, okay, is it gonna be a street level movie or another movie with Toby and Andrew, and we lost because we're gonna get fucking Venom in Spider-Man 4, and it's just like,
Yeah, Amy Pascal needs to just stop. But
but I also think it's a bit of fight too, because I bet it's because they had some movies that disappointed. That now it's like, because I can fully admit, I know that people like the Venom movies, they will make money, and you put Venom in Spider-Man 4, it'll make money. People want to see that connection, but for creatively, do not at all. I don't enjoy the Venom movies. This is the time purely I can say I will go see Venom 3 because I get paid on the podcast to go see it. That is most movies I see because I'm a moviegoer. That is purely because I'm going to get a check at the end of the month, and seeing Venom 3 will help because, those bigger movies do better work for us. But I'm not looking forward to that at all. It's good. I'm just hoping it's better than Carnage, because Carnage was not.
Carnage was terrible. Look, I'm at the place, and I think you can agree, Travis. Like, make it street level, make it Black Cat, make it Kingpin and Daredevil. Like, that's what I think fans want to see. Look, if they have Venom in it, I just say make sure to make a point that he's part of the multiverse, or he's from the thing, and maybe him and Tom do a team up or something. As long as he's not like made the in-universe version of Venom, I'd rather Tom Holland, find a symbiote in his own timeline and do something like that. I think that would be more interesting. But yeah, Sony can't get out of their own way.
Clearly.
That's just how they are.
So on this Spider-Man 4 thing, because I've been hearing rumblings about it, but like I've heard it go one way and I've heard it go the other. First of all, who dropped this Spider-Man 4 news about Venom being in it? Was it like Snyder? Because if it's him,
there's a bunch of people. I think RPK's on it. I know Cosmic Circus is on it. I know Cryptic HD's on it. So there's.
Okay.
I think it's happening. I think there's
a Reddit kind of rumor. It feels like
it is, but I think there's when it's one, then I go, oh, I don't know. But when it's multiple people saying like, yeah, I've heard that, and they're dropping their like cryptic gifts and stuff, and I just, I think it's happening.
So here's what I'll say on this. So first of all, we established at the end of No Way Home that. Basically, he's kind of back to roots. Like Spider-Man is kind of in a reset place, so to speak. So I don't think that they're going to jump right into Venom for that reason, because it's going to be a whole new start of a trilogy. Why would you go and drop Venom in there? I don't think that. And then you've got Tom Hardy basically saying like, no, I'm like done with this character. Could that door still be open if they dump the money truck? Sure, but like I really don't see Venom popping into 4. Like he would have to be like a Secret War thing, I just don't think, unless there's like a big event, that you're pulling in Tom Hardy for that movie.
Unless what they want to do, because again, I like Tom Hardy as an actor, they want to establish that like, okay, he is coming back, but it's Tom Hardy as Eddie Brock in the MCU timeline, like in that timeline, not the Sony timeline. If that's what they want to do, okay, we're going to do the Venom arc. We're going to build Tom getting a black suit, then passing it on to Eddie Brock if they want to do it that way.
Yeah.
It depends on, but that only that, or establishing that, the multiverse exists and blah, 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 or whatever, like, and they do it that way. Like but even then I'm still with Travis and you, Ryan. Like, I don't need Venom in this. I'd like Spider-Man to deal with other things.
Yeah, he needs to start this new trilogy up. Like if we were getting to the second or third movie in the new trilogy, and you'd already kind of reestablished what this Peter is going through and all that stuff, then that would be the case. I could see it possibly happening, but I think Marvel right now especially Marvel Studios, needs to recenter themselves towards like an Avengers level threat. And I think that needs to be their focus. So adding in outside characters from other worlds and stuff like that, like outside of Doom, I think they have an understanding that you can't go buck wild anymore. Like, you can't just be like, well, we're going to do a Shang-Chi 2 over here, and then he's going to be fighting ninjas and has nothing to do with what's going on in the bigger picture. Like, I think they know they got to center it.
Oh, yeah.
So I want to, if anything, I would rather see Tom Hardy fight Andrew Garfield Spider-Man, because even in the end of that third movie, he says, man, I would have liked to have fought an alien, you know? I think that would have been cool, like, just to have them square off with each other, because that's something for Andrew to do, and you can keep that as Sony Spider-Verse, and then let
I hope the same way that Joker ended is the same way Venom 3 ends, where Eddie Brock's in
he just gets stabbed by some guy,
and we never get this.
The real
get the real one.
Because I'm on the camp where I just don't want Garfield in these movies too, because I just don't want him to be in this universe, because they're just not great movies to me, and I don't think he'll do it either now. I think he's too established, where that was the rumor that they pitched him on Amazing Spider-Man 3. He, like, this go around, he didn't like it, and he walked, because he doesn't need to do it anymore now. He's not that guy, and I just don't know sitting him down like, hey, and the big idea for you to come back, we want you to fight Venom. And I don't think Garfield, unless he's needing a new house, I don't think he's down for it. I think he's down. He's gonna do stuff with Tom again, and they'll work together. But I guess I should say Holland. I forgot they're both named Tom, so that doesn't specify.
I know. Same.
Yeah. We'll see. I hope not. I hope all these scoopers that are putting this stuff out are dead wrong with this Venom stuff. But I guess just the word is that Null's barely in the movie. So that's the idea of, like, well, it's a setup. What's it set up for? Well, it's set for Spider-Man 4. And if Null's in there, you know Hardy's going to have to be in there. And I don't want any of this. But at the same time, you can just say that that's why, like, he's still a regular Spider-Man, but he goes somewhere else, whether it's out of space or somewhere, and that's why you don't got to worry about, oh, does MJ know him, or does this know him because he's not even on Earth or something. And
maybe he's just an expendable villain. I mean, they made Carnage a one and done, so it's like, I don't know.
Tom Holland needs to be street level Spider-Man. Like, we had too much going on with Mysterio.
Not gonna happen.
I think
not gonna happen because they have to lead. The fact that they're leading into Doomsday and then, of course, Secret Wars, there's no way that it's that's when I saw people upset where they're like, Jesus Christ, he was supposed to be street level and Sony fucked it up. I'm like, Sony fucked it up? What are you talking about? Look what's happening over, like, the MCU is setting up Doomsday with Robert Downey Jr. And then Secret Wars. I'm like, you guys are blaming Sony? I'm like, I think MCU is like going, hey, we're going to be like doing some crazy next level shit right here when it comes to multiverse. And we need Spider-Man to be leading that. And then it's just like, I was like, it was so weird when I kept seeing people blame Sony. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? The MCU is like trying to like lead into like these two big Avengers movies that are going to be multiverse level, which probably is going to have the other Spider-Man.
But I mean, like, you know, Spider-Man Homecoming happened right after Civil War, and that was like a pretty, I would say somewhat, I mean, comparative to the other Spider-Man MCU movies, was pretty decently street level with Vulture. I don't see why you just can't go back street level for just a small smidgen.
They should have done it by now. If they would have, they should have done it by now. There should have been already a Spider-Man movie that was like a small budget. They should have done by now. It's too late. It's too late, because I think the fact is the matter. They probably would have if Sony and Marvel Studios weren't sharing them. They probably could have done something like that. But the fact that they're sharing them, it's all fucked. It's all about what's going to make the most money.
Yeah. I heard Tom was holding out too a little bit.
There's that too. There's probably like all kinds of logistics that come to it. Yeah. But if it wasn't like, I think the biggest thing is like that you have two studios sharing Spider-Man, and that's fucking everything up, because I'm like, that was 2021 when No Way Home came out.
Yeah.
We're coming out 3 years later. Like, we're coming on to like all that. And it's like, we haven't got anything when it comes to a Spider-Man. That movie made over $1 billion. You know, it's like, how are we not? Billion, and Spider-Man is more popular than fucking Coca-Cola. I mean, like, what are we doing?
But hey, guys, we got Agatha.
And
oh god,
Well, they can't control that, right? Like, so they Marvel can't do that. And if you look at the Spider-Man trilogy, they were 2 years between each of them was Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home. They made sure on the dot. And yeah, but there was a time, like Paul said, like Tom, like Holland legitimately, like he went on an acting break for a while, so you can't do like. If the dude's like, hey, I want to not work for a couple of years, you can't make him work. He's like, well, fuck, I guess he doesn't want to.
Yeah, you can if you fucking put a lot of zeros on a check.
Of course. Yeah, but clearly they were like, okay, we'll come to it. And I also don't. That's a franchise where I'm not really worried. I think when they come back with Tom, it'll be a hit. So that's why I think there's probably not. And plus, we always forget, right? Like it was the tail end of COVID, but also the writer's strike as well too. So that did delay some stuff. But it is odd that it's going to be about 4, maybe 5 years till we get the sequel to No Way Home, which I think we all thought, we're gonna get another one probably quick here because it's just making lots of money and why not? And I thought they'd do a bunch of stuff. I thought they would have got Garfield back. I thought they would have got Stone back, but that stuff to me is more on Sony, where I think they whiffled the ball there. Of like, they should have jumped on Amazing Spider-Man 3 and what we just talked about with Todd Phillips. Maybe not the same way, but they should just sat him down and said, hey, pick a director. Let's get an idea. What do you want to do with this character? Because even if they didn't do Holland right now, imagine something with Garfield. But I think that boat's gone, and I don't know. Maybe we've always talked about this. Maybe they can't make a solo Spider-Man movie right now with this deal with Marvel because they always just keep doing these side characters. We haven't got a Spider-Woman live action.
Getting Craven.
Yeah, we haven't got Miles live action.
I am ready for Craven. I'm not gonna lie.
We got Venom and Craven coming out within 2 months of each other. That's so crazy.
Craven, the Christmas movie everyone's waiting to see.
Yes. Do you guys realize what's coming out on Christmas? It's like we have Nosferatu, Baby Girl, which is a fucking R-rated erotic fucking affair movie, and I'm like, and then Nosferatu and Craven. I'm like,
Jesus wept.
Nosferatu.
But at the same time, I'm like, well, I mean, it's not like anytime they release a Christmas movie, they try to release it at the end of November to be there for the entire time of December. I get it, but at the same time, I'm like, who the fuck is gonna go see this on Christmas Day? Like,
Nosferatu's gonna fucking die, unfortunately.
I know, and I'm like, that looks so good. That's the one I'm looking forward to the most.
Yeah, put it in January. I know it's one of those things. Like, there's Mickey 17, there's Wolfman, but it's just like that. Out of
I saw
all
Mickey
the
17 trailer during
Joker,
my
right?
Joker, and I was like, I nudged my dad. I'm like, we gotta see this. And then I nudged my friend. I'm like, check this out. And she was like, is that Robert Pattinson? I'm like, yes. And my dad was like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, yes. And I was so like, we're seeing this fucking. I'm like, I want this movie to be so successful in January because I'm all about it. I'm all about it.
I was so excited showing it to Amanda, and she just went, huh. And I'm just like, really?
Yeah, I was surprised my theater was actually like laughing at it. So I don't think it's gonna do the greatest. But I was like, okay, hopefully maybe this trailer plays better because I was surprised people were having a good time with it. But it's a
well, like my friend, she was like, what the fuck? His voice. I'm like, yes,
the voice.
That's what's so great about it. And then I looked at my dad. I'm like, my dad was like, wow, that looked crazy. I'm like, you realize that's Batman, right? You know, it's the latest Batman. He's all, what? I was like, yeah. It was the latest Batman. It was so funny. I love it when
it's going to be one that builds on the hype until we get to the actual release.
I'm skeptical, not because of Robert Pattinson, and I think the director is incredible. Obviously, he did Parasite
was
and all those.
Awesome.
But I've heard already that there was stuff behind the scenes and everything. And they were dealing with different cuts, so I'm already. I'm already skeptical.
That's why it's in January. It was supposed to come out this year. Yeah.
Because you know what happened? Warner Brother saw Parasite and they hired this guy because they thought this guy can go make us
and then he made a dark sci-fi comedy.
He made something else, which I'm sure at the time's like, oh, it's going to work out. And then when they saw it, they were probably like, fuck, this is not what we wanted. And that's why they put in
Gotta throw some knee slappers.
Yeah, but I hope he got the bag, I hope he got that. And I'll be there day one. I'm excited.
Dude,
that's definitely a most anticipated movie. And Pattinson's got a lot of good stuff coming up. He has a romantic drama with Jennifer Lawrence soon. He's got some with Zendaya, and then hopefully the Batman 2 here soon, which I hope we get some casting after Penguin. Like that's my hope is they're gonna not say anything during Penguin because they don't want to take the hype away. But after Penguin, I want Matt Reeves to start dropping those fucking gifs of the actors.
Dude. The fact that so the Penguin is doing well, everybody's raving about it, and then of course we get this whole joint effort with the dynamic duo of Robin's animated thing. And as much as that was like off the wall and everything, and I'm like, all right, and I don't even know. I'm like, is it tied to the DCU? Is it Elseworlds? I'm like, at first I was like, oh, it's got to be DCU because that's what James Gunn said at the announcement. Then I'm going, well, maybe not. And I'm like, but the only thing I'm going is like, I'm going because obviously there's a lot of people out there that were like, James Gunn's gonna cancel the Batman. But the fact that they're now working together on a project, I'm like, there's no fucking way that we're losing the Batman. And the fact that the Penguin is doing so well, and even James Gunn has promoted the fact that because it's under the DC Studios name, brand, and I'm just kind of going like, all right, the Batman 2, I don't care what the fuck, nothing's gonna happen to that. There is trust, and it seems like Matt Reeves is 100% going to be a creative force in the DCU or whatever the fuck is happening with DC Studios. Yeah. I don't know what the hell. I honestly like this whole dynamic duo thing. I'm intrigued, and I just immediately was like, this has to be, let it connect to the DCU. But then I'm kind of going, oh fuck, what? Maybe it's not. I'm like,
the puppet animation. I don't know how that blends and everything. It's.
Did you see the footage?
I did. Really good. It wasn't Leica, but it looked kind of like what Leica would do. It would look. I'm trying to remember what the name of that studio was, but
Toybox or something like that.
Toybox, yeah. Toybox. Fine, but I don't know. It looks kind of like maybe Monster House did to me, where I was just like, I mean, it's cool. I like the animation, but like, why can't we just get a Robin movie? It has to be the two of them together. They have to be like, it's like when you get those random offshoot Batman games of like, what was it, Gotham Knights or whatever, and then no one got behind that one. So I really just think that they need to like do Batman, or actually they're going to do a Batman and Robin movie anyways in the DCU. So why not branch a Robin movie off of that if Robin's such a popular character?
Like, but it's not the same Robin that's going to be in that Batman movie. It's like you got Damian that's supposed to be in Batman Brave and the Bold, and then this is supposed to tell the story of Dick Grayson and Jason Todd. Yeah. So it's like, that's why I was going, why wouldn't it be like a DCU? And maybe it will be, and because it's not been clarified. But at the same time, I started, because I thought immediately, I'm like, oh, it's not tied to Matt Reeves' universe, so it obviously. But then all of a sudden, I'm going, what the fuck? I'm like, is this an Elseworlds? I'm like, all right, it's just cool.
Elseworlds.
It probably is. It probably is. Like, but at the same time, I'm like, that could be good too, because you could just have just one off, and it might cost like $30 million and whatever the fuck, And
I'm excited. It just shows up out of nowhere as like a Super Pets kind of thing, where they're just like, we just want to show you what Robin, why he's cool, and then here's two of them, great, and nothing connected. I'm fine with that. I just every once in a while DC will just do that random project, like Joker came out of nowhere, and we're like, all right, this is what we got. So I mean, if it's not connected to anything, sure, why not? But I feel like James did a good job in the very beginning saying like, here's our slate, and the slate's already moving around like Waller and stuff like that. I'm like, can we just get that and then maybe the Batman or the sequel and then just proceed from there? Like, I don't want us jumping the gun too much. And I feel like so many of the scoops these days, like obviously everyone wants their clicks and their attention, but like, I just don't want us to be talking about, a Blue Beetle sequel or something like that when we've got a slate that we're trying to stick to in the first place.
We've had the same combo, guys, a bunch of different times at this point. Like, it is what it is, and you guys know where I stand. Like, I mean, I'm still waiting to see Superman Legacy underperform, and then everything just goes to shit. I mean, in general, like, turns to Elseworlds, turns to whatever they got in the can, they got to finish and wrap up and reshoot or whatever the case.
Hey guys, remember when we made that money? What was that guy's name? Zack Snyder. Is he still available? Oh yeah, he just finished that UFC movie. Okay, bring him back. Like, I don't know what Superman's going to do. I really hope it does well, but
don't bring him back. Let Zach do his shit.
Yeah, no.
Looking for that UFC movie. Fuck yeah.
Did you guys discuss UFC already? Because
no, I haven't discussed that now. But
it's interesting. I mean, I like that Zach keeps branching into other stuff.
I know you said it was a strange choice.
I did say it was a strange.
And I was like, how is that a strange choice? It's Zach and fighting.
well, no. When you think about, like, he definitely has like that workout regimen in his mind with a lot of his projects from 300 and beyond, but it's just like, it's not the first thing you think about because you kind of think of him in that high fantasy concept, whether it's superheroes or zombies.
I say good. He needs to do something different.
I think it would be interesting for him to pull that off. I don't know if it's just going to be a bunch of slow-mo fights or whatever, but whatever the story is,
he might not even do slow-mo in it. I wouldn't even be surprised.
Really,
Jack is one of those guys that could be like surprise you and be like, hey, maybe was there any slow-mo in fucking Man of Steel? No, no, there was no slow-mo in Man of Steel. People forget that there's no slow-mo in Man of Steel.
Didn't Zod try and punch him across the face?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
No, the punching across the face.
That's the thing. It's like nobody remembers that there's no slow-mo in fucking Man of Steel. That's the thing. And there was we tried to do something different with Man of Steel, where even like when it came to like the way that he filmed it, where it was almost like handheld and like it would zoom in and do all like this crazy stuff. And I was like, yeah, you watch Man of Steel, that is not conventional Zack Snyder stuff right there. And that's what makes Man of Steel so great. And I'm like, yeah, there's no slow-mo. And he does something completely different with Larry Fong's cinematography. And I'm like, see, I'm like, guys, come on. It's not, I know he's known for the slow-mo guy, but it's like, man, one of his most notable movies does not have slow-mo in it.
That's true. Okay, fair enough. I space them out just so that I can relive the magic again on a lot of movies, and that's one of them. So, not to say I haven't watched it in like the last 2 years, but I must have forgotten that. That's I'm thinking
everything is so fast paced in Man of Steel. Like he kept it super fast paced.
Other than maybe like him about to launch off and then it all swirling, but that I think was relatively time. So
but it wasn't like the Zack Snyder slow-mo where it was like
it was slowed down.
Oh wait, there is one slow-mo sequence.
Okay,
it's very, very subtle. It's when the rain droplets start to rise when the terraforming starts to happen.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but it's not traditional Zack Snyder.
Not traditional slow-mo, but it is technically slow-mo in terms of like, the way we're. I guess technically, but I think you're still right, Dave. In comparison to other stuff that he's done.
Yeah, I think Zack just was like, and I'm not going to do my traditional. Well, I mean, this was still like, this was Zack. Just, I mean, this is coming off of Sucker Punch and stuff like that. Yeah. So it was like he was like, especially when you get asked to do this do that project, and Christopher Nolan's like, I told them to go to you, buddy. I'm not going to do Superman. They wanted me to do Superman. I want you to do Superman. So he was like, all right, I'm not going to do my traditional like slow-mo thing.
It's like out of respect for Nolan, right?
I think that was it. And then, of course, obviously when that was like a hit and then he did BVS, all right, I'm going to go back to some of my conventional methods. Doing some slow-mo stuff, which he did. And, we appreciate that as Zack Snyder fans, of course. But it's just kind of funny that, that's not recognized, where it's like when everybody says slow-mo, it's like, oh, Man of Steel. Watch that. Do you see a lot of slow-mo in there? No. But
because in my mind, there's only like two that I can't think of slow-mo. One is him doing that Michael Jordan basketball commercial. The other one is probably Dawn of the Dead, and that's about it. Every other one I feel like has some form of slow-mo.
There was some slow-mo in Dawn of the Dead. There was like that big explosion where like the whole, like you see that overhead shot and
that van.
All the zombies go boo, and then it's just like kind of slow. It's like, so there is like kind of like that, but but I'm just saying like if he does this UFC movie, I'm just kind of going like, does he do his slow-mo things, or does he do a little bit? Does he do none? Is it all going to be fast? I don't know. Like, I'm just looking forward to it. I'm happy for Zack. The fact that, and even the article that came out that I posted about, it was like the fact that Adam Driver, going back to Adam Driver, might be the lead. They offered him the lead, and I'm like going, fucking A, man. Because no matter what, Adam Driver, and even like I said, in Megalopolis, he's the best thing.
Yep. And
he chews up that fucking role. So if he shows up in this movie and he's gonna get all fucking, MMA fit, which he's already, a fit dude.
Yeah.
He's already well capable, but at the same time, it's like he's gonna probably run through the ringer of all this, and Zach's gonna be working out with him. We're gonna see those.
I was gonna say he's gonna get him fit for sure.
Yeah, because Zach is all about what the body looks like and stuff like that. So, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, this is like, to me, I'm like, and it's not Netflix, because I'm kind of wondering how everything's going with Netflix and Zach after everything that's been released with Rebel Moon and Army of the Dead, and we're like, what the fuck's gonna go on continuing with that? But yeah, I'm just like, yeah, man, I know Zach is like, I want to do a movie that doesn't have a million VFX shots. I'm not on a sound stage with green screens. I want to be on like a physical thing and I think Zach is just craving non-VFX madness.
Yeah.
And I think this is perfect for him. Like,
so when was the last time he did that?
He hasn't.
It's like
the last thing that he did that wasn't like that was that short film he did,
Snow Steam Iron or whatever.
Yeah, that he filmed on the iPhone. Yeah,
and this was after the whole the tragedy and everything, walking away from Justice League. He just did it on his iPhone. But that was probably the last thing.
Feature film though, is it just Dawn of the Dead? Because 300 soundstage, Watchmen. Watchmen has a lot of practical stage, but also has a lot of big CGI. Big stages.
I don't think Zach has never done a movie that I mean, even Dawn of the Dead would be the
practical set, right?
Yeah,
but
there is obviously some crazy VFX shots in there too. But so I think he's just craving after all he's done. He needs to just do something that is just so fucking raw.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah. And that's why I get mad at some of these fuckers that want him to be, to just come back to the superhero madness. I'm like, no. I'm like, dude, let the guy fucking do something small to show that he can make a film without crazy VFX shot. He wants to do that. He said that in interviews. Let the man do that. While you guys are campaigning for him, oh yeah, he's gonna come back and fucking get the whole gang back to make these two crazy, Justice League sequels. It's like, no, you guys that's what you want. Let's see what he wants to do. And I think now he's like 55, 56, 57 years old. He wants to make a fucking raw movie with that, where he doesn't have to sit in a soundstage, way off the fucking thing with all his monitors, where he's just like with a bullhorn going, all right, action. He wants to be like right there and fucking be with these actors. Yeah. And I'm like, I think this is, and it very well could just, because there's a lot of people that are still, divisive when it comes to Zack Snyder. And if he makes something like this, where it's not VFX and it's full on like close up, and then he really shows like, hey, I can actually, hey, I could do this. It will win over a lot of people, where, there wouldn't be this vitriol back and forth where it's like, oh yeah, maybe Zach can make an actual film that doesn't have like, a fucking 875 fucking VFX shots.
And I feel like it's going to be smaller too. I mean, not just the scale, but just like the budget probably will be on the smaller side.
And we know that he can make something beautiful out of that.
Yeah.
He made 2 Rebel Moon movies, 4 essentially, if you think about it, under $200 million. Zach knows how to work a budget. That's the thing. He knows how to work a budget. So if he's going to do something that doesn't have a VFX budget, dude could make a fucking MMA or a UFC fucking movie, but at the same time, it's like you got Dana White backing it. He's gonna have a pretty good budget. He'll probably have $100 million budget to play with, but it's nothing going to VFX. It's all about, hey, we could pay a fucking name like an Adam Driver and somebody else, and we can have like these these arenas and all it. This could be something pretty fucking. I think this could be something that will parlay like Zach's career, because UFC is just always up there where like, it's always big. It's always,
Yeah, I mean,
Donald Trump sit in the crowd. That's right. I've always been a fan of Zack Snyder.
I don't know if you want that.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the.
I think the only thing that guy ever said right was that Ben Affleck was going to be a good Batman, and I still stand by that. But that's about it. As far as the movie goes, I just feel like if they ever do premiere it, it's going to be in that big fucking sphere, because I mean they brought him out to the whole thing, right?
Yeah,
So
Zach went to that whole thing, and I'm like,
yeah, I wish I could.
They have that dude that was like, I posted the video about it when the dude that's from like I think he's from he's from the Middle East, probably from Saudi Arabia. Yeah, and he's like a billionaire, and he was like, yeah, he's all, and I want to, do something with Zack Snyder and blah, blah, blah. So this could be a $200 million funded movie because there's just a fucking billionaire from Saudi Arabia that's like, yeah, we're going to make this shit, Zack Snyder. So he's going to have a lot of money to play with. So how does he turn that down? And it could very well be like, one of the biggest movies because everybody's about UFC and stuff like that. And I think Zach is like, it's imagine a Zack Snyder like warrior type movie. I mean, Jesus Christ.
As long as it doesn't become Here Comes the Boom or whatever,
No, it's not going to be that. Not going to be that for sure.
Well, you got
to be more warrior.
No, Zach would be trying to make the warrior. Here Comes the Boom would be the DCEU interpretation after he's left.
We got to edit this. We got to change this. We didn't like Here Comes the Boom. Bit more family friendly, Zach.
Yeah,
now, but you got Tom Hardy. We were thinking Kevin James instead. That would.
Yeah, I just really hope that they get enough good performances, because that's the thing. Like, even like as someone who covers and watches WWE, I know that even in that crop, they're not the greatest in terms of acting. So, like, you got to have more than just Adam Driver. You've got to have enough people around him to make that feel believable.
If the movie gets fun, I mean, and again, you got so much backing up that he might, and they could, I mean, it could be Adam Driver versus fucking, I don't know, who's fucking Glenn Powell. It could be Adam Driver versus Glenn Powell or something like that. I mean, it might, I mean, no matter whatever his component's going to be, like if Adam Driver gets offered the role, and I'm sure they're probably fucking going, hey, here's this money, he's probably going to take it. Wouldn't be surprised. And that would be good because Adam Driver is just such a fucking good actor and chews up everything that he takes on. I don't think there's been an Adam Driver role that I've been like, he sucked.
No. To me, he's
so
the best
likable.
Working actor right now.
He's so likable. He's so fucking likable.
Yeah.
There's just something about him where you go, I don't know why I fucking like this guy. Even though it's like, yeah, there's just something about him. So I think that's perfect that it's Adam Driver, but I'm like, whoever is going to be his nemesis, it's got to be a name. It's going to be a name too. Yeah. And like I said, I mean, Glenn Powell just seems like he could play that douchebag, and he's all ripped.
He's gonna be busy playing Batman soon, Dave.
Fuck.
It's gonna happen. I'm here.
Yeah, he's gonna have something to square off with. Like,
okay. I like Glenn Powell, but I don't like him as Batman.
I think I would like him as James Gunn's Batman. That's the thing. That's the thing. I think he fits. He fits. That
I don't see it. I just don't see it.
Yeah, Glenn Powell would be better as like a Flash or a Green Lantern or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't see Michael Keaton in 89, right? So Glenn's good.
Stop it, Travis.
He can do it. Look at
him.
Have
you guys seen that Hitman movie he did? I was really impressed with that. It felt very small budget, but like he really takes on a role. I haven't.
What movie?
Hitman, the one that went
on.
Oh
yeah. Hitman was great.
How can you not watch that and be like, he might have a Bruce Wayne somewhere in there? You know, there might be some.
Okay, I could see a Bruce. Okay. I'm not saying if it happens, I wouldn't be like, fuck this, but I just don't.
And especially just because like, if
Give
he
me
does like
Brandon
Robin,
Sklar.
They might make it like a little more comedic with the Robin, especially if it's Damien, who's very violent. Like, I can see Glenn playing off that. I don't know if he's going to be in the budget, to be honest. Now, like, because that was the rumor going around with Brolin, right? That Brolin, it fell apart because of money. So it's like, if they can't get Brolin because of money, they're not going to get Glenn Powell, who's like.
I will say this about Glenn Powell. Glenn Powell seems like he just likes to work. Because he'll do he's done podcast voiceover. He's going to be on Family Guy.
Yeah.
I just read. I don't think Glenn Powell seems like he's like not one of those guys that's like, oh no, I need the paycheck.
He's in that stage of his career where he just wants to put.
I think right now he's just like all about working, and he's like, hey, I'll just pick whatever job.
You can also get your highest rate right now while he's a star, right? It's not always
Yeah.
going to be that. In a couple of years, let's say it's a couple of movies
True.
bombs, there's someone else right now, because they officially announced the date for God, what's he doing with Edgar Wright again? It's the remake of the Arnold movie.
Oh yeah,
Running
Running
Man.
Man.
Running Man. Yeah, it's him and Katie O'Brien.
Dude, I'm looking forward to that because I like the Schwarzenegger Running Man.
Yeah. So, I think he's just getting that top dollar right now while he's the top guy, because then you can ask for that claim. So that's why I actually don't think he will be Batman, because I don't think I think they'll go after a star, but I think Glenn Powell's asking price might be a bit too much right now. It might be tip top and stuff. And I hope we hear stuff on that soon, because that's been fucking. People talk about the Batman 2 not have much news.
It's gonna be Robert
Muschietti's
Pattinson.
Batman has been fucking like quiet, like not a single detail.
I know. I was talking about this with somebody earlier today. It's like, is it going to be any Muschietti? I don't know. I'm still up in the air with that.
I am.
Didn't he drop already?
No.
No,
not officially, at least. Not officially.
Not officially. Okay.
But it's like it hasn't even James Gunn hasn't even talked about like Muschietti, doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, it might not be him. It might not be him. It really might not be him. I mean,
they're
who knows?
they're probably just trying to establish Superman first at this point.
Yes.
Make sure that sticks, and then the Batman will immediately be greenlit to go forward. Probably. I mean, I think the Supergirl stuff started, but she's probably in Superman at some point.
Oh yeah, she totally is.
I think the
as if there aren't enough people in that movie.
Supergirl and Lanterns are supposed to shoot early next year, so that's gonna be underway soon. So, and fucking they said today that they're doing screen tests for Green Lantern. At least what was it? Hollywood Reporter put that out there.
Yep.
So
yeah.
we literally the
The
next
Lanterns
few weeks,
movie, the Lantern series is going to be something pretty good, I think.
because remember when they were testing for Superman, it was not that far after that we heard the official casting. So we'll probably hear, and I imagine Aaron Pierre is going to get it because that's who the internet wants, and Gunn seems to lean that way, which is maybe not a bad thing. I'm not saying that's
I know.
bad thing, so.
When people like talk about that, it's like, what's wrong with like the popular person, especially if that person had like a movie. I still haven't watched it.
Me either.
But that Rebel Ridge,
is great.
yeah. And I heard it was great. It's like, why would you not want to cast the person who is a fan favorite? I mean, and when I see people go like, "Oh my God, this is like cast by Twitter," it's like, okay.
Yeah, he's become a recent fan favorite. Like at one point, it was like John David Washington was also like, oh, he'd be a great Green Lantern. So I feel like it's kind of that hot moment for him that if, strike while the iron is hot, go for him. But I can't say we'll be saying the same thing about Aaron Pierre this time next year either. So
so that's why
I hope they bring him on because he's really good in that movie.
So, I mean, I think he's going to get the role. We're going to find out that he's Jon Stewart. But, I mean, Lantern sounds like it's going to be something that's going to be really fucking cool. And, when it comes to Superman, I'm very much open to the fact that it's like, all right, we have this world that's already established. And I don't know. I'm all about it. Like, I'm all about the fact that Brian, you said that there's so many people. And I'm like, yeah, but at the same time, it's like they're not in it for the entirety. I mean, it's just like he lives in a world that already has established superheroes, and that's something different. And we're not getting an origin. And there's already Zach kind of did it in a way when it came to BVS, where it's like, oh yeah, there's already heroes in this world, and we're already doing this. So I'm like,
right.
When people like talk about that, I'm like, this is something different. We're not going to get just a standard Superman origin story. I mean, we're getting an already working Superman that is existing in a world that already has sponsored superheroes, which is different. That's what I like.
That's the thing that concerns me though, is like we've all seen the Justice League Unlimited intro where all the superheroes are like running from behind him, and it looks so cool, and we're all like nerding out over it. Like that's the universe is here, but like from a film and structured standpoint, if it just keeps going all these different ways, like what is the centralized story of this thing, and are they going to be able to keep it from going off the rails and people asking a million things like what was Hawkgirl doing here, and what is the Authority? I don't feel like they talked about that enough. Like how are they going to make this come together? And I'm fascinated by how they do it, because James seems convinced, and he's done a good job with his projects. So it's a daunting task, but I'm really curious to see how they pull it off.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are, but
more power.
We'll see. We'll see. That's what's so crazy about all this. Just like when it came to the Joker, when it comes to all this stuff. But I think this is a good spot to end the stream because going on 5 hours. Holy Lord,
we hit the midnight hour.
Yeah, we're hitting that. So I got a weekend ahead of me that I have a pretty busy weekend. So, but this has been fun, of course, talking about Joker and breaking down the spoilers and all that stuff. Sorry, Ryan, you were a little late, but
okay. I liked it. I'll just say this really quick. My thought is that Joker, the original one, was the rise of like a internet celebrity, basically, that we've seen in Hollywood, and I think 2 works because it's kind of that downside, people dealing with the aftermath of fame, basically, and I think that's kind of what this was, to the point where Joker. Are we spoilers or no?
Arthur, yeah, we're totally spoilers.
Okay. The point, it's like literally a junkie dying dead in an alley after hitting it big. Like I think that is kind of the contextualization of 1 into 2, and seeing it in that way, and not as like, oh, my Joker has to be like Joker. I think the movie works, and I would recommend people at least give it a chance. So
give it a chance, guys. I know we talked about that earlier too, and we brought up the fact that it's like Arthur not being able to handle his fame.
Yeah.
To the point where it's like he wants to take on the persona, but then of course something happens, specifically when it comes to Gary Puddles, and talking to him kind of fucked him up a little bit, where it's like, oh shit, what am I doing, kind of thing, so yeah, it's one of those things. And give it a chance if you want to, but nobody's making you, don't worry, but don't think it's like the worst thing ever.
Right.
And
give it a chance, and I'll stop talking about
give it a chance. But all I have to say is like to the people who are like shitting on it, make sure you actually watched it first, because I know there's a lot of people out there that are just going out there and like shitting on it without actually seeing it. Don't be one of those people. That's all if I have to wrap this up like this, actually watch the movie before you start giving your opinions on it. But because I think there's a lot of people out there that are just joining the hate train because it's the popular thing to do without actually watching it. Watch it first.
Tap dancing and get one clip of it and be like, oh, that's the whole movie. Great. I'm not seeing this thing.
But even go into the movie open-minded. Don't just be like, oh, I'm going to go into this movie and just like shit on it. I don't know.
The cinematography alone.
Yeah. It's a very well shot movie. Yeah. But let's go around the horn and, Paul, if you got anything you want to promote right now.
Not really. I'm just kind of existing right now, trying to get my apartment in order. I'm working on a project, but it's nothing I can really talk about right now. Just trying to find an artist, trying to work on a comic and see where that goes. Yeah, but I'll give you guys more updates as time goes on.
Man. I'd love to talk about that.
Yeah. Well, I got to see if I don't want to do the Kickstarter thing because like that's like a reward system, and I don't think I have that in me or whatever the case is. So I'd have to just I have to get something actually like a. I mean, I have everything written out, but I have to get a concept, and then you have to give it to publishers. When you do a comic, it's not like you do a book, you write a book, and then you give it out. But in comics, you have to kind of have it ready to go. You have to have at least like 5 issues kind of ready, and then they just kind of go from there, I guess. And that's kind of how it kind of goes. So, but we'll see where it goes. I'm invested in this idea that I have and what I want to do with it, and we'll see where it goes and see what happens. So
cool, man.
Awesome.
Like that. Yeah, looking forward to hearing what it's about, man.
Yeah, man. Well, feel free to text me. I'll let you know in the meantime. So
cool.
But anyway, if you guys want to follow me, I'm at pmickey1988 on Instagram and at Paul Panhook on Vero. So yeah.
Awesome.
Follow. All right, Travis, what do you got?
You can find me Travis B Snail, and you can enjoy if you like me at all, you can join me for Geekverse for the next little bit. It come December, so I'm hoping to pop on here a couple more times, but soon the twins will be here, and I will be taking a sabbatical from.
Yeah,
I'm gonna log off for a while. I'm gonna leave Geekverse for a few months. Gonna leave Twitter. I'm just gonna disappear, and hopefully it all is well. So I'm gonna try and be back and everything like that. But it's fun to catch up with everybody, and yeah, everyone have a good rest of your weekend.
Yeah, Travis. Yeah.
And
he shoots. When he shoots, he hits. He
even
does
you
not
don't
miss.
want to hit. Even you don't want to. Even when you're planning to hit in 2025, it comes earlier. But I understand your pain, Paul, as well, because we just moved as well, and I'm looking at that's my weekend. It's just boxes and boxes. I got to build a table, which is gonna fucking suck.
Yeah, I noticed he had a different background than usual.
Yeah, we moved to a bigger location because obviously we're gonna have 2 other kids, so that's hence the moving. So, but so pretty much all the big stuff is all the big stuff like livable stuff's moving, but it's like, what's this box? What's this? And like clothes. So that's my weekend is just unpacking. So I feel for you, Paul. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, man, for joining, Travis. Always like
fun.
talking to you. And congratulations, of course, for the new twins that are going to be coming. So, and then of course, Ryan, what do you got?
Well, as far as like the personal stuff, Amanda and I are just hit 10 years, so we're kind of celebrating that right now. We just saw Sum 41 do their final show last night, and that's my favorite band. But as far as like the other stuff goes, also going on about 10 years with Twitter, they finally decided to monetize me on 2 of my platforms. So Twitter is finally paying me after 10 years. So if you want to follow anything I'm talking about, just go right there. Nice. Find me on there or Nerd Rage Pod. Pretty much just talk about everything we either talk about here or anything else nerdy that we didn't get to. So just want to say thank you if any of the people that watch this have engaged with me over the years. I really appreciate it. So that's where we're at.
All right. Well, this has been fun talking Joker. Thank you to Scott. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to William. And anybody else? I think that was it. All right. Well, thank you guys. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Ryan. We will talk to you guys later.